Part 2, The Quest Begins. Chapter 11, Alliance Formed. The underwater sanctuary, a haven of peace amidst the chaos of the world above, offered Adrian Blackwood and Serena a brief but much-needed reprieve from the storm that had battered them both physically and emotionally. Its tranquil beauty, with its glowing bioluminescent coral and the gentle sway of the water, created an atmosphere of calm that felt almost surreal. In this serene environment, the harsh realities of their mission seemed momentarily distant. Yet, as they prepared to leave, the weight of the prophecy began to settle heavily on their hearts once more. Each word of the ancient scroll echoed in their minds, reminding them of the trials ahead, each more daunting than the last. The peaceful surroundings, while comforting, could not dull the sharp awareness that their true journey had only just begun. Adrian stood silently, the cool ocean breeze stirring his thoughts as he stared out into the deep waters. The trials that lay ahead would not be easily overcome. The prophecy had spoken of tests that would challenge their courage, their wisdom, and ultimately, their ability to sacrifice for the greater good. It was clear that the path they were about to walk would demand more than just physical strength. It would require a union of hearts and minds, a bond forged through adversity and deepened by the stakes of their mission. Serena, standing beside him, seemed to sense the gravity of his thoughts. The bond between them had already been tested, but the trials ahead would require even more from both of them. They would need to rely on each other in ways they hadn't yet imagined, drawing on the strength of their connection and the trust they had begun to build. As they exchanged a quiet glance, a shared understanding passed between them. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, and the challenges they would face would test not only their resolve but their ability to work as a unified force. Serena's steady gaze met Adrian's with a silent promise. No matter how difficult the trials would be, they would face them together. Their alliance, forged under pressure and shaped by the magic of the reef, would be the key to overcoming the darkness ahead. With a deep breath, they turned their attention back to the unknown depths of the sea, knowing that the trials of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice were waiting. They were ready to face them, for they had no other choice but to rely on the strength of their unity as they moved forward into the uncertainty of the path that lay ahead. Adrian and Serena glided through the water, leaving the sanctuary behind them, the peaceful glow of the bioluminescent coral fading into the depths. As they swam upward, the tranquil stillness of the grotto gave way to the open expanse of the ocean, its waters now alive with the movements of currents and shifting waves. The rhythmic pull of the sea seemed to hum beneath them, a reminder of the vastness of the world they were about to re-enter. The warmth of the sanctuary's magic lingered in their minds, but the reality of their quest quickly settled over them. The sense of serenity that had surrounded them in the sanctuary was replaced by a renewed focus and determination. The journey ahead was no longer just about survival. It was about unraveling the secrets of the magical reef and breaking the curse that bound Serena. As they rose through the water, the magical reef slowly came into view, a towering, vibrant structure that stretched out beneath the waves. The reef's colors were more vivid than ever, a stunning blend of emerald greens and sapphire blues, as if it were calling them to uncover its hidden truths. Despite the beauty of the reef, there was an undeniable weight to it, a sense of mystery and danger that Adrian could feel in his bones. The prophecy they had uncovered had warned them of the trials they would face, and though they had prepared themselves mentally, the sight of the reef brought an unsettling clarity to the magnitude of their task. It was not just a place of magic, it was a place of trials, of tests that would demand everything they had to offer. But Adrian, now more resolute than ever, felt ready to take the first steps into the unknown, with Serena by his side as both guide and ally. The surface loomed above them, the sunlight beginning to break through the water, casting ripples of light across the ocean's surface. The distance between them and the reef felt like the first step into a world that neither of them fully understood, yet both knew was their destiny. Serena's presence beside him was a steadying force, and Adrian felt the weight of her trust in him, as well as the promise they had made to face the trials together. They were no longer just two individuals on separate paths, but partners bound by fate and a shared commitment to breaking the curse. As they broke through the surface and emerged into the open ocean, they knew the journey ahead would be treacherous, but with each other's strength, they would face whatever the reef had in store. The deck of the Crimson Tempest creaked gently underfoot as Adrian paced, his hands clasped behind his back and his brow furrowed in thought. His mind churned with the weight of the prophecy and the trials awaiting them. The magical reef, with its vibrant mysteries and ominous challenges, felt like a living presence just beyond the horizon. Every step he took seemed to echo his inner turmoil, a mixture of determination and unease. Beside him, the ship's timbers whispered stories of countless voyages, a steady reminder of the resilience required for their journey. Adrian paused occasionally, his gaze flickering to Serena, who stood near the railing, her ethereal form framed by the soft light of the afternoon sun. Serena's eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the reef's allure seemed to call to her with an unrelenting pull. She remained calm and composed, but her posture betrayed the gravity of her thoughts. The ocean stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse of possibility and danger. To the crew, she appeared as serene as the waters lapping against the ship's hull, but Adrian knew the truth. She carried the burden of the curse and the trials with a quiet fortitude that both inspired and humbled him. Her presence was a constant reminder of the stakes. They were not only fighting to unravel the secrets of the reef, but also to restore her freedom and balance to the sea. Around them, the crew moved with a sense of restrained anticipation, their tasks carried out with mechanical precision. The usual banter and camaraderie were subdued, replaced by a quiet tension. Though the crew was unaware of the full weight of the journey, they felt the shift in the air. Whispers of the reef's magic and the captain's unusual determination had spread among them, leaving an undercurrent of speculation and unease. Adrian glanced at Serena again, the unspoken understanding between them strengthening his resolve. He would not fail her or the crew, no matter what trials lay ahead. For now, the horizon remained a promise, and the Crimson Tempest sailed steadily toward its destiny. Adrian approached Serena with measured steps, his gaze meeting hers as the soft sea breeze brushed past them. The weight of the moment hung heavily between them, but Serena's calm and resolute expression offered a strange sense of reassurance. "We need to establish a plan," Adrian said, his voice steadied but laced with a hint of uncertainty. The enormity of the task ahead loomed large, and the thought of navigating the mysteries of the reef and its trials felt daunting. Yet, the presence of Serena, her unwavering strength and connection to the magic of the sea, grounded him in a way he hadn't expected. Serena turned to face him fully, her translucent form almost glowing against the horizon. "You're right," she replied, her tone measured and thoughtful. "The reef's secrets won't reveal themselves easily, and the trials will demand more than just courage. We'll need to approach each challenge with both strategy and trust in one another." Her gaze flicked to the distant reef, its silhouette just visible on the horizon. She spoke with a conviction that belied the immense uncertainties they faced, her words a reminder that preparation was not just practical, it was essential for their survival and success. Adrian nodded, absorbing her words as his thoughts began to align. "Then we start with what we know," he said, determination creeping into his voice. "We study the scroll and any clues we've already gathered. We prepare the crew for what's to come, even if they don't know the full truth. And we rely on each other." He paused, his eyes softening as he regarded her. "This isn't a journey I would have chosen, but it's one I'm committed to seeing through, with you." Serena's faint smile held both gratitude and resolve, and together they turned toward the horizon, the uncharted waters ahead no longer just a challenge, but a shared purpose. Serena nodded, her ethereal presence steady and resolute. "Yes," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of their shared responsibility. "To navigate the magical reef and break the curse, we must form a true alliance." Her words resonated with purpose, reminding Adrian that their fates were intertwined. The challenges ahead were not just about survival, but about forging a bond strong enough to overcome the trials that awaited them. The reef's mysteries would not yield to anything less than their complete unity. She stepped closer to Adrian, her gaze intent. "Our success depends on how well we can work together and trust each other," she continued. "The reef's magic tests not just the body but the spirit. We'll be stronger if we move as one, with no doubt between us." Serena's words were both a challenge and a reassurance, urging Adrian to see the necessity of their collaboration. The stakes were immense, but she believed in the strength they could build together. Adrian met her gaze, feeling a flicker of confidence rise within him. The weight of the prophecy and the trials ahead pressed heavily on his shoulders, but Serena's determination gave him hope. "Then we'll do it," he said firmly. "We'll learn to trust each other completely and face whatever comes as a team." The horizon stretched before them, vast and uncertain, but in that moment, Adrian felt a sense of clarity. With Serena by his side, he knew they stood a chance against the odds. Adrian studied Serena carefully, his brow furrowed as his thoughts churned with the uncertainty of their journey. "I'll admit," he began, his voice low but sincere, "this alliance is uneasy for me." His honesty hung in the air, unguarded and raw. "The reef is uncharted, and I don't fully understand its magic." He gestured toward the distant horizon, where the shimmering outline of the reef lingered like a ghost. His words carried a trace of vulnerability, an acknowledgement of his limitations in the face of the unknown. Serena's expression softened, her otherworldly calm contrasting with Adrian's tension. "Your unease is understandable," she said gently. "The magic of the reef is ancient and complex, not easily grasped by those unfamiliar with its ways. But that is why we are here together. My knowledge of its depths and your resilience in navigating its dangers will be the balance we need." Her words weren't just meant to reassure. They were a reminder that their combined strengths were greater than their individual doubts. Adrian nodded slowly, his gaze shifting back to the horizon. "I trust that you know more about it than I do," he said, his tone resolute despite the lingering uncertainty. The admission was a step forward, an acknowledgement of their shared dependence. For all his wariness, he recognized that Serena's understanding of the reef's magic was essential. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he resolved to face them with an open mind, trusting that their uneasy alliance would evolve into the partnership they needed to succeed. Serena's eyes softened as she met Adrian's steady gaze, her voice calm yet resolute. "And I must trust that your courage and resourcefulness will be our greatest assets," she said, her words carrying the weight of sincerity. "We each bring something crucial to this alliance. While I understand the magic of the reef, it will be your experience and leadership that guide us through the challenges we have yet to face." Her tone held a quiet confidence, one that sought to reassure him while affirming their shared responsibility in the trials ahead. Adrian felt the impact of her words settle over him, a mixture of humility and determination taking root. He understood the gravity of their situation and the unique dynamic they were forging. For all her knowledge of the reef's ancient magic, Serena was entrusting him with the practicalities of survival and decision-making, a balance that demanded mutual respect. "I'll do my best," he replied, his voice steady. "But we're only going to succeed if we rely on each other fully. No second-guessing, no holding back." Serena nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as the tension between them softened. "Agreed," she said simply. "The reef will challenge us in ways neither of us can fully anticipate, but together, we have a chance." Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the faint shimmer of the reef awaited, a symbol of both peril and promise. In that moment, the weight of the alliance they were building felt less daunting, replaced by a shared determination to face the unknown as partners bound by trust and necessity. Adrian drew in a steadying breath, his gaze firm as he extended his hand toward Serena. "Then let's form this alliance," he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "We'll face the trials together, and we'll support each other every step of the way." The weight of his words hung in the air, carrying both the gravity of their shared mission and the unspoken hope that they could overcome the daunting challenges ahead. His gesture was simple but profound, a tangible sign of the trust he was choosing to place in her. Serena regarded his outstretched hand with a mixture of solemnity and warmth. Slowly, she reached out, her fingers brushing his before clasping his hand firmly. "Together," she agreed, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. In that moment, the tension that had lingered between them eased, replaced by an unspoken understanding. The bond they were forging, born of necessity and tempered by mutual respect, felt solid and unyielding, a promise to stand united against the unknown. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke, the silence filled only by the gentle lapping of waves against the hull of the ship. Their hands lingered together before they stepped back, the alliance sealed. Adrian's resolve was bolstered by the gesture, and Serena's gaze held a newfound confidence. With the trials of the magical reef looming on the horizon, they turned their attention to the tasks at hand, knowing that the strength of their partnership would be tested but also knowing they were ready to face it together. Serena reached out and clasped Adrian's hand, the touch firm yet imbued with an undeniable sense of camaraderie. "Agreed," she said, her voice steady but carrying a subtle undertone of hope. "Together, we will uncover the secrets of the reef and find a way to break the curse." The simplicity of her words belied the magnitude of their commitment, binding them to a shared purpose in a way that felt unshakable. For the first time, the tension that had often underpinned their interactions gave way to a quiet, mutual respect. As their hands lingered in the gesture, the surrounding sea seemed to echo their resolve. The faint hum of the ocean breeze and the rhythmic creak of the ships would form the backdrop to their silent understanding. Serena's emerald eyes held Adrian's gaze, reflecting not only her determination but also a flicker of gratitude. For all her knowledge of the reef's magic, this alliance offered her something she had long been without, a true partner to share the burden of her destiny. Releasing his hand, Serena stepped back, a renewed focus evident in her stance. Adrian straightened, his own resolve solidified by the moment of unity. "We'll need a plan," he said, his tone thoughtful yet resolute. "And we'll need to be ready for whatever the reef throws at us." Serena nodded, her expression a mirror of his determination. Together, they turned toward the horizon, where the mysteries of the reef and the trials of the prophecy awaited, ready to face the challenges as partners bound by a shared destiny. The sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the ocean in hues of gold and crimson as Adrian and Serena stood on the deck of the Crimson Tempest. The tranquil scene belied the gravity of the task ahead as they reviewed their plan, their voices low but purposeful. Adrian spread out a map on a nearby barrel, marking their route while Serena traced her fingers over it, pointing out critical areas where the reef's magical currents were strongest. "It's not just a physical journey," she said, her tone measured but insistent. "The reef is alive with enchantments, and its pathways are constantly shifting. We'll need more than instinct to navigate it. We'll need understanding." Adrian nodded, absorbing her words as he leaned over the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. "So, it's not just about finding the right path but also reading the signs the reef gives us," he surmised, his voice thoughtful. Serena's approving glance told him he was on the right track. She explained further, detailing the nature of the magical currents that wove through the reef like veins of energy. They would have to rely on her knowledge to interpret the subtle cues the reef provided, fluctuations in light, shifts in water temperature, and even the behavior of sea creatures that called the reef home. Every detail mattered, and their lives could depend on recognizing them. As the last light of the sun vanished below the horizon, leaving the sky awash with stars, Adrian rolled up the map with a sense of finality. The plan was as complete as it could be, but both he and Serena knew that much of what lay ahead was beyond their control. "We'll set sail at dawn," Adrian said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty of what awaited them. Serena nodded, her expression a mixture of resolve and quiet anticipation. Together, they turned their gazes to the distant, unseen reef, the weight of their shared destiny palpable in the cool night air. Serena's voice carried an almost reverent tone as she addressed Adrian, the soft lull of the waves punctuating her words. "The reef is not just a place," she said, her gaze distant as if she were recalling a memory long buried. "It is a living entity, with its own consciousness and will." Her words hung in the air, their gravity sinking into Adrian's thoughts. He studied her expression, noticing the faint trace of awe and caution in her eyes. It was clear she viewed the reef as something more than a destination. It was a force to be reckoned with, a guardian of secrets that required more than mere bravery to unlock. "We must approach it with respect and caution," Serena continued, her voice steady but tinged with warning. She described the reef's duality, its magic, both wondrous and perilous. It responds to those who seek its depths, testing their intentions and their strength. If we act out of greed or recklessness, it will turn against us. Adrian listened intently, his mind racing as he tried to reconcile the idea of an underwater labyrinth imbued with consciousness. He realized that their journey would demand not only physical endurance but also an acute sensitivity to the unseen forces at play. Adrian straightened, his resolve solidifying. "Then we'll approach it as we would any formidable ally," he said, meeting Serena's gaze. "With respect and readiness for whatever it throws our way." Serena's lips curved into a faint smile, a flicker of approval crossing her face. The reef loomed ahead, an enigma wrapped in beauty and danger, but in this moment, their shared understanding felt like a step forward. Together, they turned their focus back to their preparations, knowing that the challenges awaiting them would require a delicate balance of wisdom, courage, and unity. Adrian leaned slightly forward, his attention fully on Serena as he considered her words. "What should we expect when we get closer?" he asked, his voice low but laced with determination. "Any specific challenges we should be aware of?" He wanted to prepare, to steel himself for what lay ahead, but the mystery of the reef left too many unanswered questions. It was unlike any other challenge he had faced, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. Serena paused, her gaze drifting to the horizon as though she could see the reef in her mind's eye. "The reef is ever-changing," she began, her voice thoughtful. "Its magic creates illusions, shifting pathways, and currents that can disorient even the most experienced navigators. But more than that, it senses those who approach. It will test us, presenting trials that force us to confront our fears and doubts." Her tone grew somber as she added, "We must remain vigilant and trust in each other. Only by working together can we hope to navigate its challenges." Adrian nodded, digesting her words. The thought of illusions and shifting paths made the journey feel even more daunting, but he took solace in Serena's steady presence and her knowledge of the reef. "Then we'll be ready," he said, his voice firm. "We'll face whatever comes our way and prove that we're worthy of uncovering its secrets." His resolve was unshaken, even as a flicker of apprehension passed through him. For now, their focus was on preparation and unity, a foundation he knew they would need as they ventured closer to the enigmatic reef. Serena's expression darkened as she spoke, the weight of the reef's mystery settling heavily on her shoulders. "The reef will test us in ways we cannot anticipate," she warned, her tone steady but laced with an underlying caution. "There will be illusions designed to mislead us, to make us question what's real and what's not. We might see things that seem familiar, yet they will be distorted, pulling us off course." She met Adrian's gaze, her eyes filled with the gravity of the journey ahead. "It will be a place where our minds and hearts will be tested." Adrian absorbed her words, the reality of what lay before them settling like a heavy weight in his chest. The idea of illusions was troubling. He had always trusted his instincts, but this was a new challenge altogether. "And the creatures?" he asked, his voice low. "You mentioned guardians. What kind of threats are we facing there?" His thoughts turned to the dangers they might encounter, monstrous creatures or perhaps sentient forces that protected the reef's secrets. The unknowns were endless, but he knew one thing for certain: the stakes were higher than ever. Serena's gaze softened as she responded. "The creatures that guard the reef are not just physical threats. They are manifestations of the reef's magic, designed to protect its deepest secrets. Some will try to deceive us, others will challenge our resolve, and a few may even try to destroy us if we're not careful. But we cannot let fear cloud our judgment. We must remain vigilant and trust in each other's strengths. It is the only way we will succeed." Her voice was calm, but her words carried an undeniable conviction, a reminder that their bond was the key to surviving the trials ahead. Adrian's mind churned with the weight of Serena's words, yet a sense of determination began to settle within him. He knew the road ahead would be perilous, but there was a fire in him now that burned with purpose. He looked at Serena, meeting her gaze with steady resolve. "We'll be ready," he said, his voice firm. "We've faced dangers before, and we'll face them again. The reef might be shrouded in mystery, but we know how to adapt and overcome. We've weathered storms, literal and figurative, and this will be no different." His confidence, though tempered by the unknown, bolstered the quiet assurance he saw reflected in Serena's eyes. He exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the decision to move forward, but also the strength of the partnership they had forged. Their combined skills, his leadership, and Serena's deep knowledge of the reef's magic gave him a sense of preparedness he hadn't thought possible in such an uncertain situation. With our combined strengths and the trust between us, I believe we can overcome whatever challenges come our way. He continued, his words carrying a sense of finality. The reef may hold countless secrets, but it would not stand in their way, not as long as they stood united. Serena gave a slight nod, her expression resolute, though there was a trace of warmth in her eyes. I believe that too, she replied softly. Our alliance is our greatest weapon. If we stay true to it, no trial will be too great. We've come this far, and together, we will see this through. Her voice held the quiet confidence that matched Adrian's, a reminder that their journey, however uncertain, was one they would face side by side. With that, they turned their gaze toward the looming horizon, ready to face the challenges that awaited them, knowing that together, they stood a chance. As the crimson tempest sailed closer to the reef, the waters began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, the once distant lights now pulsating in vibrant hues. The magical coral formations, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, appeared to come alive, shifting in an intricate dance as if responding to their approach. The air itself seemed to thrum with an ancient energy, vibrating with power as if the very sea was aware of their presence. The enchantments that lay hidden beneath the surface were no longer subtle. They reached out, an invisible force beckoning them forward. Adrian and Serena stood at the bow, their eyes fixed on the shifting lights ahead, both feeling the weight of the reef's magic pressing in around them. The sea seemed to hum in harmony with the ship, each swell of the waves carrying a resonance that made the hairs on the back of Adrian's neck stand on end. It was as though the ocean itself was alive, watching, waiting, and testing their resolve. The closer they came, the more palpable the sense of the unknown became. Serena's expression was one of both awe and caution. She had felt the power of the reef before, but now, with the prophecy pressing on their shoulders, the intensity of the magic seemed to amplify. It's like the reef is alive, Adrian murmured, his voice low. Do you feel it? The pull, the power in the air? Serena nodded, her gaze unwavering as she surveyed the horizon. This is only the beginning, she said, her tone quiet but filled with an undeniable determination. The reef will reveal its secrets, but we must be prepared for what it may demand from us. This magic is both beautiful and dangerous, and we must approach it with the utmost care. As the crimson tempest continued its journey toward the heart of the reef, the sensation of stepping into an ancient, powerful force only grew stronger, making it clear that whatever awaited them would require everything they had. Their journey into the heart of the reef was no longer just a quest, it was a trial of their strength, courage, and trust in each other. With their alliance firmly in place, Adrian and Serena stood side by side on the deck of the Crimson Tempest, the wind whipping through their hair and the salt of the sea in the air. Their eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the magical reef loomed like a shadow on the water, a place of untold mysteries and ancient powers. The weight of the prophecy, the trials they would face, and the curse they sought to break all hung heavily in their hearts. But despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead, they found strength in each other. Their bond had been tested, and through their shared commitment, it had become their greatest asset. Together, they were ready to confront the challenges that the reef would present. The sea around them seemed to echo the call of the reef, its energy vibrating in the very waves that rocked the ship. The knowledge that they were stepping into the unknown weighed on them both, yet there was an undeniable sense of purpose in their movements. Serena's presence was a steadying force beside Adrian, a reminder that they were not alone in this journey. The magic of the reef, though daunting, was no longer an obstacle. It was something to be embraced, something they would face together, as one. They knew that the path ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but their trust in each other would guide them through it. As the ship drew closer to the reef, the waters grew darker and more mysterious, the once shimmering coral now glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. The air was thick with enchantment, and every wave seemed to pulse with the power of the ancient sea. But Adrian and Serena stood resolute, the weight of their shared mission a constant presence between them. They were no longer just two individuals embarking on a quest. They were allies, bound by a common goal and a deep, unspoken understanding. With the trials of the reef awaiting them, they knew they had only one choice: to face them together, and to trust in the strength of their alliance to carry them through. The truth of the reef, and the breaking of Serena's curse, was within their reach. Chapter 12: Uncharted Waters. The Crimson Tempest sailed slowly through the vibrant azure waters, the crew tense with anticipation as they neared the magical reef. The ship's sails billowed in the wind, but the usual sense of adventure was muted by the weight of the unknown that loomed ahead. Every crew member was on high alert, eyes scanning the waters for any sign of danger, yet the calm surface seemed deceptively serene. The rhythmic creaking of the ship and the occasional flap of seagull wings were the only sounds to break the silence. As they neared the reef, the ocean itself seemed to shift, the water taking on a deeper, more mysterious hue, hinting at the secrets and challenges awaiting below. At the prow of the ship, Adrian, Blackwood, and Serena stood side by side, their gaze fixed on the shimmering expanse of the reef beneath them. The once familiar world of the open sea was now replaced by the strange and magical landscape unfolding before them. The water below sparkled with an otherworldly light, casting an ethereal glow that reflected off the ship's hull. The coral formation stretched out like a vast, intricate labyrinth, their vivid colors shifting and changing as if they were alive, responding to the presence of the ship. Blue, green, and violet hues blended together in a mesmerizing pattern, creating an almost surreal mosaic beneath the surface. Serena's keen eyes studied the reef, her knowledge of its hidden depths and magic guiding her every thought. She could feel the subtle pulse of its enchantments, the way the very sea seemed to breathe in rhythm with her own heart. Despite the beauty, there was an underlying sense of danger, a reminder of the trials ahead. The reef was not just a natural wonder, it was a living entity, full of both wonder and peril. She could almost hear the whispers of its ancient magic calling out, urging them to proceed with caution. Serena's connection to the reef was deep, but even she knew that the forces they were about to encounter could test even the strongest of bonds. Adrian stood silently beside her, his thoughts running parallel to hers. He had always been a man of action, quick to lead and make decisions, but now, as the reef's mysteries beckoned, he could sense the weight of their shared responsibility. This journey was no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about surviving the trials and navigating the challenges that the reef would throw at them. He had faced storms, battles, and countless hardships in his life, but something about the stillness of the water, the quiet anticipation that hung in the air, felt different. They were about to step into a realm where every decision could mean the difference between life and death. And yet, in that moment, all he could do was trust in the alliance they had forged and in the strength of their resolve. As the Crimson Tempest came to a gradual halt at the edge of the magical reef, the atmosphere on board shifted. The steady hum of the ship's engine faded into a tense silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of the sails and the creaking of the wooden deck. Adrian and Serena stood at the ship's stern, their eyes locked on the expanse of water that now lay before them. The reef's glowing coral stretched far beneath the surface, casting an eerie, shifting light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the ocean itself. Every movement of the sea around them felt heightened, as if the very waters were aware of the momentous task that lay ahead. The air around them crackled with anticipation, and the steady beat of their hearts matched the slow thrum of the ocean's pulse. Serena adjusted the straps of her gear, her expression focused, as she glanced at Adrian. Both knew the significance of this moment. The time for words was over. There would be no turning back once they entered the water, no second chances. The reef held mysteries and dangers they had yet to comprehend, and they had to be prepared for whatever awaited them beneath the surface. Their shared resolve solidified the silence between them, each confident in the other's strength and determination. With a final check of their equipment, Adrian secured his harness and gave Serena a brief nod, signaling he was ready. Serena met his gaze with a quiet intensity, her lips barely curling into a smile. They had trained for this moment, prepared for countless possibilities, but the unknowns of the magical reef still lingered in the back of their minds. They would need all their combined skills, trust, and courage to navigate its depths and uncover the secrets hidden beneath the coral. Without a word, Serena moved to the edge of the ship, her body poised and steady as she looked once more at the water below, preparing to take the plunge. In a single fluid motion, Serena dove into the water, her form disappearing into the depths with barely a ripple. Adrian followed immediately after, his body cutting through the surface with practiced precision. The cool embrace of the ocean enveloped him as he descended, the vibrant colors of the reef growing brighter the deeper he went. The weight of the water, the buoyancy of his dive suit, and the rush of movement all combined to heighten his senses. As the last glimpse of the crimson tempest faded from view, the vast, silent world of the reef stretched out before him, its mysteries calling to them, its trials waiting to test their resolve. The moment Adrian and Serena plunged into the reef's waters, they were immediately immersed in an ethereal world. The clarity of the water allowed them to see for what seemed like miles, the vibrant coral formations unfolding before them like a living tapestry. Towers of coral twisted and spiraled toward the surface, their jagged edges softened by the pulsating glow of bioluminescent branches that shimmered in the dark. The reef felt alive, not just in its motion, but in the way its beauty seemed to breathe, shifting with each current and ripple that passed through it. Every corner revealed new wonders, delicate, translucency plants, glowing creatures that drifted like stars, and patterns in the water that seemed almost too perfect to be natural. As they swam deeper into the reef, schools of fish swirled around them, their silver scales reflecting the soft, diffused light in dazzling, almost hypnotic patterns. The fish darted effortlessly through the water, their movements synchronized in a graceful dance. The air around them was alive with the sounds of the ocean, subtle clicks, the gentle hum of currents, and the occasional distant song of a whale. The sense of tranquility was overwhelming, yet there was an underlying tension in the water, an invisible current that hinted at the power and danger lurking just beneath the surface. Adrian's breath slowed as he took in the mesmerizing beauty, but there was no time to linger on the wonders. The trials they had come to face were still ahead. Serena's steady presence beside him kept Adrian grounded as they navigated the reef's labyrinthine passages. The deeper they went, the more intricate and alive the reef seemed. They passed through narrow corridors, where the corals seemed to close in around them like walls, only to emerge into open expanses where the light flickered in mysterious patterns. Each turn held new, magical sights, hidden caverns glittering with mineral deposits, iridescent sea creatures drifting lazily in the gentle currents, and strange, beautiful plant life that swayed rhythmically. It was a world that felt both welcoming and unknowable, and as they moved further into the heart of the reef, Adrian couldn't shake the sense that they were not merely visitors here. They were intruders in a realm that had its own rules and secrets. Serena moved with effortless grace, her form cutting through the water with the precision of someone deeply attuned to the currents of the sea. Adrian followed closely behind, his eyes never leaving her, entranced by the fluidity of her movements as she weaved through the labyrinth of coral. The reef, alive with an otherworldly energy, seemed to respond to Serena's presence, the water itself shifting and pulsating in time with the rhythm of her movements. It was as though the reef recognized her, acknowledging her as part of its ancient fabric, its pulse quickening in response to the magic she carried. Each delicate flick of her hand or swish of her tail guided Adrian through the maze, her confidence instilling a sense of calm in him despite the unfamiliar territory. As they navigated deeper into the reef, the water around them shimmered with a subtle, ethereal glow, the light filtering through the tangled corals and swirling patterns. The air felt thick with the reef's magic, the energy seeming to hum through every inch of the water. It was a sensation that bordered on overwhelming, as though the very fabric of reality was slightly bent here, and Adrian could feel the power reverberating through him with every breath he took. The coral formations that surrounded them were not just natural structures, but ancient relics imbued with the essence of the sea. Their colors shifted from soft pastels to vibrant hues, reflecting the unseen magic that infused this place. Serena led Adrian through narrow, winding passages between towering columns of coral that seemed to grow in impossible directions. The narrow tunnels opened up into vast underwater caverns, their ceilings adorned with glowing sea anemones and clusters of shimmering shells that caught the faint light. The atmosphere within each Each cavern was heavy with a strange, yet calming, pressure, as though the very air they breathed had been imbued with the timeless energy of the reef. In each new space, the feeling of enchantment deepened, but so too did the tension that hung in the water, as if each turn brought them closer to an unknown threshold. Serena's calm demeanor never wavered, even as the magic seemed to thrum with an intensity that Adrian couldn't quite understand. As they descended into one of the largest caverns yet, Adrian noticed the way the water seemed to grow denser, almost as if it were thick with the weight of unspoken secrets. Serena paused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she scanned the depths, her senses attuned to the unseen forces at play. The magic of the reef was not benign. It was ancient and potent, capable of both creation and destruction. Serena's trust in her knowledge of the reef's ways was clear. She had spent her life studying its mysteries. But even she knew that they were on the brink of something far more powerful than anything they had encountered so far. The journey ahead was not just a test of their physical endurance, but of their very souls, and Serena's quiet strength was the anchor Adrian needed as they moved forward, deeper into the heart of the magical reef. Adrian's grip tightened on his gear as he nodded in acknowledgement, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and caution. Serena's voice, steady and commanding through their communication devices, carried a weight of experience, a reminder of the vast unknown that lay ahead. The underwater world around them seemed both beautiful and intimidating, its vibrant coral structures and shimmering fish belying the lurking dangers that Serena had warned him about. He could feel the pressure of the deep ocean surrounding them, a silent reminder that every inch of the reef held both wonder and peril. With Serena leading the way, he trusted in her knowledge of this place, but he was keenly aware that danger could be hiding just around the next turn. The deeper they ventured into the reef, the more the landscape shifted. The soft glow of bioluminescent creatures bathed the surroundings in an otherworldly light, but there were darker areas where shadows seemed to move, shifting with the current. Adrian kept close to Serena, not wanting to risk losing sight of her in the labyrinth of coral that seemed to change shape with every passing moment. The stillness of the water was deceiving, for Adrian could sense the life all around them, the swirling schools of fish that darted by in perfect harmony, the subtle movements of sea creatures that blended seamlessly with their environment, and the quiet hum of the reef's magic. But amidst the beauty, Adrian's instincts told him that danger was never far away. Serena's movements remained fluid and purposeful as she navigated the shifting maze, her eyes scanning the waters ahead for any signs of trouble. "Trust your senses," she advised, her voice calm but laced with urgency. "The reef will challenge us in ways we cannot predict. Stay alert." Adrian's pulse quickened as he followed her lead, his senses heightened. Each time they passed through a narrow coral passage or ventured into a cavern, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The reef felt alive, not just in the physical sense but in a deeper, more mysterious way, as though it were aware of their presence, testing their every move. His heart pounded in his chest, but he fought to keep his focus, knowing that any distraction could be dangerous in this enchanted and unpredictable place. The further they journeyed, the more Adrian could feel the weight of the reef's power. It wasn't just the visible danger, sharp, jagged rocks or swift currents. It was the underlying, almost palpable magic that surrounded them. Serena's warnings echoed in his mind as he followed closely behind her, aware that this place was not only a natural wonder but a sentient force, capable of shaping their fate. Every step forward felt like an unwritten chapter, and he couldn't help but wonder what trial they would face next. The deeper they went, the more it became clear that they weren't just exploring the reef. They were being tested, and the true challenge would be surviving and understanding its mystical forces. Adrian's gaze swept over the intricate maze of coral that surrounded them, his mind racing to process the surreal beauty and danger of the reef. The glowing bioluminescent tendrils of the coral flickered like stars beneath the water, casting long shadows that seemed to shift with each passing movement. He could feel the ancient magic pulsating in the very water around him, as if the reef itself was alive, watching them. Despite the awe that surged within him, Adrian couldn't shake the underlying wariness that tightened his chest. This place was full of secrets, some perhaps harmless, others likely perilous, and he knew they had to remain vigilant. Every sound, every movement in the water, could be a sign of something new, something unexpected. Serena continued to move ahead, her pace steady, but Adrian's eyes stayed sharp. He followed her through the winding passages of coral and into deeper waters, where the shadows seemed to lengthen and the current tugged at them with an unfamiliar force. The water felt thick, charged with magic, and it made the air seem heavy with anticipation. As they swam deeper into the heart of the reef, the space around them began to grow more enclosed, as though they were entering a domain that had been untouched by time. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of their breathing through the communication devices. But even that felt muted, swallowed by the vastness of the underwater world. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of their quest pressing down on him with each passing moment. He stole a glance at Serena, her face focused and resolute, her experience in navigating these waters evident in the way she moved. He felt a deep sense of trust in her, but also a flicker of uncertainty about what lay ahead. "The reef may hold more than we expect," he murmured, his voice barely audible through the water. "We have to be ready for anything." Despite his words, he steeled himself for whatever was to come, drawing strength from the shared purpose that connected him to Serena. Whatever the reef had in store, they would face it together. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the reef, the environment around them began to transform in subtle, yet unsettling ways. The coral formations, once static and predictable, now seemed to shift and warp with every movement they made, as though the very reef was alive and reacting to their presence. The paths that had seemed clear moments before now led to dead ends, while others opened up into new, unexpected corridors. Adrian's pulse quickened as he realized that they were no longer in a static, mapped space, but caught within a constantly changing labyrinth. Every turn seemed to lead them in a different direction, with the glowing coral lighting up in new hues as they swam deeper, creating an ethereal maze of color and light that felt both enchanting and disorienting. Serena, ever the expert, moved with calm precision, her movements steady as she led them through the twisting passages. Yet even she seemed to pause now and then, her sharp eyes scanning the water around them for clues about the shifting paths. The maze was a challenge, and she knew that every move had to be made with care. The reef was testing them, forcing them to adapt quickly to its changing rhythms. Adrian followed closely, his mind racing to stay ahead of the constantly shifting scenery. Each turn and change in the landscape brought new sights, bioluminescent creatures that glowed softly against the dark, unusual formations of coral that twisted like intricate sculptures, and vibrant schools of fish that darted past them like streaks of color in the water. The further they swam, the more the maze seemed to grow in complexity. Adrian could feel the water around them becoming heavier, charged with a subtle energy that pulsed through the reef. It was as though the very reef itself was alive, aware of their presence, and determined to keep them moving in circles. His mind buzzed with a sense of urgency. They needed to keep moving forward, to find a way through the maze before it closed in on them entirely. Yet, despite the pressure, there was something undeniably beautiful about the labyrinth, something mesmerizing in the way the coral seemed to pulse with life and light, guiding them even as it tested their resolve. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of navigating the winding, ever-shifting passages, Adrian and Serena came to a brief halt in a small, open area within the maze. The water here was calm, and the air seemed to clear, offering them a moment to collect their thoughts. Adrian exhaled slowly, grateful for the pause. "This place doesn't make it easy, does it?" he remarked, the tension in his voice reflecting the mental strain of navigating through the unpredictable paths. Serena gave him a wry smile, though there was a flicker of seriousness in her eyes. "The reef does not reveal its secrets easily," she replied, her voice steady despite the challenge they had just faced. "But we are one step closer." Without warning, the water around them began to stir, a powerful current surging through the passage like an invisible force. The once calm, steady flow of the water shifted into a chaotic swirl, pulling at their bodies and threatening to drag them off course. The sound of rushing water filled their ears as the current began to tug relentlessly at their limbs, making it almost impossible to stay in control. Adrian's eyes widened in surprise as the force of the current surged around them, pushing him dangerously toward the walls of the coral labyrinth. He instinctively reached out, trying to steady himself, but the water continued to pull him with an unnatural strength. Serena, her movements graceful and unfazed by the surge, was already aware of the danger. She had experienced this before. In one swift motion, she reached out and grabbed Adrian's arm, her grip firm and steady. With practiced ease, she maneuvered them both toward a more stable section of the passage, away from the heart of the swirling current. The water's pull weakened slightly as they found their footing against a small outcropping of coral, giving them a moment to catch their breath. "Stay close," she instructed, her voice calm but urgent, despite the intensity of the moment. "We mustn't fight the current directly. Instead, we need to move with its rhythm." Adrian, still shaken from the sudden onslaught of the current, nodded quickly, his gaze focused on Serena. He trusted her expertise, but the force of the reef's magic was far more intense than he had anticipated. "These currents are enchanted?" he asked, his voice tight as he adjusted his stance, careful not to let the water sweep him away again. Serena gave a small, knowing nod. "Yes. They're designed to disorient us, to make us question our purpose and our ability to move forward. The reef tests both our physical endurance and our mental resolve. If we allow the current to push us, we lose our focus and our way." Adrian took a deep breath, his mind steeling itself for the task ahead. The strength of the current still pulsed in the water around them, but with Serena's guidance, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. "We'll move carefully," he said, his tone now steady. "We won't let it break us." Together, they adjusted their course, moving with the rhythm of the current, trusting in each other's presence and the shared resolve that had brought them this far. Each carefully calculated movement was a reminder of the alliance they had forged, and with every passing moment, their bond grew stronger, steadier in the face of the reef's challenges. They pressed on against the swirling current, each movement deliberate and calculated. Adrian led with brute strength, anchoring himself against the coral when the water's pull grew too fierce, while Serena's practiced grace allowed her to anticipate and guide their path. Together, their coordination proved unyielding, a silent testament to the trust they were building. The labyrinth seemed alive, shifting unpredictably with each step, as if testing their resolve to continue. Every turn and every surge of the current demanded focus, but their shared determination carried them forward. Finally, the unrelenting force of the current eased, and they found themselves drifting into an open space. The chamber they entered was unlike anything they had encountered before, vast and ethereal. It felt as though they had stumbled into a realm of pure magic. The walls of the cavern shimmered with glowing flora, plants that pulsed softly in shades of blue, violet, and green. Each hue bathed the water in an otherworldly light, creating an atmosphere of serene enchantment. Adrian turned in place, his gaze sweeping over the crystalline structures scattered throughout the cavern. The formations sparkled like diamonds, refracting the light of the bioluminescent flora into countless dazzling patterns. The crystalline spires stretched toward the cavern's high ceiling, some branching out like trees of glass. It was a sight so mesmerizing that, for a brief moment, the trials they had faced seemed to fade into insignificance. Serena floated nearby, her expression both awed and contemplative. "This place," she murmured, her voice carrying through the water, "is a sanctuary of the reef's magic. But such beauty is never without purpose. We must be cautious. This cavern holds more than just its allure." Her words brought Adrian back to focus. The cavern was not merely a respite but a part of the challenges ahead, and its secrets awaited their discovery. Their moment of wonder was abruptly interrupted as the tranquil beauty of the cavern gave way to an ominous presence. From the dim recesses of the underwater chamber, ethereal figures began to materialize. These creatures, a fusion of jellyfish and serpent-like elegance, drifted forward with a hypnotic glow. Their translucent bodies pulsed with shifting patterns of light, casting dancing reflections across the crystalline walls. Each undulating movement seemed both graceful and foreboding, as if they were beings of both beauty and peril. Adrian's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his blade, though its use underwater would be limited. "What are those?" he asked, his voice tense as he observed the creature's approach. their glowing eyes brimming with a peculiar intelligence, fixed on the intruders with an unsettling mix of curiosity and calculation. The air of the cavern, though devoid of actual sound, seemed to hum with a subtle, otherworldly energy as the creatures circled closer. Serena raised a hand to stop Adrian, her tone measured but urgent. "Don't provoke them. These beings are guardians of the reef's magic. They're not inherently hostile, but they will defend their domain if they sense a threat." She hovered in place, her posture calm yet alert, and motioned for Adrian to lower his weapon. "We need to show them we mean no harm. Aggression will only invite conflict." The creatures moved closer, their luminous forms creating an almost hypnotic spectacle as they studied Adrian and Serena. It was a silent standoff, the guardians assessing whether these intruders were worthy to traverse the sanctuary. Serena slowly raised her hands in a gesture of peace, her voice calm and steady as she addressed the guardians. "We come seeking understanding and passage, not destruction. We honor the reef and the magic that binds it." Her words, though carried through their communication devices, seemed to echo in the water itself, a delicate bridge of intent to the enigmatic beings before them. Serena's voice was steady as she explained, "These are reef guardians. They are ancient beings tasked with protecting the secrets of this place. Their role is to ensure that only those deemed worthy can navigate the reef's magic." Her gaze remained fixed on the creatures, their luminous bodies drifting in an almost hypnotic rhythm. The guardians radiated an air of authority, their presence a reminder that the reef was alive and intent on safeguarding its mysteries. Adrian shifted slightly, keeping his movements slow and deliberate as he observed the guardians. "How do we show them respect?" he asked, his voice low. The creatures continued their silent vigil, their glowing eyes fixed on the pair. It was as though they were weighing their intentions, probing the very essence of their presence. The tension in the water was palpable, a silent challenge from the reef itself. "We do not act with fear or hostility," Serena replied, her tone calm but firm. "The reef responds to intention, and so do its guardians. They can sense our purpose, our truth. We must show them that we are here to seek, not to take, and that our alliance is built on trust and unity." She raised her hands slightly, a gesture of peace and acknowledgement. Her movements were graceful, her respect for the guardians evident in every motion. The guardians seemed to pause, their undulating forms stilling as though considering her words. The water around them shimmered faintly, an almost imperceptible shift in the energy of the cavern. Serena remained poised, her focus unwavering. Adrian followed her lead, his earlier tension easing as he mirrored her calm demeanor. Together, they stood as allies, their mutual respect for each other and the reef's magic forming a silent testament to their intentions. The guardians' light softened, their movements becoming less deliberate, as though granting tentative approval to their presence. The guardians glided around Adrian and Serena in mesmerizing patterns, their bioluminescent bodies casting rippling light across the cavern walls. Their movements were neither hostile nor entirely welcoming, a silent dance of evaluation. Adrian held his breath, his eyes darting between the creatures and Serena, who stood calmly at his side. She began to move her hands in slow, deliberate gestures, her body language radiating respect and sincerity. Her voice, soft but firm, carried through the water, soothing and reverent as she spoke words Adrian didn't fully understand. The creatures paused, their glowing eyes fixed on Serena as though contemplating her intentions. Adrian fought the instinct to tense up, remembering her earlier advice. He mimicked her composed stance, suppressing his unease and focusing instead on the intricate beauty of the guardians. Their undulating forms seemed less alien in that moment, their movements embodying a strange grace that mirrored the rhythm of the reef itself. The water around them seemed to hum with an energy that felt almost alive, as if the reef itself was observing and deliberating. A tense silence lingered before the guardians began to shift their formation. Their circling slowed, and one by one they parted, leaving a clear path through the cavern. Serena let out a breath she had been holding, her shoulders relaxing just slightly. "They've accepted us," she murmured, her voice tinged with relief. Her gaze flicked to Adrian, who nodded, the weight of the moment settling in. It was not a victory born of force or cleverness, but of humility and understanding, a lesson the reef seemed intent on teaching. As the guardians drifted back into the shadows, their lights dimming to a faint glow, Adrian and Serena exchanged a brief, resolute glance. They moved forward, the path now open before them, their bond reinforced by the shared trial. The experience left Adrian with a deeper appreciation for Serena's connection to the reef and for the power of the alliance they had forged. The journey ahead remained uncertain, but for the first time, Adrian felt a glimmer of confidence in their ability to navigate the challenges together. As they ventured deeper into the reef, the passageways became increasingly treacherous. Before them loomed a shimmering, iridescent barrier, stretching across their path like a celestial veil. The web-like structure glimmered with an array of colors, shifting and pulsing as though alive. Serena approached it cautiously, her keen eyes narrowing in concentration as she examined the intricacies of the magical obstruction. Tiny runes floated within the barrier, their patterns twisting and rearranging with a rhythm that seemed almost musical. Adrian hung back slightly, watching her work while keeping an eye on their surroundings. "This isn't just a physical barrier," Serena murmured, her voice thoughtful as she reached out to trace the runes without touching them. "It's an enchantment, a test, perhaps. The magic woven here is ancient, designed to challenge the mind and spirit rather than brute strength." Her expression shifted as understanding dawned. "We'll need to decipher its patterns, find the harmony within its design, to pass through." Adrian stepped closer, peering at the runes and the kaleidoscopic shimmer of the barrier. "Harmony? What does that mean in this context? Are we looking for some kind of code?" His voice was steady, but his furrowed brow betrayed his unease. The reef had already proven unpredictable, and the idea of a sentient challenge unsettled him. Serena tilted her head, considering his question before responding. "Not a code, exactly. Think of it as a melody," Serena explained, her fingers hovering over the shifting runes. "We must align our energies, our intentions, with the magic of the reef. It requires balance and focus. Work with me." Adrian nodded, setting aside his doubts as he stepped closer. Together, they concentrated on the barrier, their combined efforts seeking the resonance needed to dissolve the obstruction. The runes began to slow their frantic dance, responding to their synchronized movements, until the shimmering veil flickered and then dissolved, revealing the path ahead. "This is a protective enchantment," Serena said, her tone calm but focused as her eyes scanned the intricate web of glowing magic. "It's not designed to harm but to test. We need to solve the puzzle to pass through." She stepped closer to the barrier, the iridescent hues reflecting on her face. Tiny, shifting runes floated within the enchantment, each one pulsating in rhythm with an unseen energy. Serena's fingers hovered over the shimmering patterns as she studied their movements, her brows furrowed in concentration. Adrian watched from beside her, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. "What kind of puzzle are we dealing with?" he asked, his voice steady but laced with curiosity. "Is it like the labyrinth we just escaped?" His eyes traced the runes, trying to make sense of their ever-changing forms. The barrier seemed alive, responding subtly to their presence as though waiting for them to act. He couldn't shake the feeling that the reef itself was observing them, testing their worthiness. "This one is different," Serena replied, her voice thoughtful. "It's not about navigation but alignment. These runes represent the energies of the reef, its harmony, its balance. We must figure out how to align our actions with its rhythm." She glanced at Adrian, her gaze steady. "It requires a calm mind and a willingness to listen to the magic itself. If we force it or approach it with the wrong intent, it will resist us." Adrian nodded, stepping closer to stand beside her. "Then we work together," he said firmly. "What do we need to do?" Serena gave a small nod of approval before extending her hand toward the barrier, her movements deliberate and precise. She guided Adrian through the process, teaching him how to mimic the subtle gestures that interacted with the runes. Together, they worked in unison, their focus aligning with the rhythm of the reef's magic. Slowly, the barrier began to shift, its vibrant colors softening and dissolving like mist, revealing the path forward. They exchanged a glance of mutual respect, their bonds strengthened by their shared triumph. The barrier shimmered with an ethereal glow, its surface adorned with intricate symbols and runes that shifted as if alive. Each rune pulsed with a faint light, their patterns changing with a rhythm that seemed almost sentient. Serena stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied the shifting symbols. "These runes are part of an enchantment puzzle," she murmured, her voice steady yet focused. Her fingers hovered over the barrier, tracing the delicate lines of the symbols as she began to decipher their meaning. The runes pulsed brighter as if reacting to her touch, and Serena paused, letting the magic guide her intuition. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze flickering between the barrier and Serena's concentrated expression. "What do they mean?" he asked, his mind racing to piece together the puzzle. He noticed how the runes seemed to flow in patterns, some connecting while others repelled each other like magnetic forces. "It looks like they're responding to each other," he added, pointing to a section where two symbols briefly merged and emitted a brighter glow. The interaction reminded him of constellations shifting in the night sky, each star part of a larger, unseen design. Serena nodded, acknowledging his observation. "Exactly," she said, her voice tinged with admiration for his quick thinking. "These symbols represent the elements of the reef's magic, balance, harmony, and intent. We need to arrange them in a way that aligns with the reef's energy. If we misstep, the barrier could grow stronger or react unpredictably." Her fingers moved more confidently now, rearranging the glowing symbols with careful precision. Each adjustment brought a subtle change in the barrier's hum, a soft resonance filling the water around them as if the reef itself was testing their understanding. Adrian leaned in, his own instincts kicking in as he pointed to another section. "Try connecting those two," he suggested, noting a pattern he hadn't seen before. Serena hesitated for a brief moment before following his lead, her movements deliberate. As the runes aligned into a coherent design, the barrier's glow intensified, then softened, dissolving into a cascade of light. The path beyond was revealed, a new passage shimmering with promise. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of triumph, their teamwork having unraveled the enchantment. For a moment, they stood in shared silence, the gravity of their progress and their growing bond underscored by the shimmering light of the reef. As the final piece of the barrier's puzzle clicked into place, the shimmering wall dissolved into a cascade of light, disappearing into the water like glittering rain. Adrian and Serena exhaled deeply, the tension in their shoulders easing as they stepped forward. What awaited them on the other side was a breathtaking grotto, its waters bathed in the soft glow of enchanted crystals embedded in the walls and ceiling. The crystals pulsed gently with hues of blue, lavender, and gold, casting an ethereal light that danced across the grotto's surface. It was a stark contrast to the challenges they had just faced, as if the reef was offering them a moment of reprieve. The water was impossibly clear, revealing a carpet of soft, luminescent algae on the grotto's floor. Small, glowing fish darted through the water, their movements adding to the enchanting scene. The grotto's hum was low and steady, resonating in their chests like a heartbeat and creating an atmosphere of serenity. Adrian let out a low whistle of awe. "It's like the reef has a soul," he said, his voice hushed as if speaking too loudly might disturb the tranquility around them. Serena stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the crystalline structures that seemed to grow organically from the stone. "This place is alive with magic," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "The reef isn't just a physical entity, it's a living, breathing being. This grotto feels like its heart, a sanctuary where its energy gathers and renews itself." She knelt by the edge of the water, dipping her hand in. The glowing algae shimmered at her touch, as though recognizing her presence. Serena turned back to Adrian, her expression calm yet resolute. "This place is a gift, but it's also a reminder of the responsibility we carry." Adrian nodded, feeling the weight of her words settle over him like the hum of the grotto itself. "We've earned this moment," he said, his tone thoughtful as he gazed at the glowing crystals. "But it's not the end. The reef is giving us a chance to regroup, to prepare ourselves for what's next." He stepped to her side, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Let's not waste it." Serena met his gaze, and in that quiet exchange, they found a shared resolve. Though the grotto offered peace, they knew it was only a pause in the journey, and the trials ahead would demand every ounce of strength and unity they could muster. Serena stood at the edge of the luminous water, her voice tinged with both relief and awe as she spoke. "This grotto is a place of rest and reflection," she said, her words soft but resolute. "We've navigated the first series of challenges. The reef is testing us, but we're making progress." Her gaze swept over the glowing crystals and the tranquil waters, the soft hum of the grotto seeming to echo her sentiments. There was a gentleness here that contrasted sharply with the chaos they had faced before, as though the reef acknowledged their efforts and granted them this moment of peace. Adrian stood beside her, his arms crossed as he surveyed their surroundings. "A place like this doesn't just happen," he mused. "It's deliberate, part of the reef's design. It wants us to reflect on what we've learned so far, to regroup before moving forward." His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed the weight of the trials ahead. He glanced at Serena, his respect for her growing with every step of their journey. "You've been right about the reef at every turn. It's alive in ways I couldn't have imagined, and it's clear it's not just testing our strength. It's testing our purpose." Serena met his gaze, her expression thoughtful. "The reef's magic is ancient, and its trials are meant to reveal not just who we are, but who we could become," she said. "It's not just a physical journey, it's a transformation. Every obstacle we face forces us to adapt, to trust in each other, and to discover strengths we didn't know we had." Her voice carried a quiet conviction, as though she had begun to understand the deeper purpose behind their mission. "This grotto is proof that the reef acknowledges our progress, even if the hardest challenges are still ahead." For a moment, they both stood in silence, absorbing the meaning of Serena's words and the serene beauty of their surroundings. The grotto's gentle hum seemed to resonate in their chests, a reminder of the living magic that surrounded them. Adrian finally broke the silence, his tone lighter but no less sincere. "Then we'll take this moment for what it is, a chance to catch our breath and steel ourselves for what's next." He glanced toward the shimmering exit of the grotto, the faint current beyond hinting at the challenges that awaited. "When we leave this place, we'll be ready. Whatever the reef throws at us next, we'll face it together." Adrian leaned against a nearby crystal formation, taking a moment to steady his breathing and gather his thoughts. His chest rose and fell with measured determination as he spoke, his voice low but firm. "This place is incredible," he said, his eyes scanning the glowing grotto with equal parts awe and caution. "But it's also clear that the reef won't make our journey easy." The serenity of the grotto was a stark contrast to the chaotic maze they had just navigated, yet Adrian couldn't shake the feeling that this brief reprieve was only a pause before the next storm. The reef, for all its beauty, was a gauntlet designed to test every fiber of their resolve. Serena nodded in agreement, her expression thoughtful as she gazed into the tranquil waters. "The reef is alive with purpose," she said, her voice tinged with respect for the ancient magic surrounding them. "Every challenge it presents is deliberate. It's not just testing our strength or courage, it's testing our ability to adapt, to think critically, and to trust in each other." She turned to face Adrian, her gaze steady. "The moment we let our guard down, it will find a way to exploit our weaknesses. We have to remain vigilant, not just against the dangers we can see, but the ones we can't anticipate." Adrian ran a hand through his damp hair, the weight of her words settling over him. "You're right," he said, his tone reflective. "We've made it this far because we've worked together, because we've trusted each other even when the path ahead was uncertain. But that trust has to stay unshaken, especially when things get harder." He straightened, his resolve hardening as he glanced toward the shimmering exit of the grotto. "We can't afford to let this moment of peace lull us into a false sense of security. The reef is testing not just our skills but our commitment to this mission." The glow of the grotto seemed to intensify for a brief moment, as if affirming their shared determination. Serena stepped closer, placing a hand lightly on Adrian's arm. "Then let this place remind us of why we're here," she said, her voice steady. "The challenges ahead will be difficult, but they're not impossible. Together, we have the strength to face whatever comes next." Her words carried a quiet conviction, grounding Adrian in the gravity of their shared purpose. As they turned toward the exit, their resolve was renewed, their each step a silent vow to meet the reef's trials with unwavering determination. Serena's gaze hardened as she surveyed the glowing grotto, her eyes reflecting the gravity of their mission. "Indeed," she said, her voice steady but laced with the weight of responsibility. "The reef is full of magic and mystery. It's alive in ways that we don't fully understand, and each trial it presents will test us in different ways." She took a deep breath, her fingers gently brushing the smooth surface of one of the enchanted crystals surrounding them. "But no matter what challenges we face, we will face them together. Our strength lies in our unity, and that is the only way we will unlock the secrets of this place." Adrian watched her with a sense of admiration. There was a quiet fire in Serena's words, a conviction that bolstered his own resolve. "The reef's power is vast," he said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty lingering in his chest. "But we've already overcome so much. We've navigated treacherous currents, solved puzzles, and faced creatures that guarded the way. We're not the same as when we first set foot in this place. We've grown stronger, individually and as a team." He paused, turning his eyes toward the shimmering expanse beyond the grotto. "I believe we can break the curse. Together, we're unstoppable." Serena nodded in agreement, her eyes following his gaze to the shifting waters ahead. Breaking the curse is not just about confronting the trials, it's about understanding the reef itself. Each step we take brings us closer to its heart, to the ancient magic that binds it together. The answers we seek are hidden within its depths, waiting for us to find them. She exhaled slowly, the weight of the prophecy settling upon her shoulders. "I can feel the magic growing stronger, pushing us forward. It won't be easy, but the stakes are too high to turn back now." The sense of purpose between them was palpable, and with each word exchanged, their bond seemed to grow even stronger. Adrian placed a hand on the railing beside them, the motion deliberate. "Then let's keep moving," he said, determination flaring in his eyes. "We'll uncover the secrets of the reef, break the curse, and whatever else lies ahead, we'll do it together." Serena's smile was a small but powerful acknowledgement of their shared goal. They stood side by side, prepared to face whatever challenges the reef would throw their way, knowing that their alliance and trust in each other would be the key to their success. As they rested in the tranquil grotto, the soft hum of the enchanted crystals was a soothing contrast to the intensity of their journey so far. The air felt thick with magic, each breath a reminder of the unknowns that still lay ahead. Adrian sat on a large, smooth stone near the water's edge, his thoughts drifting between the challenges they had already faced and the trials yet to come. Serena stood by the water, her reflection rippling in the shimmering surface, lost in contemplation. Both knew that the magical reef was far from forgiving, its depths filled with secrets both wondrous and perilous. The trials that had tested their strength, intellect, and resolve thus far were only the beginning, and the true extent of what awaited them remained shrouded in mystery. The reef, with its ever-shifting landscapes and unpredictable enchantments, seemed to hold its breath as if watching them. Its coral spires reached toward the surface like ancient sentinels, while the waters below concealed creatures and powers beyond human understanding. Serena could feel the weight of the prophecy pressing on her, the knowledge that every step they took in this magical realm could bring them closer to either salvation or ruin. Yet, despite the uncertainty, there was a strange sense of wonder within her. The reef was alive in a way no other place had ever been, and she couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and complexity of its magic, even as she prepared to face its dangers. Adrian, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, the weight of their mission heavy on his shoulders. Though he had faced numerous dangers in his life, this journey was unlike any he had ever undertaken. The trials they would encounter in these waters were unlike any battlefield he had known. Yet, as he looked over at Serena, he found a deep sense of reassurance in their alliance. She had proven herself capable and resolute, and together, they had already overcome so much. Their shared goal to break the curse and unlock the secrets of the reef was the driving force behind their every action. With her by his side, he was ready to face the unknown, trusting in their partnership and the strength they had found in each other. The night air grew still, and the reef seemed to settle around them as they gathered their gear and prepared to move on. There was no turning back now. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges that would test their limits, but they were no longer uncertain about the strength of their bond. Together, they would navigate the reef's magic, face whatever trials came their way, and break the curse that had long bound Serena to this enchanted place. As Adrian stood and joined Serena at the water's edge, they shared a silent moment of understanding, knowing that the journey ahead would demand everything they had, but also knowing they were ready. With renewed determination and a strengthened alliance, they dove once more into the depths, ready to face whatever awaited them in the uncharted waters of the magical reef. Chapter 13: The First Challenge. The enchanted grotto, with its gentle luminescence, seemed like a sanctuary, a brief haven from the dangers and uncertainties of the reef. The soft glow of the magical crystals reflected off the water's surface, casting ripples of light that danced across the walls of the cavern. Adrian and Serena, still adjusting to the serenity of their surroundings, took a moment to absorb the quiet beauty of the place. The air, cool and refreshing, carried with it the faint scent of salt water and something uniquely otherworldly. It was as if the grotto itself was holding its breath, allowing them a brief reprieve before the true challenges of their journey would unfold. Serena stood at the water's edge, her gaze fixed on the path that lay beyond the grotto's boundaries. The tranquil hum of the crystals reverberated in the air, offering a soothing contrast to the storm that brewed within her. She knew, deep down, that the peacefulness of the grotto was but a fleeting moment. It was only a temporary reprieve before the next trial would begin. The reef had tested their physical endurance, but she sensed that the deeper trials ahead would challenge their very spirits. The prophecies had been clear about the nature of the trials they would face: courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. But the true weight of those challenges was still to be revealed. Adrian stood beside her, his mind racing with a mix of apprehension and determination. His eyes scanned the edges of the grotto, where the walls seemed to pulse with the ebb and flow of unseen magic. He could feel the pulse of the reef, the raw power that coursed beneath the surface, waiting to reveal its mysteries. They had already come so far, surviving the shifting currents and the labyrinthine passages, but he knew that the hardest part of their journey was yet to come. The feeling of unease that had settled in his chest since entering the reef had not dissipated. If anything, it had grown stronger, fed by the knowledge that each step forward would bring them closer to unknown trials that could very well break them. But as Adrian glanced at Serena, he found solace in her presence. She had been his anchor, her calm resolve a steadying force when the journey had seemed most perilous. Her deep connection to the magic of the reef, her understanding of its mysteries, had guided them so far, and he knew that her strength would carry them through whatever came next. The trials they faced were designed to test their resolve, to forge them into something stronger, but Adrian believed in their partnership. Together, they had faced each challenge, and together, they would face whatever the reef had in store. Serena turned toward him, her expression serious but filled with quiet resolve. "We can rest here for a moment longer, but we can't afford to linger. The reef is waiting, and the trials will not wait for us to be ready." Adrian nodded, his mind finally settling into a state of readiness. With the calmness of the grotto still surrounding them, they made their decision. They would press on. The next chapter of their journey awaited them, and with their alliance stronger than ever, they were prepared to face whatever trials lay ahead in the depths of the magical reef. Serena moved with quiet confidence, her every step deliberate as she guided Adrian through the winding corridors of the grotto. The walls, lined with bioluminescent flora, seemed to pulse with a quiet rhythm, as though the very rock was alive with magic. The cool, damp air carried the scent of earth and salt water, and the soft echo of their footsteps was the only sound in the stillness. The weight of the prophecy hung heavily on their minds, each word a reminder of the trials they were about to face. The cryptic warning about courage, wisdom, and sacrifice lingered in the air, fueling both their resolve and their anxiety. As they moved deeper into the grotto, the narrow passageways began to twist and bend in ways that defied logic. The walls seemed to shift ever so slightly, and every turn they took revealed another passage, sometimes leading them in unexpected directions. The path ahead was unclear, as if the very grotto were testing their ability to stay true to their purpose. Serena's gaze never wavered, her focus sharp as she scanned the surroundings for any sign of danger or clue. She could feel the reef's magic growing stronger with each step, its energy flowing around them like a living entity. The deeper they went, the more the air seemed to hum with power, as if the grotto itself was aware of their presence. Adrian stayed close behind, his eyes scanning the passageways with a mix of awe and caution. He had grown accustomed to the dangers of the sea, but the reef was something entirely different. It was alive, ancient, and full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The barrier they had encountered earlier, the shimmering wall of runes and symbols, had been only a glimpse of the reef's true power. Serena's explanation of the enchantments had given him some understanding, but he still felt a sense of unease. Every step they took seemed to bring them closer to the unknown, and yet, he felt a strange pull, an unexplainable connection to the place, as though the reef itself had chosen them for this journey. They came to a sudden stop as the passage widened into a small chamber. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, and the faint glow of distant crystals illuminated the space in a soft, otherworldly light. Serena's hand instinctively reached for Adrian's arm, a silent signal for caution. The floor of the chamber was covered in smooth stones, and the walls were lined with strange, shifting symbols that flickered in and out of existence. Adrian could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as he realized that this was no ordinary place. This was a place of power, a point of convergence in the reef's intricate web of magic. Serena took a step forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied the symbols on the walls. "We're close," she said, her voice low and steady. "The first trial is near. We'll need to work together to solve it. The reef will test us here, but we must trust in our strength and our bond." Adrian nodded, feeling a surge of determination rise within him. The reef had tested their resolve in small ways already, but this was the moment that would truly challenge them. The prophecy's warning echoed in his mind once more, but this time, he felt ready. With Serena by his side, he knew they could face whatever the reef had in store. As Adrian and Serena made their way deeper into the heart of the reef, the shifting sounds of the underwater world faded, replaced by a tense silence. The air around them seemed to thrum with energy, and the deeper they went, the more they felt the weight of the magic pressing in from all sides. They arrived at a vast, circular chamber, the stone floor glowing faintly under the light of enchanted crystals embedded in the walls. The room's scale was daunting, its high ceiling lost in shadows, and the air felt thick with a sense of anticipation. Serena's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. "We've reached the first trial," she said, her voice calm but laced with the weight of what they were about to face. Her words sent a shiver down Adrian's spine, the realization that they were now entering the true heart of the reef settling in. The chamber before them was not just an obstacle, it was a place where their resolve and partnership would be tested. At the center of the room was a shimmering magical barrier, a barrier that seemed to pulse with life. Its surface rippled like water disturbed by a gentle breeze, glowing with a spectrum of colors that shifted and swirled in a mesmerizing dance. Serena stepped forward, her expression one of focus as she examined the magical barrier closely. "This is a test of our cooperation," she explained, her voice steady despite the challenge that lay before them. "The reef's magic thrives on balance. We must work together in perfect harmony to pass. If we fail to align our wills, we will be trapped here." Adrian's eyes followed Serena's every movement, trying to make sense of the enchantment before them. The barrier was not simply a wall to break through. It was an obstacle that required more than just force. It demanded unity, trust, and a shared purpose. Adrian took a deep breath, his mind racing as he considered the weight of Serena's words. He had faced countless dangers in his time, but this was different. This was a trial that demanded more than skill or knowledge. It called for an unspoken connection between them, one that he hadn't fully realized was necessary until this very moment. He moved to stand beside her, his posture mirroring hers, and reached out to connect with the energy of the reef. His senses sharpened as he felt the pulse of magic swirling around them, waiting for the right moment to act. Serena's hand moved slowly toward the barrier, tracing the intricate symbols that shimmered across its surface. Adrian followed her lead, extending his energy to match hers, allowing the currents of magic to flow between them. At first, nothing happened. The barrier remained unyielding, its light pulsing softly in response to their efforts. But with every passing moment, the air between them grew heavier, as if the reef itself was testing their strength, their patience, and their resolve. Adrian's breath caught in his chest as the barrier seemed to fight back, an invisible force pulling at their every movement. They were locked in a silent battle, pushing against the barrier with every ounce of strength and magic they possessed. Then, just as doubt began to creep into Adrian's mind, something shifted. A subtle connection formed between him and Serena, their energies aligning in a way that felt natural, as though they had always been meant to work together. The barrier's resistance lessened, and the colors of its glow began to shift, blending into a soft, calming light. With a final push, the magic gave way, and the barrier dissolved into the air, leaving nothing but a faint ripple of energy behind. The silence that followed was almost deafening, but in it, they could feel the weight of their success. They had passed the first trial, not with brute force, but with the strength of their partnership. Serena turned to Adrian, a rare smile playing at the corners of her lips. "We did it," she said softly, her voice carrying the relief of their shared triumph. Adrian returned her smile, the feeling of accomplishment settling deep within him. They had proven that they could face the challenges ahead together, and though the journey was far from over, they now had the confidence to continue. With the first trial behind them, the path forward seemed a little less daunting, and for the first time in a long while, Adrian believed that they might just have a chance to uncover the secrets of the reef and break the curse that bound them. The chamber they entered was unlike any they had encountered so far. The air hummed with a palpable energy, and the atmosphere felt thick with the weight of ancient magic. At the heart of the chamber stood an imposing barrier of shimmering energy, its presence dominating the space. The barrier was alive, its surface undulating in a constant, mesmerizing dance of swirling light and shadow. The colors within it shifted in complex patterns, glowing and fading like a heartbeat, each pulse sending ripples through the air. It was as though the barrier was watching them, aware of their every move, a living entity that held the key to their next step. As Adrian and Serena stepped closer, the power of the barrier became more apparent. It wasn't simply a wall to break through, but a challenge to their very will. The magical force emanating from it was both beautiful and intimidating, its rhythms entrancing, yet carrying an underlying warning. The symbols within the shifting patterns seemed to shift as well, almost too quickly for Adrian's eyes to follow. The more he stared at it, the more he felt as though the barrier was actively testing him, probing for weaknesses. It was clear that this was no ordinary enchantment, but something far older and more complex, something that would require more than just brute force to overcome. In the center of the barrier, resting atop a pedestal of translucent crystal, was an inscription. The pedestal itself seemed to glow with a soft inner light, casting reflections across the walls. The inscription was written in an ancient script, one that Serena recognized immediately. She stepped forward, her eyes scanning the etched symbols, her lips moving silently as she read through them. With a deep breath, she placed her hand upon the crystal pedestal, her fingers tracing the delicate grooves in the stone. The cool surface of the pedestal seemed to hum beneath her touch, resonating with the energy of the barrier itself. Serena's voice broke the silence, steady and firm as she read the inscription aloud. "To pass the trials and unlock the path beyond, you must align your hearts and minds in unity. Only then will the barrier yield." Her words echoed through the chamber, bouncing off the walls and filling the space with a profound sense of weight. The inscription seemed to glow brighter as she spoke, the patterns in the barrier shifting in response to her voice. The air around them vibrated, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire reef held its breath. Adrian glanced at Serena, his mind racing. The message was clear. This was not just a physical trial, but one that would test their connection and their ability to work as one. Adrian felt a knot of uncertainty form in his stomach. The inscription's meaning was not lost on him. It wasn't enough to simply fight through the barrier or find a way around it. They had to come together as allies, as partners, and synchronize their wills. The challenges they had faced up until this point had pushed them to trust each other, but this was different. The reef demanded that they go beyond mere cooperation. It required a bond, a deeper connection that transcended the physical and mental. As Serena turned to face him, her gaze steady and filled with resolve, Adrian knew that the success of their journey depended on how well they could meet this new challenge. Not just together, but as one. Serena's voice rang clear as she translated the inscription aloud, her words reverberating through the chamber, amplifying the weight of their meaning. To pass through this barrier, you must prove your unity and resolve, she said, her eyes scanning the shifting patterns of light and shadow that danced across the energy barrier. The barrier will challenge your determination and the strength of your bond. The words hung in the air like a solemn declaration, carrying with them a sense of foreboding. The realization settled in that they were not only facing a physical obstacle but something far deeper, an invisible force that would demand more than their strength or skill alone. As the last echo of her voice faded, the barrier before them seemed to pulse more strongly, its colors flickering in response, as if it had understood the challenge they now faced. The swirling lights became more intense, twisting in intricate patterns, almost hypnotic in their beauty. It was as though the barrier itself was alive, watching them, assessing them, testing them before they could advance. The energy it exuded was thick with magic, its very presence pressing in on them, urging them to understand that this was not merely an obstacle to be overcome, but a lesson to be learned. The air seemed to grow heavier, as though the chamber itself held its breath, awaiting their next move. Serena stood motionless for a moment, her gaze locked on the barrier as her mind raced to process the challenge. "It's not just about breaking through," she murmured, almost to herself, her voice barely audible. "We need to be in perfect harmony, our minds and hearts aligned, or the barrier will remain." She turned to Adrian, her expression serious but resolute. "We must prove that our bond is stronger than any force that might divide us." Adrian's stomach tightened, the weight of her words sinking in. This was not just a matter of navigating the physical dangers of the reef. The very foundation of their partnership would be tested here. Adrian glanced at Serena, trying to understand the depth of what was being asked of them. The trials they had already faced had challenged their trust and their resolve, but this was something new, something intangible. It wasn't just about cooperating, it was about proving that they could act as one, moving in perfect synchronicity, with no room for doubt or hesitation. They had already relied on each other's strengths, but now they would need to merge those strengths into something greater than the sum of their parts. The notion felt daunting, but Adrian knew that they had no choice but to try. With a deep breath, Adrian stepped forward, his eyes locking with Serena's. "We've come this far," he said, his voice steady, though a flicker of uncertainty lingered in his chest. "We can face this challenge together, like we always have." Serena's gaze softened as she met his eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. There was no room for doubt now, only unity. They had been through countless trials, but this one would demand something more. Their connection, their bond, would be tested to its very core. But in that moment, standing before the pulsing barrier, they both understood that this was the final step. To move forward, they would have to face their greatest challenge yet, the strength of their unity. Adrian stepped forward cautiously, his eyes narrowing as he observed the barrier before him. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light, patterns of radiant energy swirling in hypnotic spirals. Each flicker of color seemed to dance in perfect synchronization with the pulse of the barrier, its rhythm both mesmerizing and unnerving. He could feel the weight of the challenge pressing down on him, the air thick with magical energy. Every instinct told him that this was no ordinary obstacle. They weren't just facing an enchanted wall. They were standing before something far deeper, a manifestation of the reef's magic, designed to test not just their skills, but their very connection. As he moved closer, the barrier seemed to respond to his presence, its colors shifting in subtle waves. The closer Adrian came, the more alive it felt, as if it were aware of his every movement. He glanced over at Serena, who stood beside him, her gaze unwavering. She was calm, her focus sharp, yet he could see the weight of the moment in her eyes. This wasn't just about passing through, it was about proving something greater, something about their partnership, their ability to work as one. He could feel the pressure mounting, and though the air around them hummed with quiet magic, it felt like the world itself had fallen silent in anticipation of their next move. Turning back to the barrier, Adrian's brow furrowed in concentration. "How do we begin?" he asked, his voice carrying the uncertainty of the moment. He had faced many challenges before, but this felt different. The barrier before them wasn't just a puzzle to be solved with physical force or clever tricks. It was a test of unity, of their ability to trust in each other completely. He knew that breaking through it wasn't about understanding the magic itself, but about aligning their hearts, their minds, and their spirits. It was a task that would require more than just skill. It would demand vulnerability, trust, and absolute harmony. Serena took a step closer to the shimmering barrier, her movements measured and deliberate. "We begin by trusting in each other," she replied, her voice steady but laced with a quiet intensity. "The barrier will only respond to our combined strength, to our unity. We need to synchronize our thoughts and actions, allow our bond to guide us." She met his gaze, the depth of their shared understanding clear in her eyes. It wasn't just a matter of physical proximity. It was a matter of merging their intentions and energies, becoming one in purpose and in resolve. For a brief moment, Adrian felt the enormity of the challenge. They had fought side by side through countless trials, but this one felt like it would define everything. Taking a steadying breath, Adrian nodded, his resolve firming. He extended his hand to Serena, their fingers brushing lightly, a subtle yet profound gesture. "Then let's do it," he said, his voice unwavering now. There was no more room for hesitation, no more time for doubts. This was the moment that would prove the strength of their partnership. Together, they would face the barrier, not as two individuals, but as one force united by trust and purpose. As their hands clasped, a sudden rush of energy surged between them, the barrier's rhythm matching the beat of their hearts. It was as if the reef itself was waiting, sensing their determination, ready to see if their bond could overcome the trial before them. The air around them crackled with anticipation as they prepared to take the first step toward breaking through. Serena's eyes scanned the chamber with a practiced gaze, taking in every detail. The walls, etched with ancient runes and symbols, glimmered faintly under the soft light of the shimmering barrier. Her fingers brushed against the cold stone, feeling the subtle vibrations that pulsed through the air, like a faint heartbeat emanating from the very depths of the reef. She knew this was more than just a physical puzzle. It was a test of perception, of finding the hidden threads that connected them to the magic of the place. The barrier before them was alive with energy, a manifestation of the reef's will, and it would only yield to those who could unlock its secrets. Serena's mind raced as she processed the inscription on the crystal pedestal, her lips moving silently as she translated the ancient text in her mind. "The trial requires us to work together to unlock the barrier," she murmured, more to herself than to Adrian. Her eyes darted back to the room, her focus narrowing as she examined the space. The chamber itself felt alive, its walls seemingly breathing with the pulse of the barrier, each shift of light a hint towards something hidden just beneath the surface. She stepped away from the pedestal and turned slowly, her gaze flicking to every corner, every shadow, every crevice. "There are likely clues or mechanisms hidden within the chamber that we must find and activate." Her voice was steady, but the weight of the task ahead was clear in her tone. This trial wasn't something that could be solved with brute force or quick thinking alone. It was a test of patience, observation, and teamwork. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze following the same path, his brow furrowing as he, too, sought any sign of a mechanism that could reveal the key to unlocking the barrier. The air was thick with the scent of salt water and magic, and the quiet hum of the barrier seemed to intensify the deeper they ventured into the chamber. As his eyes moved over the runes and symbols, Adrian couldn't help but feel the immense responsibility that lay on their shoulders. They had come so far together, and now, with the barrier before them, they would have to rely on each other's strengths and abilities more than ever before. He knew Serena was capable, but this trial would test them both, stretching their trust and bond to their limits. He turned to her, meeting her gaze. "Where should we start?" Adrian's voice was calm, but there was an edge of uncertainty beneath the surface. He could feel the pressure mounting, the weight of the prophecy bearing down on him. This was the first true trial they had encountered in the reef, and if they failed here, everything they had worked for so far would have been for nothing. His mind raced, but he knew that rashness would only hinder their progress. Patience, observation, and trust would be their guiding lights. They had to work together to decipher the clues that lay hidden, and each move had to be deliberate, calculated. Serena nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Let's start with the runes," she suggested, stepping toward the walls where intricate carvings decorated the stone. She traced the symbols lightly with her fingers, feeling the energy that pulsed through them as she moved from one to the next. These may be more than just decoration. They could hold the key to understanding the barrier's magic. She paused for a moment, her eyes meeting Adrian's. "We'll need to decode them, but we must be careful. The reef is full of magic, and some of these symbols may be traps or illusions meant to mislead us." She inhaled deeply, her focus narrowing as she prepared to dive deeper into the mystery of the trial. This was a challenge unlike any they had faced before, and it would demand every ounce of their combined intellect and strength. The chamber was bathed in the soft, shifting glow of the barrier, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls. The runes and symbols etched into the stone were intricate, flowing, and interconnected in a web-like pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. Each symbol seemed to be part of a larger whole, but their meaning was unclear, fragmented pieces of a puzzle that neither Adrian nor Serena could yet comprehend. The air was thick with magic, and every step they took seemed to deepen the sense of mystery surrounding the trial. The stone beneath their feet felt cold and ancient, as if the chamber had existed long before their arrival, waiting for someone worthy to decipher its secrets. The barrier in the center of the room hummed softly, its shifting colors and patterns casting an ever-changing light on the walls, making it difficult to focus on any one symbol for long. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he studied the carvings, his mind racing to make connections between them. The symbols seemed familiar, though he couldn't place them. They were ancient, clearly tied to the magic of the reef, but their meanings eluded him. He reached out, running his fingers gently over one of the symbols, feeling a slight pulse of energy ripple through the stone. "It's like they're alive," he muttered, glancing at Serena. "They respond to touch, but they're not revealing anything easily." Serena, her expression focused and serious, nodded in agreement. She stepped forward, her hand hovering over the stone as she traced the edges of another symbol, her fingers moving slowly, deliberately. "They're part of a greater whole," she said quietly, "but they don't make sense yet. We'll have to decipher them one by one." They worked in silence, their movements synchronized, each of them studying the symbols from different angles. As they explored the hidden corners of the chamber, they found more runes and carvings, each one seemingly placed with purpose, but no pattern emerged immediately. The walls were covered in them, some etched deep into the stone, others faint, almost worn away by time. Serena bent down to examine a faint set of runes near the base of one wall, her eyes scanning the delicate carvings. "These symbols are newer," she observed, her fingers brushing over them. "They might be the key to unlocking the rest of the puzzle." Adrian crouched beside her, his brow furrowed in concentration. He could see the subtle differences in the way these runes had been etched, newer, fresher, as though they had been added after the others were already in place. "Perhaps they're a guide," he suggested. "A map of sorts, showing us the way forward." They began to piece together the symbols, Serena leading the charge with her understanding of ancient magic. Adrian's mind was sharp, but his understanding of these symbols was limited. He relied heavily on Serena's expertise, trusting her knowledge of the reef's magic. With each symbol they deciphered, the barrier before them seemed to respond, its pulsing energy growing more intense, as if testing their progress. Adrian could feel the weight of the trial pressing on them. The sense of urgency was palpable. This trial was not just a test of intellect, but of their bond. If they failed to understand the language of the reef, they would be trapped in this chamber, separated from the secrets they sought. Finally, after what felt like hours of searching and decoding, Serena's hand stopped over a group of runes etched along a central pillar. "These," she said, her voice tinged with certainty. "These are the key." Adrian leaned in, watching as she traced the runes with her fingers. The symbols began to glow faintly, responding to her touch. "It's a sequence," she murmured. "A pattern we've been missing. We need to activate them in the right order." Adrian nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. With a steady breath, they began to work in unison, activating the runes one by one. As the final symbol lit up, a burst of light erupted from the central pillar, and the barrier before them trembled, its shimmering surface beginning to ripple and dissolve. The chamber fell into an eerie silence, the puzzle solved. They had passed the first trial. As Adrian and Serena moved through the chamber, the energy of the barrier seemed to come alive around them. With each step they took, the colors of the shimmering walls shifted, swirling into deeper hues of blue, green, and violet, as if the barrier itself was watching them, reacting to their every move. It wasn't just a simple visual transformation, each change felt like a pulse of magic, a wave of energy rippling through the air. The more they worked to decipher the runes, the more the barrier seemed to react. Its pulsations grew more intense, its surface rippling with an almost liquid-like movement, as if it were a living entity, observing their every decision. Adrian felt the weight of the magic pressing down on him, the air growing thick with an invisible tension. It was as though the barrier was testing them. Each turn they made a challenge to their resolve. Serena's hand hovered over a series of symbols, her brow furrowing in concentration. She could feel the energy building around them, a palpable force growing stronger with every correct movement. The barrier's light grew brighter as they aligned the symbols in the right order, and for a moment, she thought she could hear a low hum emanating from the barrier itself. It wasn't just a test of intellect. It felt like the reef was responding to their connection, their teamwork. She could sense the urgency in Adrian's movements as he traced the symbols with precision, his fingers brushing over the ancient runes. The more they worked, the faster the energy seemed to intensify, the pulsing rhythm of the barrier almost mirroring their own heartbeat. The pressure was mounting, but they couldn't afford to make a mistake. Every second felt like a race against the magic itself. With each new symbol they discovered, the barrier's colors shifted in response, the patterns becoming more chaotic, more erratic. Adrian's fingers brushed over a newly revealed rune, and the wall in front of them shimmered violently, the air thickening with the surge of magic. He exchanged a glance with Serena, his nerves taut as a string. There was no turning back now. They had already committed to solving this puzzle, and failure was not an option. The pulsing of the barrier grew faster, almost frantic, as though the magic inside it was growing impatient. The energy radiated outward, filling the chamber with a palpable sense of urgency that pushed them both forward. The symbols before them were no longer just marks on a wall. They were the key to survival, the only way to break through the barrier and continue their journey. Serena's voice broke through the tension, her tone steady but laced with urgency. "We're close," she said, her hand tracing the final sequence of symbols. As she spoke, the barrier responded with a sharp burst of light, its colors flaring brightly before fading back into a more subdued glow. The air crackled with power, and for a moment, Adrian thought he could feel the entire chamber holding its breath. His pulse quickened as the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Serena's fingers moved in swift, precise motions, completing the sequence. The energy in the room surged again, stronger than ever before, and the barrier's surface rippled as if it were made of water. It seemed to hesitate for a brief moment before the colors shifted into a calm, steady rhythm. As the final rune was activated, the barrier shuddered, and a soft hum filled the air. The magical energy, which had been oppressive and chaotic, now settled into a smooth, harmonious flow. Adrian and Serena stepped back, their bodies tense with anticipation as they waited to see if their efforts had paid off. Slowly, the shimmering surface of the barrier began to dissolve, its intricate patterns fading like mist. A sense of relief washed over them as the path before them opened up, the once imposing barrier now nothing more than a dissipating ripple of light. The first trial was over, but the sense of urgency remained, urging them forward as the mysteries of the reef beckoned. Hours stretched on as Adrian and Serena worked relentlessly, their minds focused on the intricate puzzle before them. The runes and symbols seemed to shift and change with each attempt, leaving them no clearer than before. With every failure, the barrier's energy grew more unpredictable, its once rhythmic pulsations now erratic and chaotic. The gentle hum that had filled the chamber earlier was now replaced with a low, unsettling growl, like the growl of a predator sensing weakness. The chamber itself seemed to respond to their frustration, the once calm atmosphere thickening with tension. The walls appeared to close in on them, the weight of the magic pressing down on their shoulders as the puzzle stubbornly resisted their every effort. Serena's brow furrowed in concentration, her fingers trailing over the symbols with growing impatience. Each rune she touched seemed to push back against her, as though the very magic of the reef was aware of their struggle. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze flicking back and forth between the glowing runes and Serena's focused face. He could feel the strain in the air, a sense of urgency building with each failed attempt. The pulsations of the barrier were no longer gentle. They were now harsh and jagged, pulsing with an energy that felt almost alive. It was as though the reef itself were testing their resolve, refusing to let them pass until they proved their worth. Adrian's muscles were tense, his mind racing with possible solutions, but every idea seemed to fall short. Their movements had become almost mechanical, each touch of their hands on the runes accompanied by the flicker of light that would soon fade into nothingness. The barrier's response to their attempts was becoming more aggressive, the colors shifting wildly with every misstep. The once beautiful interplay of light now seemed like a mocking display, taunting them with its elusive nature. A bead of sweat rolled down Serena's temple as she glanced up at the barrier's undulating surface, the frustration evident in her eyes. Adrian's jaw clenched, the strain of their failure mounting. The silence between their attempts was thick with tension, the stillness broken only by the occasional hiss of energy rippling through the chamber. The weight of the puzzle seemed to settle on their shoulders, a physical burden as much as a mental one. Time seemed to blur as they worked through endless combinations, each attempt more desperate than the last. The puzzle taunted them with its shifting patterns, the symbols refusing to align in a way that would allow them to pass. The air was thick with the electric charge of magic, and the chamber itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for them to succeed or fail. The barrier responded in unpredictable bursts of light, each failure feeling like another step backward. It was a game of endurance now, a battle against the magic of the reef itself. Adrian could feel the weight of their frustration beginning to cloud his judgment, but he forced himself to stay focused. Serena's voice, steady but tinged with a hint of exhaustion, broke through the silence. "We can't give up. We have to keep trying." After what felt like an eternity, a moment of clarity seemed to pierce the fog of frustration. As Adrian adjusted his stance, his hand brushing against the runes once more, something shifted. The symbols before them seemed to settle, the once chaotic patterns now aligning in a harmonious way. Serena's eyes widened in realization, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She quickly joined Adrian's side, her fingers moving to complete the sequence. The barrier responded almost immediately, its pulsations slowing to a steady, calming rhythm. The erratic energy that had filled the chamber dissipated, leaving behind a quiet sense of anticipation. With a final, synchronized movement, the last rune clicked into place. The barrier shimmered and then dissolved, its magic no longer a barrier but a passageway. Their persistence had paid off, and the path ahead was now open. Adrian's words echoed through the chamber, his frustration palpable as he paced in tight circles, his eyes scanning the walls once more. The symbols and runes continued to shift before them, their meanings as elusive as ever. The barrier's energy, which had been erratic just moments ago, now seemed to pulse with a more dangerous rhythm, reflecting the tension that had taken root in the chamber. The soft glow of the runes provided little comfort, their beauty now overshadowed by the looming challenge. The feeling of being on the brink of understanding, yet so far from success, gnawed at Adrian's patience. He stopped abruptly, his gaze flickering from the runes to Serena, his voice carrying a thread of frustration. "We've missed something. There's a clue we haven't found yet. Something small, something that might be hidden in plain sight." Serena, her brow furrowed in concentration, took a slow breath, letting the words settle in her mind. Her gaze swept across the chamber, lingering on the glowing symbols, each one now appearing like an unsolved riddle. "It's easy to feel lost in all of this," she said softly, her voice steady but laced with the same tension Adrian felt. The runes were intricate, their shifting nature defying easy interpretation. There had to be a pattern somewhere, a key hidden within the puzzle they had yet to see. She reached out, tracing a symbol with her fingertips, hoping to feel some subtle change, some signal that they were on the right track. Her eyes flicked to the edges of the room, where shadows stretched long across the floor. Maybe the clue isn't in the symbols themselves, but in something else, she suggested, her voice thoughtful. Perhaps the arrangement of the runes, or how they interact with the space around us. Adrian nodded, his mind racing as he examined the room from a different angle. The chamber, now suffused with the soft glow of magic, was silent except for the faint hum of the barrier's energy. He shifted his attention to the pedestal at the center of the room, where the inscription had first appeared. It had seemed so simple at first, but perhaps it was more than just a series of instructions. "Look at the pedestal," he said, his voice sharper now. "It's been here the entire time, and we've barely acknowledged it. Maybe the answer lies with it, or in how it relates to the symbols." He stepped forward, carefully inspecting the pedestal's surface. As his fingers brushed against it, a faint shimmer of energy sparked to life, and the pedestal seemed to hum with an ancient vibration. "It's like the pedestal is alive with magic. Could this be the missing piece?" Serena moved to join him, her eyes narrowing in scrutiny as she too studied the pedestal more closely. The surface was smooth and worn, but her fingers brushed against something that felt different, a subtle indentation, barely visible, running along its base. "This mark," she murmured, her voice laced with wonder. "It wasn't there before." Slowly, she pressed down on the indentation, and to their amazement, the pedestal shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, there was a small, crystalline object, its edges etched with a series of symbols that mirrored the ones scattered across the room. Serena's breath caught as she recognized the pattern. This is the key. It has to be." Adrian stepped back, a sense of triumph flickering through him as he watched Serena hold the crystal in her hand. The once elusive puzzle was beginning to reveal its secrets, the missing piece now in their grasp. Serena placed the crystal onto the pedestal, aligning it with the glowing symbols around them. The moment it made contact, the chamber seemed to breathe, a soft, resonant hum filling the air. The barrier, which had once pulsed with threatening energy, now began to calm, its patterns shifting slowly, as if acknowledging their discovery. The magic in the room was no longer a force to be reckoned with, but a guide, leading them through the trial. As the barrier dissolved, the passageway ahead of them opened, and with it, the promise of what was to come. They had found the missing piece, and their journey could continue. Serena's gaze never wavered from the intricate symbols that danced and shifted across the chamber's walls. She could feel the weight of the trial pressing down on her, the pulsating energy of the barrier a constant reminder that they were running out of time. Her fingers hovered over the glowing runes, tracing their edges as if the answer might reveal itself beneath her touch. The air felt heavy with magic, the currents of enchantment swirling around them. It was clear that the symbols were not just decorative, but part of a larger mechanism, a puzzle that was both ancient and complex. "There has to be a pattern, a sequence that we're not seeing," she murmured, her voice soft but determined. Her eyes flicked to Adrian, who was scanning the runes just as intently. "We need to focus on them, break them down, and find the connection." Adrian, who had been pacing in frustration, paused at Serena's words. His eyes narrowed as he turned back to the glowing symbols. The runes had seemed chaotic at first, impossible to decipher, but now they felt less like a wall and more like a puzzle waiting to be solved. He moved closer to the wall, his fingers brushing lightly against the nearest rune. The coolness of the surface sent a shiver down his spine, but he ignored it, focusing on the task at hand. Each symbol shifted under his touch, moving like liquid, but with each movement, he could feel something more tangible beneath the surface. He stepped back, taking in the full scope of the chamber, letting the patterns form in his mind. "It's like a code," he said, his voice filled with understanding. "These symbols, they're not random. They're part of something larger, something we have to unlock." Serena nodded, her gaze sharpening as she started to make connections between the runes. She ran her hand along the symbols, her touch delicate yet purposeful, as if she were trying to feel their rhythm rather than simply see them. Slowly, the puzzle began to come together in her mind, a series of interconnected shapes and patterns that seemed to follow a logical sequence. "The symbols are linked," she said, her voice taking on a confident edge. "Look at how they move together, like a wave. Each one flows into the next. It's not just their meaning, but how they interact with each other." Her fingers hovered over a particular rune, her eyes narrowing as she studied it. "This one, it's different. It's the starting point. If we can unlock it, the rest will follow." Adrian stepped closer, his breath steadying as he watched Serena's fingers hover over the rune. He could sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere, a hum of magic that seemed to respond to her touch. The room had grown quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation. "Do you think it will activate something?" he asked, his voice low but filled with hope. Serena didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pressed her fingers gently into the rune, her touch sending a pulse of energy through the air. For a moment, nothing happened, and Adrian's heart skipped a beat. But then, the symbols on the walls began to glow more brightly, their colors shifting, and the barrier that had loomed over them seemed to waver, as if responding to their actions. A soft rumble reverberated through the chamber, and Serena's face lit up with a mixture of relief and triumph. "I knew it," she said softly. "This is the key." The barrier's energy shifted again, the swirling patterns now calming as the symbols began to align with one another. Serena and Adrian exchanged a glance, both of them silently acknowledging how far they had come and how close they were to unlocking the mystery of the trial. The chamber, which had felt so oppressive before, now seemed to pulse with a quieter, more controlled energy. They had cracked the code, solved the puzzle, and with it, the first barrier had fallen. As the shimmering energy dissipated, the passage ahead of them slowly opened, revealing the next step in their journey. They had made progress, but Serena knew that this was only the beginning. The reef was full of mysteries, and the trials ahead would be just as demanding. But for now, they had succeeded. And that success, however small, was enough to keep them moving forward. As Serena's fingers traced over the runes, she felt a sudden shift in the air, a subtle but unmistakable vibration. She paused, her attention drawn to a particular cluster of symbols that seemed to resonate with the surrounding energy. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she observed the runes more closely, their intricate designs starting to form a recognizable pattern. "Look at these," she murmured, her voice low with realization. "These runes, they're arranged in a sequence. See how they fit together? It's like they're telling a story, one that's meant to be unlocked in a specific order." She gestured toward the symbols, her hand hovering above them as she studied their placements. "We need to align them correctly. This might be the key to activating the barrier." Adrian leaned closer, squinting at the runes Serena had pointed to. At first glance, they had appeared as nothing more than random marks, their meaning lost in their complexity. But now, with Serena's focus guiding him, he began to see the flow between them. Each rune connected to the next, not just in shape, but in energy, as though they were part of a larger mechanism that required precise coordination. "You're right," he said, his voice steady as he moved alongside her. "They're not just symbols, they're instructions. A sequence we have to follow." His fingers brushed against one of the runes, feeling the subtle pulse of magic that emanated from it. It was as if the rune was waiting, eager for the right touch to unlock its potential. Serena nodded, her eyes locked on the sequence as she mentally mapped out the order they needed to follow. The barrier around them seemed to respond to their actions, its energy fluctuating with each passing moment. She could feel the barrier testing them, challenging their resolve as they worked to decipher the runes. "We need to be careful," she warned, her voice a low whisper. "If we make a mistake, the whole thing could reset. We have to align these symbols exactly as they were meant to be. Any misstep could cost us." Her hand hovered over the first rune in the sequence, her fingers trembling slightly with the weight of the task ahead. It was as though the fate of their progress rested entirely on the correct placement of each symbol. Adrian exhaled slowly, stepping back slightly to give Serena space as she focused. The air between them seemed to thrum with anticipation, the chamber alive with magic that waited to be released. He watched as Serena positioned her hand just above the first rune in the sequence, the light from the runes flickering in response. His mind raced with thoughts of the trials ahead. The reef had already proven itself to be a place of immense power and mystery, and this trial was no exception. They were inching closer to breaking through, but the path forward seemed increasingly elusive. Still, he trusted Serena's judgment and expertise. She was the guide in this unknown territory, and together, they had a chance to succeed. With a deep breath, Serena pressed her fingers to the first rune. There was a soft hum, almost imperceptible at first, but then it grew in intensity, filling the chamber with a low, resonant vibration. The runes before her began to glow more brightly, their colors shifting in response to her touch. "It's working," she whispered, her voice filled with quiet wonder. As the first rune settled into place, she moved to the next, repeating the process with careful precision. Adrian watched, his gaze never leaving her as she activated the sequence. The energy of the barrier seemed to ripple, then calm, as if it were recognizing the correct order. With each rune Serena activated, the chamber grew more alive, and the path ahead became clearer. Together, they were unlocking the ancient magic of the reef, one step at a time. Adrian's eyes scanned the sequence of runes Serena had pointed out, a sense of clarity settling over him. The complexity of the symbols had initially thrown him off, but with Serena's guidance, the puzzle was beginning to make sense. Each rune seemed to call to him, as if it were part of a greater whole. The shapes, the lines, and the subtle energy they emitted were not just random markings. They were a language of sorts, one that required careful attention and the right touch. He could feel the weight of the trial pressing in, the magical barrier humming with latent power. But now, more than ever, he trusted in Serena's instincts. "Let's try it," he said, his voice steady, his resolve firm. Serena gave him a nod of acknowledgement, her fingers lightly brushing the surface of the first rune. She could feel the pulse of magic beneath her fingertips, the power waiting to be unlocked. The barriers surrounding them continued to shimmer and shift, responding to the slightest change in their movements. Her heart raced, but she kept her focus, guiding Adrian with each step. "We need to move quickly but carefully," she warned, her voice soft but urgent. "The sequence has to be perfect, or it will reset." Adrian stood beside her, his hand hovering over the second rune. He mirrored Serena's movements, his fingers grazing the intricate designs as he mentally prepared himself for the next phase of the trial. The air around them felt charged, every breath heavy with the anticipation of what might come next. As he studied the runes more closely, he realized that each symbol seemed to correspond with an emotion or idea: strength, unity, resolve, concepts they had already tested on their journey so far. These runes, he realized, weren't just part of the reef's magic. They were also reflections of the bond between him and Serena. "We've got this," he said with quiet conviction, his hand gently pressing down on the next rune. As his fingers made contact, the reaction was immediate. A low hum filled the air, and the runes seemed to come alive beneath their touch, glowing brighter and pulsating in a synchronized rhythm. The barrier surrounding them rippled, its colors shifting with each activation. It was as if the magic itself was watching, waiting for their every move. Adrian felt the surge of energy around him, the sensation both exhilarating and overwhelming. The air seemed to thicken with the weight of their actions, and he realized that this moment, this trial, was testing more than just their physical strength, it was testing their unity. If they could work in perfect harmony, the barrier would yield. If not, they would be lost to its labyrinthine depths. Serena, seeing the progress they had made, continued to guide their movements, her focus sharp and unwavering. Each rune they activated brought them one step closer to breaking through, and with each successful turn, her confidence grew. She could feel the tension lifting, replaced by a quiet sense of triumph. The barrier had not broken yet, but it was weakening, its once impassable energy now bending to their will. She exchanged a brief glance with Adrian, her eyes reflecting the unspoken understanding between them. "We're almost there," she said, her voice filled with quiet determination. Together, they pressed on, unlocking the reef's secrets one rune at a time. With steady hands and focused minds, Adrian and Serena began the delicate task of aligning the runes. Serena's eyes were fixed on the sequence she had uncovered, her fingers tracing the patterns on the smooth surface of the magical stones. She could feel the intricate energy pulsing beneath her fingertips, the barrier's power thrumming in sync with her movements. Adrian mirrored her actions, his attention sharp as he positioned his hands in the exact spots where the runes had been etched. Each time they touched the symbols, the chamber seemed to grow quieter, the air humming with a growing resonance. The previously chaotic energy of the barrier began to slow, responding to their careful approach. As they continued, their movements grew more fluid, as if they had become extensions of the puzzle itself. The synchronization between them was effortless, a reflection of the bond they had forged throughout their journey. Serena's concentration deepened, her breath steady, while Adrian remained vigilant beside her. Together, they began to uncover the subtle connections between the runes, aligning them with increasing precision. The pulsating barrier, once erratic and wild, now mirrored their rhythm, its chaotic swirls of color gradually shifting into smoother, more harmonious patterns. The oppressive tension in the chamber lifted slightly, replaced by a sense of controlled power. With each rune they aligned, the barrier seemed to breathe with them. The once jagged edges of the shimmering energy softened, its light becoming more focused and warm. The swirling patterns of light that had previously been disorienting began to settle into more structured designs, their shifting shapes aligning with the growing cadence of their actions. The barrier no longer seemed like an obstacle, but a test, a challenge that was meant to be overcome through patience and unity. Adrian felt a surge of confidence as their work began to show visible results. The reef, he realized, was not a place to be conquered, it was a place to be understood, its magic as much about harmony as it was about strength. Serena's eyes flicked briefly to Adrian, and in that moment she saw the determination in his gaze. They had come so far, and the final piece was almost within reach. She pressed her hand gently against the last rune, her heart pounding with anticipation. The air around them seemed to hold its breath as she completed the sequence, and for a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a sudden rush of energy, the barrier's light brightened, then softened, its edges dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The chamber seemed to exhale, the tension finally breaking. As the last remnants of the magical barrier faded, Adrian and Serena stood in silence for a moment, their eyes meeting. Their synchronized effort had paid off. They had unlocked the magic of the reef, passed the first test, and proven that their unity was stronger than the enchantments designed to divide them. The once imposing barrier was now nothing more than a shimmering memory, a challenge they had overcome together. With the path now clear, they exchanged a brief but triumphant smile, knowing that while this trial was behind them, the journey was far from over. The reef had many more secrets to reveal, but they were ready to face whatever came next. As they aligned the final rune, the barrier's surface shimmered with an unexpected intensity, its light becoming more vibrant with each passing second. The once erratic pulsation steadied, the swirling patterns of color shifting into smooth, graceful motions that seemed to flow like water. Serena's heart raced as she felt the barrier's energy respond to their efforts. The air around them buzzed with an electric hum, the magic of the reef converging around them. The room seemed to hold its breath as the shimmering light grew brighter, the colors deepening and swirling with greater clarity. Adrian's gaze never left the barrier, his breath shallow as he awaited the moment of release. Then, as if in response to their shared efforts, a soft, melodic chime filled the chamber. The sound was pure and clear, reverberating through the walls like the toll of a distant bell. It carried with it a sense of accomplishment, echoing the steady rhythm of their success. The barrier's surface rippled gently, the colors now flowing in perfect harmony as if it had become a living thing, breathing alongside them. The chamber, once filled with tension and uncertainty, now exuded a peaceful energy, the reverberations of the chime calming the atmosphere. The sound lingered in the air, filling the space with a quiet, soothing resonance that seemed to affirm their triumph. Serena felt a wave of relief wash over her muscles loosening as the barrier's oppressive presence faded. The once formidable magical construct now appeared like a mere illusion, its shimmering light dissolving into the air with a final, delicate pulse. She exchanged a brief glance with Adrian, her expression one of quiet triumph. They had done it. Their combined efforts had unlocked the barrier, proving their unity and strength. The chime, still echoing softly, seemed to celebrate their success, and for a moment, the two of them simply stood in awe, taking in the magnitude of what they had just accomplished. Adrian allowed himself a deep breath, the weight of their journey momentarily lifting from his shoulders. He could feel the pulse of magic still lingering in the air, the very essence of the reef responding to their efforts. It was as though the reef itself was acknowledging their success, offering them a quiet blessing as they moved forward. His mind was already turning toward what lay ahead, knowing that this was only the first of many challenges, but for now, there was a brief moment of peace. The sense of accomplishment was sweet, and he relished in it, allowing the quiet hum of the chamber to settle into his bones. As the last echoes of the chime faded, the path before them cleared. The once impenetrable barrier was no more, and in its place, a new sense of possibility filled the chamber. Serena and Adrian stepped forward, the way now open to them. There was no turning back, but they were no longer uncertain. With each step, they were closer to unraveling the reef's mysteries and breaking the curse that had bound them. Together, they had conquered the first trial, and now, their bond was stronger than ever. The reef's secrets awaited, and they were ready to face whatever came next. As the shimmering energy barrier melted away, the oppressive weight that had hung over them lifted. The barrier, which had once pulsed with an almost tangible force, dissolved into the air with a soft, echoing sigh, leaving behind only the faintest trace of its magic. In its place, a new passageway opened before them, a narrow tunnel illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent plants and the distant shimmer of underwater crystals. The air was cool, the atmosphere calm, and for a brief moment, it felt as though the reef itself had granted them passage, acknowledging their success. Adrian and Serena stood still for a moment, taking in the sight of the newly revealed path. They exchanged a look, one filled with equal parts relief and exhaustion. Their muscles ached, their minds still buzzing from the intense puzzle they had just solved, but there was also a spark of triumph in their eyes. They had overcome the first trial, a significant hurdle in their journey, and the weight of it began to settle into something more manageable, something they could carry forward. The tension that had gripped them earlier now seemed to dissipate, replaced by a quiet satisfaction that came from knowing they had succeeded together. Serena wiped a bead of sweat from her brow, her expression softening as she glanced at Adrian. "We did it," she said, her voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. Her usual calm demeanor was edged with a trace of relief, as though she, too, had been holding her breath for the outcome. The reef had tested them, pushing them to the brink, but they had proven themselves worthy. She took a slow breath, grounding herself, and adjusted her equipment, ready to move forward. The trials ahead were still uncertain, but for now, they had earned this brief moment of respite. Adrian offered her a small, weary smile, his body still tense from the effort. "It wasn't easy," he replied, his voice quiet but firm. "But we made it through. Together." His words held a weight of meaning, a recognition that their bond had only strengthened in the face of adversity. The chamber behind them seemed to fade, its trials behind them now, and before them stretched the unknown, a new challenge, a new trial to overcome. Yet, despite the exhaustion weighing on him, Adrian felt a flicker of something else: hope. Hope that together, they could continue to unravel the secrets of the reef and confront whatever dangers lay ahead. With a final glance back at the now dissolved barrier, Adrian stepped forward, leading the way into the passage. Serena followed closely behind, her steps sure and deliberate, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the reef. The passageway, though dark and winding, felt different now, less ominous and more like an invitation. The trials had begun, but they were not without purpose. Together, they had proven their resilience, and the reef seemed to acknowledge that. They were ready for whatever lay ahead, their resolve solidified and their unity unwavering. The journey was far from over, but this victory, however small, was theirs to cherish. "We did it," Adrian said, his voice filled with a sense of accomplishment as he looked over at Serena. The words hung in the air between them, a moment of reflection on the arduous trial they had just overcome. The weight of the challenge seemed to lift from his shoulders, replaced by a quiet pride. Their success had been hard-won, earned through patience, teamwork, and an unspoken understanding that had grown between them as the trial unfolded. His gaze met Serena's, and in that shared glance, they both recognized the magnitude of their achievement. Serena gave a small nod, her expression one of quiet satisfaction, but her sharp eyes never wavered. She had been focused throughout the trial, her mind working constantly to decipher the intricate puzzle, and now, as the barrier dissolved, she allowed herself a brief moment to appreciate the effort they had both put into this first test. The tension in the air had eased, replaced by a gentle hum of magic that seemed to flow more freely now. "Yes," she agreed, her voice steady, though her lips curled slightly in a faint smile. "But this is only the beginning. The reef will continue to test us." Adrian exhaled slowly, his shoulders relaxing as he took in the surroundings. The chamber around them, once oppressive with the shimmering barrier, now seemed vast and open. The soft light from the bioluminescent plants cast a peaceful glow on the walls, and the calming hum of magic filled the space with an almost soothing aura. Despite the weariness that clung to him, Adrian felt a flicker of hope. They had proven themselves capable of facing whatever challenges the reef could throw at them. Their bond had been tested, and it had held strong. "We've learned something important," Adrian continued, his voice thoughtful as he glanced at the newly revealed passageway ahead. "We can handle whatever comes next, as long as we stay focused and trust each other." He didn't speak the words lightly. He meant them with the depth of someone who had faced trials before, someone who knew that victory was never guaranteed, but that the strength of their partnership would make all the difference in the world. His eyes lingered on Serena for a moment, the unspoken understanding between them clear. They were no longer just two individuals working together. They were a team, a partnership strengthened by shared adversity. Serena nodded again, her face set in quiet determination. "That's the key," she said, her voice firm and resolute. "We've passed this test, but the path ahead won't be any easier. We'll face more challenges, and the reef will continue to push us to our limits. But together we're ready." Her words carried the weight of someone who understood the stakes and the risks they faced. Yet, despite the uncertainty that lay ahead, there was no hesitation in her tone, no doubt in her mind. The reef had thrown its first trial at them, and they had passed. Now, with their bond solidified, they were prepared for whatever came next. With their resolve strengthened and their spirits lifted by this first victory, Adrian and Serena turned their attention to the new passageway before them. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but for the first time, it felt like something they could conquer together. With a final, shared glance, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready for whatever challenges the magical reef would present. They had passed the first test, and that victory would carry them through the trials yet to come. Serena's eyes sparkled with pride as she stood tall, her gaze meeting Adrian's with a quiet but fierce satisfaction. "Indeed," she said, her voice carrying the weight of their accomplishment. "This trial tested our resolve and cooperation, and we proved ourselves worthy." Her words held a quiet confidence, a deep understanding of the significance of their success. She could feel the pulse of magic still vibrating through the chamber, and it was as though the reef itself acknowledged their victory. The shimmer of the dissolving barrier still lingered in the air, a tangible reminder of what they had just overcome. Every step had required both physical and mental endurance, but they had emerged stronger for it. The pride in Serena's expression deepened as she looked at the now vanishing remnants of the barrier. It had been a challenge not just of skill but of trust in each other, and in their ability to face the unknown together. The barrier had not only tested their understanding of the reef's magic, but it had also forced them to rely on their instincts and their connection. There was no room for hesitation, no time for second-guessing. They had needed to act in harmony, to move as one, and they had succeeded. Serena allowed herself a moment to savor the success, knowing that the journey ahead would demand even more from them. "The barrier was designed to assess our unity," she continued, her voice steady and reflective. And we overcame it through our combined efforts. She turned her gaze to the path that now lay open before them, the passageway leading deeper into the heart of the reef. It was an unspoken truth that every trial they would face from here on out would demand the same level of teamwork and determination. But Serena wasn't daunted by that thought. Rather, it filled her with a sense of purpose. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The reef's magic would challenge them, but it had already revealed the most important lesson, that they were stronger together than they could have ever been apart. Adrian, standing beside her, felt the weight of Serena's words settle in his chest. Their success wasn't just about completing a puzzle or passing a test. It was about something deeper, something far more vital. It was about the bond they had forged in the heat of the challenge. "We did it," he said, the pride in his voice unmistakable. "Not just because we were capable, but because we worked as a team." It was an unspoken truth between them now. This was no longer just about each of them individually. This was about their partnership, a partnership that had been tested and proven in the face of adversity. And with that truth in their hearts, they were ready for whatever came next. As they stood there, the realization of their shared strength settled over them like a cloak. Their victory in this trial had solidified not just their progress in the reef, but the foundation of their partnership. The obstacles ahead would undoubtedly grow in complexity, but now they had the unwavering belief that they could face them together. Serena turned toward the passage, her steps purposeful, and Adrian followed closely behind. The trials were far from over, but they were no longer the same individuals who had first entered the reef. They had grown in strength and unity, and that was a force far greater than any magic the reef could throw at them. Together, they were ready for what lay ahead. As Adrian and Serena moved through the newly revealed passageway, the sense of achievement from overcoming the barrier lingered, like a steady pulse of warmth within them. The magic of the reef seemed to respond to their success, the atmosphere crackling with an energy that hinted at even greater trials to come. Each step they took felt heavier with purpose, as if the very stone beneath their feet recognized their triumph and offered them its silent approval. The passage itself was narrow and winding, leading them further into the heart of the reef, but the path ahead no longer seemed so daunting. The shared victory had bonded them in a way that made the unknown less terrifying. The trials of the reef were far from over, but with each success, their confidence grew. What had seemed like insurmountable obstacles at the start now appeared as challenges to be met head-on. Serena's eyes gleamed with the kind of focus that only came from overcoming adversity, and Adrian's expression was no longer clouded by uncertainty. They were learning, adapting, and growing stronger with every passing moment. The reef had tested their resolve, but instead of breaking them, it had forged a connection between them that was unshakable. Each challenge only made them more determined to uncover the secrets that lay hidden in its depths. As they continued deeper into the passage, the atmosphere seemed to shift subtly, the air heavier with anticipation. The magical energy that had once been an overwhelming force now felt like a companion, a reminder that they were not alone in this journey. The sense of achievement they carried from solving the barrier's puzzle wrapped around them like a protective shield. With each success, they were becoming more attuned to the reef's rhythms, more attuned to the magic that pulsed beneath the surface. The trials ahead would test them in ways they could not yet foresee, but they now knew they were ready. The bond they had forged in their shared success was the foundation of their strength. Despite the challenges ahead, they walked with a renewed sense of purpose. Adrian's mind, usually clouded by doubt, now buzzed with ideas and strategies. The reef was still a vast and mysterious entity, but each trial they passed was a small victory, and those victories added up. Serena, ever the steady guide, walked beside him with a quiet confidence that seemed to steady the very air around them. Together, they had proven that they could face the impossible, and each step forward was a testament to their ability to navigate whatever lay ahead. The trials might grow harder, but they knew that their growing partnership was the key to their success. As they rounded the corner of the passageway, the path opened into a new chamber, its vastness both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The walls shimmered with an ethereal glow, casting long shadows that seemed to dance as the water moved. The reef's mysteries were far from unraveled, and the road ahead remained unclear. But with their confidence bolstered and their alliance solidified, Adrian and Serena faced whatever awaited them with a sense of unity and resolve that had been forged in the heart of the reef itself. The trials would continue, but they were no longer afraid. They were ready, together, for whatever challenges the magical depths had in store. The path before them stretched onward, an uncharted expanse that seemed to whisper of both promise and danger. The reef's depths were filled with untold mysteries, each step forward carrying them further into the unknown. Despite the uncertainty, Adrian and Serena were no longer daunted by the vastness that lay ahead. The weight of their shared victory, the first trial they had overcome together, settled into them like a steadying anchor. They were no longer just two individuals navigating the reef. They were a united force, their combined determination a beacon in the darkness that threatened to overwhelm them. The unknown no longer seemed as intimidating as it had before. With each passing moment, the sense of urgency from the trial they had just completed began to fade, replaced by a quiet resolve. The reef's enchantments pulsed around them, but now they carried a new sense of confidence. The magical currents, once unpredictable and mysterious, now felt like an extension of the world they had just unlocked. Adrian walked beside Serena, his mind turning with possibilities. Each challenge they faced would test them further, but with the understanding they had gained, they were more prepared than before. Their bond had deepened in ways that could not be easily broken, and they were determined to face whatever lay ahead, side by side. The journey through the reef was far from over, but the duo's recent success had shown them that teamwork was the key to unlocking its mysteries. The chamber they had just exited felt like a turning point, a marker of the strength they could summon together. Serena's gaze remained sharp, scanning the waters ahead with a focus that showed no signs of wavering. Adrian, his usually thoughtful demeanor now tempered by a quiet confidence, kept pace beside her. He knew that the path ahead would be filled with challenges that required more than just raw strength. They would need to rely on their intellect, their intuition, and the bond they were continuing to build. But the foundation was strong, and that gave him hope. The waters around them began to shift, and the once tranquil atmosphere of the reef seemed to hum with anticipation. Each movement they made rippled through the water, leaving behind faint echoes of their presence. The silence of the underwater world was broken only by the sound of their breathing and the soft, rhythmic hum of the magical energies that surrounded them. Serena's hand brushed against the coral as she passed, a silent gesture of respect to the living magic of the reef. Adrian followed closely, his senses alert to every change in the environment. There was a sense of urgency now, but it wasn't a panic. It was the quiet urgency of knowing they were on the precipice of something vast, something important. As they ventured deeper into the reef, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with the weight of hidden secrets. The unknown stretched before them, and yet, instead of fear, there was a quiet anticipation. Adrian and Serena shared a glance, their unspoken understanding clear. They were ready. Together, they would uncover the truths of the reef, face its trials, and navigate its perilous waters. The first challenge had only been the beginning, but with each step, they grew more in tune with the magic that pulsed beneath the surface. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but they were no longer walking it alone. They were walking it as partners, bound by purpose and strengthened by the trials they had already overcome. Chapter 14: Dark Secrets Unveiled. The passageway beyond the barrier opened into a vast subterranean cavern, its immense size causing the air to feel heavy with the weight of time. The walls of the cavern were etched with ancient murals, their colors faded but still visible enough to tell stories of forgotten epics. The murals depicted vibrant underwater scenes, schools of fish swimming through magical currents, mythical sea creatures entwined in combat, and powerful wizards casting spells that seemed to manipulate the very essence of water. Each image told a tale, one more mysterious than the last, and as Adrian and Serena stepped into the cavern, they couldn't help but feel that they had crossed into a realm far older and more enchanted than they had imagined. The air in the cavern was damp and cool, carrying with it the scent of salt water and earth. Small stalactites dripped from the ceiling, and the soft echo of water trickling from hidden springs created a soothing background hum. But despite the serenity of the cavern's ambience, there was an undeniable tension in the atmosphere. as if the space itself held its breath, waiting. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, their gentle glow casting an eerie light over the cavern, and as Adrian and Serena moved further in, the shadows seemed to shift and dance in ways that suggested they were not entirely alone. It was as if the cavern itself were alive, reacting to their presence. Serena stepped forward, her sharp eyes scanning the murals with a quiet reverence. She could feel the magic in the air, thick and tangible, the same way one might sense a storm before it broke. These murals, they tell the history of the reef, its guardians, and the magic that binds it together, she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of awe. Adrian, too, felt the weight of the cavern's ancient energy pressing in on him, but he remained focused on their goal. He knew that the reef wasn't just a place of beauty, it was a place of power, and whatever lay ahead would require every ounce of their resolve. The deeper they ventured into the cavern, the more intricate the murals became. Scenes of ancient rituals and powerful spells, depicted in rich detail, adorned the walls. Some of the paintings seemed to shimmer faintly, as if alive with magic. The cavern floor, made of smooth, worn stone, was dotted with pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the eerie light of the fungi, adding to the sense of otherworldly beauty. As Adrian's gaze shifted from the murals to the pools, he noticed that the water in one of them seemed to ripple unnaturally, as if stirred by an unseen force. He exchanged a glance with Serena, and though either of them spoke, they both knew that this was no ordinary cavern. They were standing in a place of profound significance, one that would likely hold many secrets yet to be uncovered. Their steps echoed softly as they walked deeper, their senses heightened by the cavern's strange stillness. Serena paused, her eyes narrowing in concentration. "We're getting closer," she murmured. "I can feel the magic intensifying. There's something ahead, something important." Adrian nodded, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. He was acutely aware of how the air seemed to hum with energy, the magical vibrations growing stronger with each step they took. They had already faced many challenges in the reef, but this place, this ancient cavern, felt different. It was as if they had crossed into the very heart of the reef's power, a place where the old magic still thrummed with life. As they rounded a bend in the cavern, the air grew thicker, and the light from the bioluminescent fungi seemed to dim, as though swallowed by the approaching darkness. A faint, melodic sound reached their ears, like the distant hum of a song sung by an unseen voice. The sound seemed to vibrate through the stone, filling the space with an eerie sense of anticipation. Adrian's heart quickened, his instincts on high alert. Serena's expression had become more focused, her eyes searching the darkness ahead. "Whatever lies ahead," she said, her voice low, "we must approach with caution. The reef has tested us, but this place, it is different." Adrian's grip tightened on his sword as they continued forward, ready for whatever challenges or revelations this ancient, magical place would offer them next. As they continued through the cavern, the sense of awe and mystery that had initially filled Adrian and Serena began to give way to something heavier. Serena's gaze grew distant, her eyes fixated on the ancient murals that lined the cavern walls. Her expression, once filled with determination, now carried an unmistakable mixture of sorrow and resolve. The vibrant colors and intricate scenes of mythical creatures and powerful wizards seemed to reflect memories long buried, stirring something deep within her. She had seen magic like this before, ancient, powerful, and dangerous, and the memories of her past, ones she had worked hard to bury, were now resurfacing. Adrian, sensing the subtle shift in her demeanor, paused in his steps and looked over at her with growing concern. His gaze softened, and for a moment, the vastness of the cavern seemed to fade into the background as he focused entirely on her. "Serena," he called gently, his voice breaking through the stillness of the cavern. "What's on your mind?" The question was simple, but it carried with it an unspoken understanding, a recognition that something deeper was troubling her. Serena had been the driving force behind their journey, her confidence and knowledge lighting the way. But now she seemed a shadow of that self-assured leader, lost in her thoughts. She did not immediately answer, her eyes still lingering on a particular mural, a scene of a powerful sorceress standing atop a rocky outcrop. her hands raised as she controlled the currents of a great storm. The image struck a chord in Serena, a reminder of her own past, her own involvement with forces far beyond her control. Finally, with a deep breath, Serena turned to Adrian, her expression betraying a vulnerability she rarely allowed to show. "This place," she began, her voice quiet and distant. "It reminds me of something from my past. A time when I was deeply involved in the magic of the reef. I made a choice back then, one that I've regretted ever since." Her eyes searched his face, as if seeking some kind of understanding. Adrian remained silent, his gaze steady as he listened to her words. He had always known that Serena was no stranger to the darker aspects of magic, but this revelation was different. The regret in her voice was palpable, and for the first time, he saw the weight she had been carrying, hidden beneath her unwavering determination. "What happened?" he asked softly, his concern growing. Serena hesitated, her fingers brushing over the edge of the mural as though tracing the contours of her memories. The walls of the cavern seemed to close in around them, amplifying the intimacy of the moment. The vulnerability in Serena's voice carrying a rawness that left Adrian feeling both protective and helpless. She exhaled slowly, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "Years ago, I was part of a group that sought to control the magic of the reef. We believed that we could harness its power to reshape the world, to bend the currents of fate itself. But we were foolish. We underestimated the forces we were meddling with, and in the end, I lost everything. The power we sought was not meant for mortal hands." Her voice faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "That's why I've been so focused on protecting the reef. I swore never to repeat the mistakes I made." Her eyes met his, a flicker of pain in them, but also a quiet determination. "This place, these murals, they remind me of the past I'm trying to outrun." Adrian's heart ached for her as the weight of her words settled between them. He stepped closer, his voice gentle but unwavering. "Serena, you've changed. You've learned from your past, and you're not the same person you were then." He paused, letting his words sink in. "The choices you made don't define you now. You're here, fighting for something greater than yourself. And you're not alone in this." His eyes softened with a mixture of empathy and admiration. Serena had been the pillar of their journey, and now it was his turn to be that support for her. The cavern, with all its haunting beauty, suddenly seemed a little less ominous, its shadows less oppressive, as they stood there together, bound by their shared resolve. "Serena," Adrian began gently, his voice soft but insistent. He could sense the weight of her thoughts, the way the cavern seemed to close in around them, echoing the unease in her heart. His eyes searched hers, his expression filled with concern. "I can see that something's troubling you. If there's more to the reef's magic and your curse, I think it's time you shared it with me." His words hung in the air between them, carrying the weight of both their shared journey and the deepening trust that had built between them over the course of their trials. The glow of the bioluminescent fungi cast a soft light on their faces, but it did little to mask the tension that had settled in Serena's posture. Serena's gaze flickered away from his, her eyes scanning the cavern as if she could find an escape in its endless expanse. She had never intended to burden Adrian with the darker parts of her past, let alone the dangerous secrets of her connection to the reef's magic. But the truth was inescapable now. The very magic they were trying to harness, the forces they were struggling to understand, were tied to her in ways she hadn't fully revealed. The past she had tried so hard to bury was beginning to resurface, and the consequences of those forgotten choices were starting to take shape. She could feel the weight of it pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. With a quiet sigh, Serena finally turned back to face him, her eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and determination. "I knew this day would come," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking the words aloud would make them even more real. "The reef's magic, it's not just something I studied, something I've learned to control. It's bound to me in ways I never fully understood." She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. The cavern around them seemed to breathe with the pulse of the magic, a constant reminder of the forces that both enchanted and haunted her. "My curse, Adrian, it's tied to the very heart of the reef. I thought I could walk away from it, but the deeper we go, the more I realize how much of it is still inside me. Adrian listened intently, his heart aching as he watched the vulnerability that had always been so carefully guarded in Serena now unfold before him. He stepped closer, his presence a steady force that seemed to anchor her in the midst of her turmoil. "I don't understand," he said, his voice filled with compassion. "What do you mean, tied to the heart of the reef? You've been hiding this curse, but what's its true nature?" He wanted to push further, to demand answers, but he knew that now was not the time for urgency. Serena had always been guarded, and this was no simple matter. The revelation she was about to share would change everything. Serena closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. "Years ago," she began, her voice steady but laced with regret, "I was part of a group that sought to control the magic of this place. We believed we could harness the reef's power, bend it to our will. We didn't understand the consequences." Her hands clenched at her sides, as though the memories themselves were capable of binding her. "In my arrogance, I allowed myself to become part of that experiment, to draw the magic into me. The curse, Adrian, is that the reef's magic is now a part of me. It's in my blood. It's a force that seeks to consume me, and I thought I could escape it by walking away, but the reef has never let go. Now, as we venture deeper into its heart, I can feel it calling to me again, pulling me in." The weight of Serena's confession hung heavily in the air, and Adrian felt a deep sense of awe and sorrow. He could see now why she had kept this from him, why the burden of her past had been so carefully hidden. The reef, the very source of her power, was also the source of her curse. She had spent so long trying to separate herself from it, but in the end, the magic was an inescapable part of who she was. Adrian's heart tightened as he reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, offering what comfort he could in the face of such a monumental revelation. "You don't have to face this alone," Adrian said softly, his voice unwavering. "Whatever's in the reef, whatever it's trying to do to you, we'll face it together. You've carried this burden for so long, but it's not just yours anymore. We're in this, Serena. We're going to find a way to break this curse." His words were a vow, a promise forged from the deep connection they had built through their shared trials. He could see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, but he was resolute. They had come this far together, and whatever lay ahead, they would face it as one. Serena took a deep breath, her gaze shifting to the ancient murals that adorned the cavern walls. The delicate images were faded with time, but their depiction of underwater life and mystical events was still clear enough to send a shiver down her spine. Each panel told the story of the reef's early days, when it had been a place of harmony and balance. Yet, as she studied the murals, Serena's mind drifted to the darker truths hidden beneath the surface. She knew this moment had come. There was no turning back. Adrian had to understand the full extent of the danger they faced. "You're right," she said, her voice steady but filled with an underlying sadness. "There are dark secrets hidden within the reef's history, and it's time you knew the truth." Her eyes lingered on a particularly vivid mural, one that depicted a group of powerful figures standing before a great stone altar, their hands raised in unison. The figures were bathed in a radiant glow, their connection to the magical forces of the reef unmistakable. Serena felt the weight of their gaze, as if the very figures themselves were urging her to share what had been locked away for so long. "The origins of my curse and the reef's enchantments are intertwined," she continued, her voice softer now, as though the chamber itself was listening. "This place, its magic, and my own, they were once part of something far more dangerous than anyone could have ever anticipated." The mural's colors seemed to shift as Serena spoke, almost as if the reef itself responded to the mention of its ancient, dark past. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her pack, her thoughts clouded with memories that had haunted her for years. Long ago, the reef was ruled by a powerful group of magicians who sought to control its magic, Serena explained. They believed the reef's energy could grant them eternal life and limitless power. I was one of them, a willing participant in their experiments. I had been so young, so naive, believing that I could control the forces we were tapping into. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Her eyes met Adrian's, her vulnerability laid bare for the first time. The cavern seemed to grow colder as the memories surged forward, threatening to overwhelm her. "But we were wrong," Serena continued, her voice thick with emotion. "The magic of the reef is not something that can be controlled or manipulated. It is wild, unpredictable, and far older than any of us realized. The experiment, it went terribly wrong. In our quest for power, we inadvertently bound the reef's magic to me, making me its unwilling vessel." Her hands trembled slightly as she spoke, and she quickly clasped them together to steady herself. The past was never as easy to confront as she had hoped. The curse was the result of our hubris. It fused the magic with my very soul, and since then, I've carried its burden. Adrian's heart ached for her as she shared this part of her past, a past that had shaped the woman he had come to know. He could see the pain in her eyes, the years of regret and guilt that still clung to her. But he also saw the strength she had drawn from those years of struggle. She had endured this curse alone for so long, and now, here they were, together, facing the trials of the reef. Serena's voice grew steadier as she spoke the final piece of the truth. "I've spent my life trying to distance myself from the reef, trying to find a way to break the curse. But the deeper we go into the heart of this place, the more I feel its pull, its power growing stronger. It's not just the reef's magic that we have to contend with, it's what it has become inside me." Serena turned her gaze back to Adrian, her eyes searching his face for any sign of judgment or fear. Instead, she saw only determination and understanding. "I didn't want to drag you into this, Adrian. I thought I could handle it on my own, that I could protect you from the danger. But now I realize that the only way to break the curse is to confront it fully, and I can't do that without you." She paused, her breath shaky but resolute. "We have to face the heart of the reef, and together, we can undo what was done all those years ago." Serena moved slowly toward the large mural that dominated one wall of the cavern. The image depicted a grand underwater city, its towering spires stretching gracefully toward the surface of the water, where faint light pierced the depths. The city appeared alive, its streets bustling with people, magical creatures, and shimmering structures that seemed to pulse with an energy all their own. In the center of the mural stood a solitary figure, arms outstretched as though commanding the very forces of the sea. Around them swirled an ethereal aura of magic, a golden light that seemed to radiate with power. The depiction was mesmerizing, but as Serena gazed upon it, a deep sorrow filled her eyes. Her fingers gently traced the outlines of the figure at the heart of the city, a silent reverence in her movements. "This is how the reef once was," she began, her voice soft, yet carrying the weight of ages. "Before the curse, before the magic twisted beyond our control." She paused, her expression distant as she took in the scene before her thoughts adrift in the currents of time. "The figure in the center of the mural is the one who first unlocked the magic of the reef. They were a great sorcerer, someone who believed they could wield its power without consequence." Serena's voice held a trace of melancholy as she continued, her words unraveling the long-hidden history of the place. "But they were wrong. The reef's magic cannot be controlled. It is a force too powerful, too ancient for any one person to master." Adrian stepped closer, his curiosity piqued by her words, but he sensed the pain in her tone, the weight of something personal that she was only now revealing. Serena turned toward him, her gaze lingering on the figure in the mural before she met his eyes. "The sorcerer's name was Azrael," she said quietly, as if the name itself held a power that had been dormant for centuries. Azrael was a visionary, one of the original magicians who discovered the reef's magic and sought to harness it for the good of their people. But as they delved deeper into the magic, something shifted. The magic began to consume them, and Azrael became something else, something darker. She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she continued. "I was their apprentice, chosen to learn from them. I was young, naive, and eager to prove myself." Serena's hands clenched at her sides, her fingers digging into her palms as if trying to ground herself in the present. "Azrael and I, together, we attempted to tap into the core of the reef's magic, believing we could use it to bring prosperity and eternal life to the city. But but we were blinded by ambition. We didn't understand what we were tampering with. Her voice faltered for a moment, the weight of the past threatening to swallow her whole. Azriel's connection to the magic deepened, and they began to change. The once noble figure became obsessed, and their magic grew unstable. I tried to warn them, but by then, it was too late. Serena's eyes darkened as the memories came rushing back. The magic tore the city apart, sinking it into the depths and trapping it in an eternal storm. Azriel's final act was to bind the magic to me, believing that I could contain it. But instead, the curse was born. Adrian, now fully understanding the depth of Serena's connection to the reef and its history, felt the weight of her words. He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. She did not pull away, allowing the moment of solidarity. The curse was the result of our greed, she whispered, her voice barely audible. It was meant to keep the magic contained, but it only served to tie me to it. The city, the people, everything we knew, all lost. And the magic, the very force that had once been a blessing, became a prison I could never escape from. Serena took a step back, her gaze returning to the mural, her fingers brushing over the ancient stone surface as if she could somehow reach through time and undo the damage. That's why I've been avoiding the reef, trying to distance myself from this place, she continued, her voice trembling with the weight of years of regret. But now, as we venture deeper, I can feel the magic drawing me in again. The curse is tied to the heart of the reef, and to truly break it, I have to confront Azriel's legacy and the devastation we caused. She turned toward Adrian, her expression a mixture of resolve and vulnerability. This journey, this trial, is not just about breaking my curse. It's about undoing the mistakes of the past and finding a way to release the magic that binds me to this place. But to do that, I need you by my side as I face what we unleashed. Many centuries ago, this reef was the heart of a thriving underwater kingdom. Serena began, her voice soft but full of reverence for the lost world she was describing. It was a kingdom of breathtaking beauty, where the coral gardens stretched as far as the eye could see and the water shimmered with the vibrancy of life. The kingdom was ruled by a queen, one who possessed an unrivaled bond with the sea and its creatures. She was a wise and benevolent ruler, loved by her people, both human and sea creature alike. Under her reign, the kingdom flourished, and the reef became a sanctuary for all manner of life, from the smallest fish to the grandest sea serpents. As she spoke, Serena's gaze lingered on the faded murals that lined the cavern walls, depicting scenes of the kingdom's golden age. The images showed the queen, her long hair flowing like the currents, standing tall and regal among the creatures of the deep. Her hands were always extended, as if guiding the waters themselves, while the creatures of the sea swam peacefully around her. The queen's magic was a gift, Serena continued, her tone full of awe. It was drawn from the heart of the reef, a crystal of unimaginable power that rested at the core of the kingdom. This crystal was more than just a source of magic. It was the very essence of the kingdom itself, a symbol of the queen's deep connection to the sea. Serena paused for a moment, allowing the weight of her words to settle before continuing. The heart of the reef was not just a magical artifact, but a living force, she explained. It pulsed with the rhythms of the ocean, and the queen's power was tied to it in a way that kept the kingdom in harmony with the natural world. It allowed her to heal the sick, calm the storms, and ensure the prosperity of the kingdom. The magic was benevolent, a force for life, for balance. And it was not just the queen who drew from it, her people did, in ways small and large. The magic was part of their daily lives, woven into the fabric of their society. As she spoke, Serena's expression darkened, and her voice lowered, as though she could feel the shadows of the past creeping in. But as with all great power, there were those who sought to control it. Some among the queen's court grew envious of the heart's influence, desiring its power for themselves. They believed that they could harness the heart's magic without the queen's guidance, without the deep connection to the sea. It was a grave mistake. Serena's hands clenched at her sides, and she shook her head, as if trying to push the haunting memories from her mind. The heart of the reef was not meant to be wielded by just anyone. It could not be separated from its bond with the queen and the sea. Those who tried to take it for their own purposes unwittingly set into motion the curse that would doom the kingdom. The heart of the reef's magic was twisted by their greed. Serena continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. As the heart's power was drawn away from the queen, the balance of the kingdom began to falter. The waters grew turbulent, the creatures of the sea began to turn on each other, and the once thriving kingdom began to fall into ruin. Desperation led to chaos, and the queen, in her effort to save her people, made the ultimate sacrifice. Serena's voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to continue. She bound the heart's magic to the reef itself, to the land and the waters, creating a barrier to protect what remained. But the curse that followed her actions did not only afflict the kingdom, it spread to those who had betrayed her. The heart's magic became a prison, a never-ending cycle of punishment and regret. Serena's eyes hardened with determination as she turned to Adrian. This is the legacy of the reef, the beauty, the magic, the destruction. It's why I've been so reluctant to face it. But the truth is, the curse can only be broken by returning the heart to its rightful place, and that means confronting everything that happened here. This journey isn't just about freeing me from my own curse. It's about restoring balance to the magic of the reef, and undoing the wrongs that were done all those centuries ago. Serena's hand trembled slightly as she pointed to the mural on the cavern wall, where the queen was depicted in all her regal glory. In the painting, she stood tall, surrounded by sea creatures, her hair flowing like the currents themselves, and in her hands she held the heart of the reef. The crystal glowed with an ethereal light, its radiant energy illuminating the underwater scene. The heart of the reef was the source of the kingdom's strength and prosperity. Serena explained, her voice full of reverence. It was more than just a magical artifact. It was the lifeblood of the entire kingdom. The queen's connection to the heart was profound. It was a bond that allowed her to channel the power of the sea itself. The queen in the mural looked serene, almost otherworldly, standing as a symbol of grace and power. Around her, schools of fish swirled in harmony, and majestic sea creatures swam freely. The heart's light radiated outward, casting a warm, protective glow that seemed to fill the entire scene with peace. The heart maintained the balance of magic. Serena continued, her gaze fixed on the mural. It ensured that the forces of the sea and its inhabitants remained in harmony. No one creature dominated over another. The magic of the heart kept the ecosystem in balance, allowing the kingdom to thrive in ways that were unheard of in other parts of the world. Serena took a step closer to the mural, her finger tracing the delicate edges of the heart's glowing depiction. With the heart's power, the queen could heal the sick, calm violent storms, and guide the ebb and flow of the tides. It gave her dominion over the sea, but not in a way that harmed it. The magic was about protection, about fostering life, not control. It was a gentle magic, one that respected the delicate balance of nature. Her voice softened as she spoke, as if remembering the tranquility that once reigned in the kingdom. It was a kingdom where the creatures of the sea, both great and small, lived in peace with each other. The queen's people, too, benefited from the heart's magic, as the land above the water flourished under the same protective power. But as Serena spoke, her expression darkened. She pulled her hand away from the mural and stepped back, her mind clearly reflecting on the darker side of the story. But like all powerful forces, the heart of the reef was vulnerable to corruption. Not everyone in the Queen's court appreciated the delicate balance the heart maintained. There were those who sought to control the power of the heart for their own gain, believing that they could harness it without the wisdom or understanding the Queen had. Serena's tone grew strained, and her eyes flickered with a flash of frustration. The Queen's connection to the heart was not just a matter of magic, it was a spiritual bond. Those who sought to exploit it failed to understand that the heart could not be wielded by just anyone. They sought its power without the responsibility to uphold the balance. The murals around them, which once depicted such peace and harmony, now seemed to tell a story of loss and betrayal. Serena's eyes lingered on the depiction of the Queen, her face filled with sorrow, as if she were already sensing the upcoming betrayal. The kingdom's downfall began when those with ambition twisted the heart's magic. They believed they could take it for themselves, but their greed disrupted the harmony that had once existed. The consequences were catastrophic. The kingdom began to wither, and the creatures of the sea became restless. What was once a paradise became a battleground, with the heart at the center of the chaos. Serena paused, her eyes now meeting Adrian's with a mix of determination and sorrow. That is when the queen made her final, desperate choice. To save what was left of the kingdom, she bound the heart's magic to the reef itself, locking it away to prevent anyone from exploiting it again. But that act, while protecting the realm, also cursed it. The heart's magic was no longer a force for good. It became a prison, trapping the queen's spirit and the power of the heart in an eternal cycle of corruption. The reef, once a sanctuary, became a place of torment for those who had wronged the kingdom. And it's this curse that we now must face. Adrian's voice broke the heavy silence that followed Serena's story, his words tinged with both curiosity and empathy. His gaze remained fixed on her, his mind racing with questions as he tried to piece together the complex history of the reef and the curse that now enveloped it. What happened to change everything? He asked, his voice low but filled with genuine concern. The cavern around them, once filled with serenity, now felt like a place steeped in mystery and tragedy, its very walls holding the weight of the past. Serena closed her eyes for a moment, as if collecting her thoughts before continuing. She took a deep breath, her chest rising with the effort. The queen's decision to bind the heart of the reef was meant to protect the kingdom, she began, her tone grave. But the magic she used to seal it away was more than just a safeguard, it was a curse. When the heart was sealed, the queen's life force became intertwined with the magic, trapping her in an eternal slumber. The reef, once vibrant and teeming with life, became a desolate place. The creatures, too, were affected. Those that had once lived in harmony began to fall into darkness, corrupted by the very magic that was meant to protect them. The peace of the kingdom shattered in an instant. Serena's hand moved slowly, tracing the lines of the mural once more, her fingers lingering on the image of the queen. But it wasn't just the creatures or the kingdom that suffered. She continued, her voice faltering slightly. The queen's closest allies, the ones who had betrayed her in their greed, were cursed as well. Their ambition had led them to seek the heart's power, and for their sins, they were doomed to roam the reef as twisted shadows of their former selves. Now they are the guardians of the reef, twisted, bitter remnants of the people they once were, tasked with protecting the very thing they destroyed. Adrian felt a chill run through him as he listened to Serena's words. The idea of those who had once been noble now trapped in the reef as guardians, their forms corrupted by the magic they had sought to control, was both tragic and eerie. So, the curse is not just on the heart, but on everyone involved in the betrayal, he murmured, more to himself than to Serena. He had always known that curses were powerful forces, but this was beyond anything he had ever encountered. The very land, the creatures, and even the spirits of the kingdom were bound to the consequences of that betrayal. Serena nodded, her eyes dark with the weight of the history she was revealing. Exactly. The reef is a prison for them now, their souls bound to the land, unable to escape the consequences of their actions. The barrier we just passed was just the beginning of the trials set in place to test those who would dare enter this place. But the real challenge lies ahead, breaking the curse that has plagued the reef for centuries. She met Adrian's gaze, her eyes filled with determination. The heart is the key, but to free it, and the queen, will require more than just solving puzzles or defeating monsters. We will have to face the very magic that binds this place, and perhaps even the ghosts of the past themselves. Adrian's resolve hardened as he took in Serena's words. He could feel the weight of the journey ahead pressing on him, but he also felt an unshakable sense of purpose. Then let's face it, he said, his voice firm. Together, we'll find a way to break the curse and set things right. No matter what we face, we'll do it side by side. His hand reached out to gently rest on Serena's shoulder, a silent promise to stand with her through whatever trials awaited. Serena looked at him, a faint smile crossing her lips for the first time in what felt like forever. The bond between them had deepened, and in that moment, they both knew that they were ready for whatever lay ahead. Serena's expression darkened, her eyes clouded with the memory of a distant, painful past. The kingdom's peace was shattered by a betrayal, she said, her voice thick with the weight of the history she was forced to relive. A powerful sorcerer, consumed by jealousy and greed, sought to seize the heart of the reef for himself. Her words hung heavy in the air, each one filled with the bitterness of a wound that had never fully healed. He was once a trusted advisor to the queen, a figure of great power in the kingdom. But his ambition grew too large, and the queen's refusal to hand over the heart drove him to madness. Serena's gaze wandered to the mural before them, where the sorcerer was depicted as a shadowy figure, his hands reaching toward the glowing heart, his expression twisted with greed. He unleashed dark magic upon the kingdom, causing chaos and destruction. She continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. The magic was unlike anything the kingdom had ever seen, a force of pure corruption. It tore through the land, warping the natural balance of the sea and turning once peaceful creatures into monsters of pure malice. The once thriving coral reefs began to wither, the waters darkened, and the once clear skies grew thick with storm clouds. It was as if the very essence of the kingdom was being corrupted by his rage. Her hand trembled slightly as she pointed to the part of the mural where the sorcerer's magic spread outward, wrapping around the kingdom like a monstrous tendril. In his desperation, the queen made a choice. Serena continued, her voice barely above a whisper. To save the kingdom and protect the heart, she used her own magic to create a barrier, one that would protect the heart of the reef but at a terrible cost. The heart's power, intertwined with her own, bound her to the magic, and she fell into a deep, eternal slumber, trapped in the very magic that was meant to save her people. Adrian stood silent, the enormity of Serena's words sinking in. He could see the queen, a regal figure in the mural, her outstretched arms encircling the heart, as if she were embracing the very thing that had ultimately led to her downfall. And the sorcerer? He asked quietly, his voice filled with both pity and anger. What happened to him? Serena's expression hardened, her eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and fury. The sorcerer's betrayal did not go unpunished. The queen's magic sealed him away, trapping him in the very depths of the reef, where he would never again harm anyone. But his punishment was not death. No, it was far worse. His body was twisted by the dark magic he had used, and he was transformed into a guardian of the reef, cursed to remain in this place, guarding the heart of the reef for eternity. His soul is now bound to the very magic he sought to control, and he roams the waters, a shadow of his former self, a reminder of the price of his greed. Adrian could feel the weight of the sorrow in Serena's voice as she spoke of the sorcerer's fate, but there was also a deep sense of bitterness in her words. The past was not just a distant story. It was a living, breathing thing that haunted this reef and shaped their present. This is why we're here, isn't it? Adrian said, his gaze fixed on Serena. To break the curse. To undo what was done so long ago. Serena nodded solemnly, her resolve stealing in the face of the task ahead. Yes, she replied, but it won't be easy. The curse is woven into the very fabric of the reef, and to break it, we will need to face not only the magic but the consequences of the past, confronting the very guardians who were once part of this kingdom's downfall. The mural shifted before them, revealing a scene of devastation. Once pristine towers now lay crumbled and broken, their spires engulfed by swirling tendrils of dark magic. The vibrant underwater city had been consumed by chaos, its once beautiful streets now twisted and flooded with shadow. Serena's voice trembled as she spoke, the weight of the scene reflected in her words. In a desperate bid to protect the heart of the reef, the queen sacrificed herself, she said, her tone heavy with emotion. Her eyes lingered on the image, as if tracing the remnants of a time long past. The queen's love for her kingdom was boundless, and when the sorcerer's magic grew too strong, she knew what had to be done. Her gaze softened as she continued, her voice tinged with sorrow. She used her magic to bind the heart to the reef itself, creating a powerful enchantment that would keep it safe from any who sought to misuse it. She poured all her remaining strength into the spell, knowing the consequences would be dire. Serena paused, her hand resting lightly on the stone wall as if to steady herself. The enchantment was powerful enough to shield the heart from the sorcerer's corruption, But in doing so, the queen tethered her very essence to the reef, becoming a part of it. She merged with the magic, her body fading into the very fabric of the coral and sea, her spirit trapped in an eternal slumber. Adrian stood in silence, his mind racing to comprehend the depth of the queen's sacrifice. He could see it now in the mural, the queen standing alone, her hands raised to the sky as the heart of the reef glowed brightly in her grasp. But the image was marred by the dark tendrils wrapping around her, pulling her into the reef, her form beginning to dissipate into the water, leaving only the faintest traces of her once immense power. She gave everything for her people, Adrian said quietly, his voice filled with reverence and sadness. Serena nodded, her face shadowed with grief. The queen's sacrifice saved the kingdom, but it came at a great cost. The enchantment she created bound her to the heart, and with it, the reef itself became a prison for her spirit. The once thriving city was reduced to ruins, and the heart of the reef, now hidden from all but the most determined, became a beacon of both life and loss. Her eyes closed for a moment, as if she could feel the weight of the queen's choice in the very waters around them. The reef became a place of both beauty and sorrow, a constant reminder of the price paid to protect it. There's more to this curse than just the queen's sacrifice, isn't there? Adrian asked, his voice gentle but insistent. He could sense there was something deeper that Serena had yet to reveal, something that tied her to this ancient tragedy. Serena took a deep breath, her gaze still locked on the mural. Yes, she said, her voice barely a whisper. The queen's magic didn't only protect the heart of the reef. It also trapped the souls of those who had been affected by the sorcerer's dark magic, including the sorcerer himself. The heart became a prison not only for the queen but for the very magic that had once created the kingdom's prosperity. The curse binds all who are part of this story, Serena continued, her tone heavy with understanding. The reef's beauty is also its prison. To break the curse, we must free the queen, the heart, and those souls who are trapped within the magic. Her gaze met Adrian's, filled with determination. That's why we're here, to face the consequences of the past and set things right. But the path won't be easy, and the magic that binds this place is as ancient as it is powerful. Every step we take brings us closer to the heart of the curse, and to breaking it. Serena turned slowly to face Adrian, her eyes filled with an almost tangible sorrow. The weight of her family's curse was heavy in her gaze, and the quiet reverence in her voice reflected the burden that had been passed down through generations. The queen's sacrifice didn't just bind her essence to the reef, she explained, her tone filled with a mixture of grief and regret. It also cursed her to become the reef's eternal guardian. She is trapped, unable to rest, her spirit bound to this place forever, watching over the magic and the heart she once protected with all her power. Her hand trembled slightly as she gestured toward the mural, where the queen's image was still fresh in Adrian's mind. Over time, the responsibility of guarding the reef was passed down to my ancestors, Serena continued, her voice soft but steady. The first of them willingly took on the role, honored to protect the reef and the heart. But as centuries passed, the weight of the curse grew heavier. The role of protector became less a calling and more a punishment. Each guardian could feel the queen's sorrow, her isolation, and the relentless toll it took on their spirit. Serena paused, her gaze drifting toward the bioluminescent fungi that illuminated the cavern's walls. The faint glow seemed to mirror the faint flicker of sadness in her eyes. I am the latest in a long line of guardians, she said, her voice thick with emotion. But unlike my ancestors, who might have accepted the curse as their fate, I've always struggled with it. I was born into this life, this duty, and though I've tried to embrace it, I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story, more to the queen's sacrifice that I've yet to understand. Adrian, feeling the weight of her words, stepped closer, his expression filled with compassion. He could see the toll this burden had taken on her, the quiet pain that lingered just beneath the surface of her strength. But why you, Serena? He asked, his voice gentle, almost a whisper. Why did your family have to bear this curse? What is it about you that makes you the one chosen to carry it forward? Serena's eyes met his, her expression hardening with the determination that had always driven her, even through the darkest of times. I don't know why I was chosen. Perhaps it was fate. Perhaps it was the Queen's will. But one thing is certain, the curse isn't just a responsibility. It's a prison. I am bound to the reef, to its secrets, and to its pain. And now, I realize that the only way to break free is to uncover the truth behind it all, to find the heart, to free the Queen, and to end this cycle of suffering that has lasted for centuries. Her eyes softened then, a glimmer of hope breaking through the sorrow. And maybe, just maybe, with your help, we can finally set things right. Adrian's heart ached as he processed the gravity of Serena's words. His gaze softened, taking in her pained expression, the silent weight of centuries of history etched into her features. He stepped closer, his voice gentle, but filled with an unspoken resolve. So the curse you bear is a consequence of the Queen's sacrifice? And the reef's magic has been warped by the dark events of the past? His mind swirled with the implications of her story. He had known the reef held ancient power, but the depth of its history, and the toll it had taken on Serena, was more than he had ever imagined. Serena nodded slowly, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Yes, she said, her voice quiet but strong. The Queen's sacrifice was both an act of love and one of unimaginable tragedy. The magic that once nurtured the reef, keeping it thriving and vibrant, was corrupted by the sorcerer's betrayal. The curse that binds the Queen's spirit to the reef isn't just a punishment for her, it's a curse that taints everything connected to it. Her eyes drifted to the mural again, where the Queen's image, surrounded by the swirling tendrils of dark magic, seemed almost alive. The reef's magic became twisted, lost its original balance. What was once a haven for the creatures of the sea turned into a place of peril and mystery. The weight of her words settled heavily in the air between them, and Adrian could feel the magnitude of the task ahead of them. He had known Serena carried the burden of a guardian, but the depth of her connection to the reef, and the price she paid, was far greater than he had imagined. So all of this, the dark currents, the trials we've faced, it's a result of that broken magic? Adrian asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The reef has been trying to protect itself, but it's twisted, testing anyone who enters with dangers meant to guard secrets. Serena's eyes flickered with something between regret and understanding. Yes. The trials are both a defense and a consequence of the curse. Each test is designed not just to challenge us, but to weed out those who are unworthy or unable to withstand the reef's magic. It's as if the reef itself has become a living thing, responding to the imbalance, trying to protect the heart and its secrets. But the reef is also a reflection of the Queen's pain, her isolation, and the burden she carried for so long. That's why the trial seems so merciless. Adrian could see the toll it had taken on Serena. He had seen her strength in the face of danger, her resilience in moments of uncertainty. But now he understood that her resolve wasn't just born from courage, it was born from a long, painful legacy. Serena, all this time, you've carried this alone, Adrian said, his voice heavy with sympathy. The weight of your family's curse, the pain of the reef's magic, you've shouldered it all without anyone truly understanding. Serena's gaze softened at his words, but there was a flicker of determination in her eyes. I didn't choose this burden, Adrian, but it's mine to bear, just as it was my ancestors'. However, I know that the key to breaking the curse lies in uncovering the truth behind the Queen's sacrifice and the heart of the reef. And I cannot do this alone. With your help, I believe we can finally set things right, end the cycle, and free the reef from the darkness that has plagued it for centuries. Her voice steadied, filled with a quiet resolve. Together, we'll restore the balance, and free me from this curse. Serena nodded solemnly, her gaze fixed on the mural of the Queen, her form surrounded by the dark magic that had once torn the kingdom apart. Yes, she said, her voice heavy with the weight of truth. The enchantments that protect the heart of the reef are also a prison for the Queen's spirit and a burden upon those who guard it. When the Queen sacrificed herself to bind the heart to the reef, she sealed herself within its very essence, ensuring that no one could ever steal the heart or use its power again. But in doing so, she also trapped her own soul in the reef's magic, bound to protect it for eternity. It was a noble sacrifice, but it came at a devastating cost. She turned to face Adrian, her eyes haunted by the memories of her ancestors' endless duty. The heart of the reef is a source of immense power, and it needs to be protected at all costs. But the magic that once nurtured the reef and all its creatures was tainted by the sorcerer's betrayal. The dark magic he unleashed upon the kingdom left a stain on the heart, warping the enchantments that were meant to protect it. Over time, this corruption spread, creating barriers, trials, and traps, forces meant to keep anyone from uncovering the heart's true nature or breaking the curse that binds the queen's spirit. Adrian listened carefully, feeling a deep sense of empathy for Serena. The weight of her family's legacy, of being the latest in a long line of guardians, suddenly felt heavier. He understood now why the reef was so dangerous, why the trials seemed so relentless. The reef wasn't just a place of magical beauty, it was a place of sorrow, where the echoes of betrayal and sacrifice lingered, shaping everything that happened within its waters. So, the reef itself has become a prison, Adrian murmured, more to himself than to Serena. A place of testing, created by the very magic that was meant to protect it. Serena's eyes darkened as she nodded, the burden of her ancestors' role weighing heavily upon her. The trials, the barriers, the dark currents, they are all part of the reef's defense. They are designed to test anyone who dares to uncover the secrets hidden within, to challenge their determination and force them to prove their worth. The Queen's spirit, trapped in the heart of the reef, watches over these trials. She is both the protector and the prisoner, a figure bound by her own sacrifice. Her curse ensures that no one can gain access to the heart of the reef without passing through the trials. The magic forces those who seek its power to confront their greatest fears and prove their loyalty. Adrian's heart ached as he looked at Serena, understanding now the pain that lay behind her resolve. The Queen's sacrifice had been a noble act, but it had left a legacy of suffering for generations. Serena, as the latest guardian, was bound by the same fate, carrying the weight of that history and the expectations of those who had come before her. "And you've been carrying this burden alone all this time," he said softly, his voice full of compassion. "The reef's trials, the curse, it's all fallen on your shoulders." Serena met his gaze, a flicker of gratitude passing through her expression. "Yes," she said, her voice firm with the strength she had cultivated over the years. "But the time has come to break the cycle. The Queen's spirit deserves peace, and the heart of the reef deserves to be free from the darkness that corrupts it. I cannot do this alone, Adrian. But together, I believe we can uncover the truth, defeat the lingering evil, and finally set the Queen's spirit and the reef free." Her eyes shone with a newfound determination, as if the weight of centuries of guardianship had shifted, and the possibility of breaking the curse was no longer a distant hope, but a tangible reality. Adrian placed a comforting hand on Serena's shoulder, his touch gentle yet firm, as if to offer reassurance amidst the weight of her revelation. "It sounds like a heavy burden to carry," he said quietly, his voice full of understanding. The gravity of Serena's words settled in his chest, and he could feel the depth of the sacrifice that had shaped her family's legacy. "But now, knowing all of this, we have a clearer understanding of what we're up against. This isn't just a mission to explore the reef, it's about restoring balance and freeing the Queen's spirit from the prison she's been bound to for centuries." Serena's gaze softened as she felt the warmth of Adrian's support. His words, simple yet profound, gave her a sense of hope that she hadn't allowed herself to feel in years. She had always carried the burden of the reef's magic, but now, for the first time, she wasn't alone. "I've carried the weight of this curse for so long, always focused on protecting the heart and the secrets of the reef," Serena admitted, her voice soft but steady. "But in that, I forgot what it meant to truly seek a way out. I've been fighting the wrong battle, one of preservation, instead of a fight for freedom, for both the Queen's spirit and for the reef itself." Adrian nodded thoughtfully, squeezing her shoulder lightly as he stepped back, his mind racing with the new understanding of their quest. "Breaking the curse won't be easy," he said, his tone pragmatic. "The reef's magic is ancient and tied to the Queen's sacrifice, but now that we know its true nature, we can prepare ourselves for the trials ahead. The heart of the reef holds the key, but it's also the source of the corruption we need to heal. His eyes met Serena's with a renewed determination, a shared purpose solidifying between them. "We've faced challenges together before, and we will face this one as well." Serena took a deep breath, her expression hardening with renewed resolve. "Yes, the trials we've already encountered are only the beginning. There will be more obstacles, more dark magic to confront. The sorcerer's influence still lingers, and it will not be easy to undo the damage he caused. But now we understand why the reef tests those who seek its secrets. It's not just to protect the heart, it's to ensure that those who are worthy of it can pass through, untainted by greed or darkness. We will need to prove our worth in ways we've never imagined." Adrian's gaze never wavered, his commitment to their shared goal unwavering. "We have the strength to overcome what lies ahead, Serena. Together, we can undo the damage caused by that sorcerer's betrayal. We can heal the reef and set the Queen's spirit free, lifting the curse that's haunted this place for so long." His words were filled with the same conviction that burned in his heart, the certainty that their combined efforts could restore what had been lost and right the wrongs of the past. Serena looked at him, her heart swelling with gratitude and determination. The bond between them had deepened in ways that neither had expected, but now it felt unbreakable. "You're right," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "We've come this far, and we won't stop now. The Queen's sacrifice will not be in vain. Together, we'll restore the heart of the reef and put an end to the darkness that has held this place captive for centuries." With renewed purpose, Serena took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the path that lay ahead, and Adrian was right beside her, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the depths of the magical reef. Serena's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope, a light that had long been absent from her expression. The weight of the centuries-old curse, the responsibility she carried for the reef, seemed to lift ever so slightly. "That is our goal," she said, her voice gaining strength with each word. "The trials we face are not just tests of our strength and unity, but also steps toward healing the reef and freeing the Queen's spirit from its prison." The idea that their journey was more than just a series of obstacles, that it was a path toward restoring balance and peace, filled her with a renewed sense of purpose. Adrian stood silently beside her, the significance of her words settling deeply into his chest. He had always known their journey was fraught with danger, but he hadn't fully realized the emotional and spiritual depth of their quest. "So, it's not just about breaking the curse," he said, almost to himself. "We're restoring something lost, something that has been tainted by that sorcerer's betrayal." His mind raced with the implications of their mission. They weren't simply undoing an old wrong. They were helping to restore the heart of a kingdom that had been shattered, its magic twisted by dark forces. It was a task that required more than bravery. It demanded understanding, compassion, and unshakable resolve. Serena nodded, her gaze focused on the path ahead, but there was a softness to her expression now, an openness that had been absent before. "Yes. The heart of the reef holds the key to everything, the Queen's soul, the balance of the reef, and the future of the kingdom's magic. But unlocking it requires more than just brute strength. We must prove that we understand its true power, and that we are worthy of it. Only then can we free the Queen and restore harmony to the waters." Her voice had softened, tinged with the weight of the responsibility she had carried for so long, and now shared with Adrian. Adrian looked at her with deep understanding, his heart swelling with empathy for the burden she had borne alone. "And the prophecy? How does that fit into all of this?" His curiosity had grown since Serena had first mentioned it, and he knew it was essential to their success. If the prophecy was guiding them, it could be the key to unlocking the path forward. He looked to Serena, awaiting her answer, knowing that understanding the prophecy might reveal even more about the trials they would face. Serena took a deep breath, her expression shifting as she recalled the ancient words that had been passed down through her family. "The prophecy speaks of two souls bound by fate, destined to heal the reef and break the curse that has plagued it for centuries. It says that only through unity and understanding can the true power of the heart be unlocked." Her voice grew softer, as if she was remembering the weight of her ancestors' legacy. "I always thought the prophecy referred to someone else, someone destined to help me, but now I see that it is you, Adrian. must face the trials and overcome the darkness together. Adrian's chest tightened with a mix of awe and responsibility. He had come to the reef seeking answers, never imagining that he would become an integral part of this ancient tale. I never imagined that I would be the one to help you carry this burden, but now I understand. He looked into Serena's eyes, the depth of their shared purpose clear between them. We've already faced so much, and we've come through it stronger. Together, we can face the challenges ahead. We can restore the heart of the reef and set the Queen's spirit free. His words were firm with conviction, and Serena, for the first time in years, allowed herself to believe that it was possible. With renewed determination, they turned their gaze toward the depths ahead, ready to face whatever trials the reef would throw at them, united in their mission to heal and restore. As they stood together in the cavern, the ancient murals around them seemed to pulse with a renewed sense of life. The once still images of underwater cities, swirling currents, and mystical creatures now seemed to hold a deeper, more urgent meaning. The stories depicted on the walls were no longer just history. They were part of the living tapestry that surrounded them, reflecting the struggles, sacrifices, and triumphs that had shaped the reef's past. With every glance, Adrian and Serena saw more than just the beautiful artistry. Each detail carried the weight of the reef's long-forgotten secrets, and its ongoing battle against the darkness that had tainted it. For Serena, the weight of the reef's history now felt more tangible than ever. Her connection to the murals, to the kingdom's rise and fall, had always been abstract, but now it was personal. The burden of her ancestors' legacy, the curse that had bound her to this place for so long, was no longer a solitary struggle. She shared it with Adrian, whose unwavering support had shifted her perspective on the journey. As she looked at the murals, her heart swelled with a mixture of sorrow and hope. Sorrow for the Queen's sacrifice, for the kingdom lost to time, and hope that they could change the tide and heal what had been broken. She wasn't alone anymore, and that knowledge made all the difference. Adrian, too, felt the gravity of the moment as they stood surrounded by the walls that had witnessed centuries of history. The revelation of Serena's burden and the true nature of the reef's magic had transformed their mission. What had started as a quest to break a curse now felt like a shared responsibility to restore balance to a world that had been left in chaos. Adrian's mind raced with the understanding that they were not merely adventurers seeking treasure or answers. They were the key to mending something far greater than themselves. The ancient magic of the reef, the sacrifices of its guardians, and the broken promise of peace now intertwined with their own fates. The path ahead, though clearer in purpose, remained daunting. The trials they had already faced were just the beginning, and the challenges yet to come seemed insurmountable. Serena's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the prophecy that had set them on this journey. It spoke of unity and strength, and Adrian now understood just how critical their partnership would be. Every step they took would test not only their physical abilities but their emotional resilience, their bond forged in the crucible of adversity. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of foreboding as they prepared to venture deeper into the reef, knowing that the dangers lurking within were far more complex than he had ever imagined. Yet, despite the uncertainty and looming dangers, Adrian's resolve solidified. He had come to care for Serena, not just as a companion on this journey, but as someone whose strength and heart had earned his deepest respect. The trials ahead would be difficult, but he believed in their ability to overcome them together. There was a purpose now that transcended the need for survival or success. It was a deeper calling to restore what had been broken and free the Queen's spirit from its eternal prison. It was a mission that bound them together, one that required not just physical might, but trust, compassion, and unity. With every passing moment, their connection grew stronger, as did their understanding of the task at hand. Serena turned to Adrian, her eyes reflecting the weight of their shared responsibility. "We've uncovered the truth," she said softly, her voice filled with a mix of determination and quiet resolve. "We know what we must do. The reef's fate is in our hands now, and together, we'll restore it to what it once was." Her words, though simple, carried the weight of centuries of lost hope, now rekindled by their shared determination. Serena had never felt more certain of their cause, and as she looked at Adrian, she realized that, with him by her side, the curse could be broken, the reef could heal, and the Queen's spirit could be free. As they turned away from the murals and continued deeper into the cavern, the sense of purpose between them solidified. The path ahead was fraught with danger, yes, but now they were not just facing the unknown, they were confronting it together. The trials would test their strength, their unity, and their hearts, but the truth they had uncovered and the bond they shared made them stronger than ever. The ancient stories on the cavern walls were no longer just memories. They were a guide, a reminder that they were part of something much greater than themselves. The reef's magic, its secrets, and its future lay ahead, and together, Adrian and Serena would face whatever came next with unwavering resolve. With the weight of their newfound understanding pressing heavily on their hearts, Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the cavern, a renewed sense of determination filling their every step. The truth they had uncovered about the reef's curse and the sacrifices that had been made over centuries now served as both their guide and their burden. Serena's words, spoken with quiet strength, echoed in Adrian's mind, reminding him that they were not just adventurers seeking answers. They were the key to undoing the ancient wrongs that had bound the reef in darkness for so long. The journey ahead would not be easy, but their shared resolve gave them the courage to face whatever trials awaited. Serena stood tall, her gaze unwavering as she surveyed the path before them. She could feel the weight of her ancestors' legacy upon her shoulders, the burden of the curse that had been passed down through the generations. Yet, for the first time in years, there was a flicker of hope in her heart. With Adrian by her side, she no longer felt like the lone protector of the reef, cursed to bear the burden alone. Together, they had unlocked the first layer of the mystery surrounding the heart of the reef, and now, they were ready to delve deeper into its heart, to confront the dark magic that had left such a lasting scar upon its waters. The prophecy that had guided them now seemed clearer, its meaning unfolding with each step they took. Adrian, ever watchful, kept his focus on the path ahead, his mind still processing the magnitude of their task. What had started as a quest to break a simple curse had transformed into something far greater. The Queen's sacrifice, the sorcerer's betrayal, and the curse that had haunted Serena's bloodline now intertwined with their own fates. He couldn't help but think of the Queen's image in the murals, her outstretched arms, surrounded by a swirling aura of magic. It was clear now that they weren't merely seeking to free Serena from her curse. They were attempting to heal the reef, to restore balance to a world that had been ravaged by greed and betrayal. The weight of this mission pressed on him, but it also filled him with a fierce sense of purpose. They had no choice but to succeed. The air around them seemed to thrum with the magic of the reef as they ventured deeper into its heart. Serena could feel the pulse of the enchantments as they passed, each trial they faced pressing them closer to the truth of the heart of the reef, and the power that lay dormant within its depths. There was a dark undercurrent to the magic here, a lingering stain left by the sorcerer's curse that had twisted the natural flow of power. But Serena felt a spark of resistance within herself, an inner strength that had grown in the wake of their shared journey. The bond she had forged with Adrian, the trust they had built in one another, was now their greatest weapon. It was this unity that would see them through, that would allow them to face the reef's darkest corners and uncover the truth hidden beneath the surface. They moved forward, their steps in sync, their shared resolve the only light in the oppressive darkness. Each trial would bring new challenges, but with every obstacle they overcame, they felt themselves growing stronger. They were no longer just two people thrown together by fate. They were allies, bound by a common purpose, and their strength was in their unity. As they approached the next challenge, their connection to the reef and its magic deepened. Adrian could feel the weight of the ancient enchantments pressing in on them, but he knew that together, they could overcome whatever lay ahead. The curse that had held the reef in its grip for so long would be broken, and peace would be restored, not just for Serena, but for the Queen's spirit, the reef's inhabitants, and the magic that had once been a force for good. Serena's heart swelled with a renewed sense of hope as they continued on their journey. There was still much to be done, and the trials ahead would test their every limit, but they were ready. The darkness that had once seemed insurmountable was now something they could face together, and with each step, they came closer to redemption. The ancient guardian and the reef she had been bound to protect would find peace, and with it, the magic that had been twisted by the sorcerer's betrayal would be healed. Serena was no longer just the guardian of the reef, she was its savior, a alongside Adrian, her trusted companion. Together, they would restore the balance that had been lost and free the Queen's spirit from the prison she had been trapped in for so long. Chapter 15: Adrian's Mission. The soft glow of the cavern's bioluminescent fungi bathed the chamber in a serene light, yet a heavy silence lingered between Adrian and Serena as they sat in quiet reflection. The weight of Serena's revelations pressed down on them, the ancient history of the reef now intertwined with their own fates. The murals, with their vivid depictions of betrayal, sacrifice, and the ancient kingdom's fall, had deepened their understanding of the curse and the trials ahead. The Queen's selfless act and the sorcerer's dark magic still loomed over them, but Serena's newfound resolve gave Adrian a sense of clarity, as though the path ahead, though fraught with danger, was not impossible. The flickering shadows cast by the glow seemed to mirror the uncertainty they both felt, but also the quiet strength that had begun to form between them. With a deep breath, Adrian shifted, breaking the silence. He met Serena's gaze, his expression somber yet determined. It was time for him to reveal the story that had brought him to the reef. He spoke of his past, of the distant land he had left behind, and the personal quest that had led him to seek out the heart of the reef. His voice was steady, though a flicker of pain crossed his features as he spoke of the loss that had shaped him. The tale of a kingdom lost to time, of a family's legacy corrupted by greed, and of his quest to reclaim what was stolen from his ancestors now felt intrinsically linked to Serena's mission. They were no longer two separate quests but one intertwined journey to restore balance to the world. As Adrian finished his tale, there was a quiet understanding between them. The reef's curse, the heart of the reef, and the trials they faced were no longer abstract challenges. They were personal. Serena had been carrying the weight of her bloodline's legacy, and now Adrian had shared his own burdens. It was clear to both of them that their paths had converged for a reason. The trials they would face were not just tests of strength and magic, but of character and perseverance. Their alliance had grown deeper through this exchange, and with their shared understanding, they were more determined than ever to continue forward. Together, they would face the challenges ahead, not just as companions, but as two souls bound by a common purpose, to heal the reef, break the curse, and restore the balance that had been lost so long ago. As they nestled on a smooth rock ledge, the ambient glow of the cavern surrounding them, Adrian let out a slow, steady breath. The stillness of the moment seemed to amplify the gravity of their situation, the weight of their shared mission pressing upon him. He had been silent for a while, processing everything they had learned from the murals in Serena's story. The trials ahead were daunting, and the truth of the reef's curse had become undeniable. But now, with Serena by his side, it was time to reveal the full extent of his own journey, the quest that had brought him to this ancient, mysterious place. His eyes flickered toward Serena, whose focused expression made it clear she was awaiting his words. Adrian's voice was steady as he began to share his story, recounting the events that had set him on this path. He spoke of a distant kingdom once rich with knowledge and power, a kingdom that had fallen prey to greed and betrayal. The Empire's treasure, an artifact of immense power, had been stolen by those who sought to use its magic for their own ends. That theft, that loss, had set in motion Adrian's pursuit of the heart of the reef, believing that it was the key to restoring what had been taken from his ancestors. His words were measured, but there was an unmistakable edge of resolve in his tone. The pain of loss was still fresh, but it no longer consumed him. His mission was no longer solely about revenge or reclaiming what had been stolen. It was about healing the wounds of the past, both his and the reef's. As he finished speaking, Adrian paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air between them. Serena's gaze had softened, her earlier resolve now tempered with a deeper understanding of his purpose. She had listened closely, her silence an acknowledgement of the pain he had carried alone for so long. In that moment, the space between them seemed to shrink, their shared burdens weaving an unspoken bond. The significance of their journey was clearer now. It was no longer just about the trials or the curse. It was about redemption. Adrian's mission was now intertwined with Serena's quest to break the curse of the reef. Together, they stood united, their individual paths converging toward a shared goal, to restore what had been lost and heal the ancient wounds that bound them both to this place. Serena, Adrian began, his voice calm but firm, as he turned to face her. I think it's important that you know why I'm here and what my mission involves. Understanding my quest might help us see how our goals are intertwined. The words hung in the air between them, the cavern's soft glow casting long shadows over his face. Serena, who had been quietly observing him, gave a small nod, her eyes urging him to continue. Adrian took a deep breath, gathering the strength to reveal the story he had kept hidden for so long. The weight of their shared journey, the trials ahead, and the connection between their missions now felt heavier than ever, but he knew this was the moment to share the truth. With a steady gaze, Adrian began recounting the story that had led him here, to this ancient, cursed reef. His voice was filled with quiet determination as he spoke of the kingdom he once called home, a place known for its wisdom and power, a place that had been torn apart by betrayal and greed. An artifact, the heart of the reef, had been stolen long ago by those seeking to misuse its magic for their own purposes. This theft, this catastrophic event, had set in motion Adrian's quest for vengeance, as well as a desperate desire to restore balance to his people's lost legacy. He explained how, after years of searching, he had come to believe that the heart of the reef might be the key to restoring both his kingdom's lost power and his family's honor. As he finished his story, Adrian's gaze softened, and he gave a quiet sigh, the burden of his past momentarily lifting. Serena had listened intently, her expression a mixture of empathy and understanding. She hadn't interrupted, allowing him the space to speak freely. The shared silence between them felt different now, as if the distance between them had closed, both physically and emotionally. Serena's eyes met his, and in that moment, the true weight of their journey became clear. Their goals were no longer separate, and their fates were bound together in ways neither had fully realized until now. With a quiet, shared resolve, they both understood that the path ahead, fraught with peril as it was, would be walked side by side. Serena nodded, her expression attentive, her eyes steady and encouraging as she gestured for Adrian to continue. There was a quiet intensity in her gaze, one that seemed to say she was ready to hear whatever he had to say, no matter how difficult or complicated it might be. Her fingers lightly rested on the rock beside her, her posture open yet calm, giving him the space he needed to share his truth. Adrian felt the weight of her understanding, as if her silent support had already woven a connection between them that allowed him to be vulnerable in a way he hadn't been with anyone in years. As Adrian hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts, the air between them seemed to hold its breath, the cavern's ambient glow flickering softly in the distance. Serena's patient silence pushed him forward, urging him to unearth the parts of his journey that had remained buried for so long. Finally, he spoke again, his voice tinged with a mix of regret and resolve. My kingdom, the place I once called home, is gone now, destroyed by its own greed. The heart of the reef, an artifact of immense power, was stolen by those who wished to control its magic. I was born into that world, into a family that once held power and influence, and I watched as it all fell apart when that artifact was taken. Adrian's words grew more somber as he shared the details of his quest, his pursuit of vengeance against the thieves who had shattered his home. I came to the reef because I believed that if I could find the heart of the reef, I could restore my family's legacy and reclaim what was lost. He confessed, his voice growing steadier with each word. Serena's presence beside him was a silent anchor, giving him the strength to continue. I know now that there is more to the heart's magic than I originally understood, and I can't do this alone. The curse that binds the queen here and the magic of the reef are all connected, and if we are to restore balance, I need your help. Adrian's gaze drifted across the cavern, his eyes momentarily lost in the soft glow of the enchanted crystals that illuminated the space. The shimmering light reflected in his eyes, casting an almost ethereal quality to his features. He seemed distant for a moment, as though lost in thought, before his voice broke the silence, steady and full of purpose. My ship, the Crimson Tempest, and I have been on a long journey in search of a legendary treasure. This treasure has consumed me for years. It's been the driving force behind every decision, every battle fought, every port left behind. I've dedicated my life to uncovering it, believing that it holds the key to a power unlike anything the world has ever known. He took a breath, his fingers brushing the rough stone of the ledge they sat on, grounding himself in the present moment. The treasure isn't just a collection of riches. It's a series of ancient artifacts, each with its own unique power. These relics are said to hold the secrets of a forgotten civilization, a people who wielded magic on a scale that has never been seen again. There are rumors that these artifacts are scattered across the seas, hidden in places that are nearly impossible to reach, and I've spent years following leads, battling storms, and navigating dangerous waters to piece together their locations. Adrian's voice grew softer as he continued, his expression turning more serious. But the closer I get, the more I realize that the treasure isn't just something I can claim for myself. The power it holds, the magic it can unlock, it's tied to forces I don't fully understand. That's why I've come to the reef. I believe the heart of the reef is one of those artifacts, and if I can unlock its secrets, I might not just restore my family's honor, but uncover something far greater, something that could change everything. Adrian's voice faltered for a moment, as he allowed the weight of his words to settle between them. The cavern seemed to grow quieter, as if the very stones were listening. He glanced at Serena, his eyes reflecting the weight of years spent chasing shadows. The treasure, he continued, his tone heavier now, is believed to be hidden somewhere in these waters. My father was obsessed with finding it before he passed. It consumed him. He dedicated his life to searching for clues, drawing up maps, and chasing every lead, but in the end, the treasure eluded him. He left behind nothing but unfinished notes and half-finished puzzles, all pointing to this reef as a possible location. He took a deep breath, steadying himself as memories of his father flooded his mind. I took up his quest after he died, hoping to honor his memory and finish what he started. It became my obsession too. Every shipwreck I encountered, every storm I weathered, it was all in pursuit of the same goal. I wanted to find the treasure, not just for the power it could bring, but for him. To give his life the meaning he never found and to fulfill the promise he made to himself before it was too late. Adrian's gaze darkened as he paused, his hands clenched at his sides, the weight of his confession still heavy in the air. Now, here I am, standing in the heart of the reef, following the path he believed would lead us to the treasure. But I'm starting to wonder if it's not just about the treasure anymore. There's something more to this place, something tied to my father's obsession, and I can't shake the feeling that it's all connected. His fate, the magic of the reef, and what we're trying to accomplish together. Serena's eyes remained fixed on Adrian, her expression a mix of curiosity and contemplation. She had absorbed the weight of his words, and now, the question that had been silently building in her mind finally slipped from her lips. And how does this treasure relate to our current mission? Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of urgency beneath it. The layers of mystery surrounding the reef, combined with the prophecy they were following, had already woven an intricate web, and now Adrian's story seemed to add a deeper level of complexity to their already perilous journey. Adrian shifted slightly, his gaze flickering as he considered her question. He hadn't fully allowed himself to think of the treasure in terms of their shared mission, but now that the question was out there, the connections began to form. The heart of the reef, the source of the kingdom's magic, he said slowly. It's believed to be one of the artifacts tied to the treasure my father was seeking. He believed that the reef, and the magic it holds, was central to unlocking the final piece of the puzzle. It wasn't just the wealth or power that drove him, it was the knowledge, the ancient magic hidden beneath the surface. He turned to Serena, his voice quieter now, tinged with the weight of everything that had led him to this point. As we uncover the secrets of the reef and face its trials, I realize that finding this treasure, or whatever remains of it, could be crucial not only for us, but for breaking the curse that haunts you. The artifact my father sought, if it's truly here, might be tied to the very magic that binds your spirit and the reef itself. Our paths may have crossed for reasons greater than we imagined. Adrian's eyes grew distant as he continued, his voice tinged with a mix of reverence and determination. According to the legends, he said slowly, the treasure is not just material wealth, It's said to be linked to ancient magic that can influence the balance of power in the world. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts, the weight of his father's obsession settling in. My father was convinced that finding it would unlock secrets that could change the course of history. He believed that whoever controlled the treasure would have the ability to shape the future of kingdoms, even alter the fabric of reality itself. It was more than just the promise of riches, it was the power to reshape the very world as we know it. Serena listened intently, the enormity of Adrian's words sinking in. The idea of such power, hidden in the depths of the reef, was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The magical forces at play in the reef already held so much potential for both creation and destruction. Now, with the treasure's mysterious connection to the balance of power, Serena realized that the stakes of their mission were even higher than she had initially thought. If what you're saying is true, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, then finding this treasure could be the key to restoring the reef, and the curse that binds me to it. Adrian nodded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. That's what I believe. My father's notes suggested that the treasure, combined with the heart of the reef, might hold the power to heal the land and break the curses tied to it. If we can find the treasure and unlock its magic, we may be able to put an end to the darkness that has plagued this place for centuries, once and for all. His words carried a sense of finality, as though the weight of his father's legacy, combined with the knowledge of the reef's magic, had set him on a path that could not be undone. But we need to uncover the rest of the secrets first. Only then can we truly understand the full extent of what we're facing. Adrian's gaze softened as he turned to Serena, his expression earnest and filled with a mix of resolve and uncertainty. When I arrived here and encountered the reef's enchantments, he began, his voice steady, I realized that the treasure might be more than just a prize. It could be something far more significant. The more I learned about the heart of the reef and the curse that binds you, the more I understood how interconnected everything is. He paused, choosing his words carefully. If the legends are true, then the treasure is not just a collection of artifacts, it's a part of a much larger puzzle. It might be linked to the heart itself, and more importantly, it might hold the key to breaking the curse that has bound you for so long. Serena listened closely, her heart pounding as Adrian's words sunk in. The possibility that the treasure could be more than just a means to power was both a glimmer of hope and a heavy burden. The idea that it could break the curse that had tormented her ancestors, and her, was almost too much to grasp. She had carried the weight of the curse for so long, it was hard to imagine a world where it didn't define her every move. You think the treasure could truly set me free? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The hope she had buried deep within her stirred at the thought, but it was tempered by years of struggle and disappointment. Adrian met her gaze, his eyes filled with determination. I do, he said firmly. The more I learn about the magic of the reef and its history, the more it seems that the heart and the treasure are connected in ways we don't fully understand yet. But I believe that if we can find it, and unlock its magic, there's a chance we can lift the curse and restore the balance that's been lost. His words were filled with conviction, and though the path ahead was uncertain, he knew that together they could face whatever trials awaited them. This mission was never just about treasure. It's about finding a way to undo the damage that's been done to this place, and to you. Serena's eyes widened as the weight of Adrian's words settled over her. The possibility that the treasure could be more than just a prize, that it could hold the power to undo the darkness surrounding the reef, sent a rush of emotions through her. She had spent so long living with the curse, bound to the reef by the queen's sacrifice and the lingering shadows of betrayal, that the idea of freedom felt like a distant dream. Yet Adrian's belief in the treasure's power gave her a flicker of hope she hadn't dared to entertain in years. So you believe that finding this treasure could help lift the darkness that has tainted the reef? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if testing the idea in her mind. Adrian nodded, his gaze unwavering as he met her eyes. I do. The treasure is said to be imbued with ancient magic that could restore the balance the reef once had. If it truly is connected to the heart of the reef, it may hold the power to break the curse and heal what has been broken. His voice grew firmer, filled with a quiet intensity. The legends speak of a time when the reef was a place of harmony, a place where magic flourished in balance with the sea. If we can find the treasure, we may be able to restore that balance and undo the damage that's been done. Serena felt a wave of conflicting emotions wash over her. On one hand, the idea of finally being free from the curse was almost too good to be true. On the other hand, she knew how fragile hope could be. Still, Adrian's conviction was infectious, and for the first time in a long while, Serena allowed herself to imagine what it might be like to no longer be a prisoner to the reef's magic. "If what you say is true," she said, her voice stronger now, "then we have a real chance to set things right, not just for me, but for the reef, for the Queen, and for all those who have suffered because of the curse." The path ahead was uncertain, but with Adrian by her side and the possibility of breaking the curse on the horizon, Serena felt a renewed sense of purpose. Adrian nodded, the weight of the realization settling into his chest. "Yes. My quest for treasure and your mission to break the curse may be intertwined," he said, his voice steady with newfound clarity. "The treasure isn't just about wealth or fame, it's about something far greater. The artifacts we seek might hold the power to heal the reef and free you from your curse. If the legends are true, the very magic we're searching for could be the key to restoring balance and undoing the damage that has lingered for centuries. Our goals are connected in ways we hadn't fully understood before, but now it seems more clear than ever." Serena's heart quickened as she absorbed his words. The idea that their journeys were not just parallel, but actually intertwined, felt like the first piece of a puzzle finally falling into place. She had always carried the burden of the curse alone, but the possibility of sharing this burden, of working with Adrian toward a common goal, gave her hope in a way she hadn't expected. "So, you believe that the treasure could be the answer to both our quests?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with a spark of renewed determination. Adrian met her gaze, his eyes full of resolve. "I do. The artifacts we're after are more than just relics of the past. They are keys to unlocking the magic that has held the reef captive for so long. If we find them, we may be able to break the curse that binds you and restore the heart of the reef. It's a chance for both of us to accomplish what we set out to do, but more importantly, it's a chance to end the darkness that has lingered for generations." He paused, his tone growing quieter. "Together, we can do this. Our paths may have seemed separate until now, but I believe they were always meant to converge." Serena's thoughts whirled as she processed the connection between their missions, the weight of the revelation settling heavily on her shoulders. The idea that their paths were not only intertwined but that the very treasure Adrian sought could also provide the key to breaking her curse was both daunting and hopeful. She knew that the reef's magic had long been a source of pain and confusion, but if this treasure could truly restore balance, then it was worth pursuing. "If our missions are linked, then we must approach both with equal determination," she said, her voice steady, yet filled with a renewed sense of purpose. "The treasure could indeed hold the answers we need, not just for my curse, but for everything we fought for." Adrian nodded, his expression reflecting the same resolve. He had come to the reef seeking a long-lost treasure, but now, the stakes were far greater. It wasn't just about reclaiming artifacts or uncovering hidden powers. It was about restoring harmony to the very heart of the magical world that had shaped their fates. The sense of urgency had shifted from personal gain to something more profound. "Exactly," he agreed, his voice firm. "We can't afford to falter now. Every step we take, every trial we face, will bring us closer to the answers we need, but we must remain steadfast. Together, we have a chance to rewrite history." Serena met his gaze, the weight of her responsibility blending with a newfound hope. The trials ahead would be arduous, and the path fraught with uncertainty, but for the first time in a long while, she felt as though they had a true purpose. "Then we move forward together," she declared, her voice unwavering. "We face whatever lies ahead, not just for the treasure, but for the reef, for the Queen's spirit, and for all the lives bound by its curse." She could feel the magic of the reef pressing against her, urging her onward, and with Adrian by her side, she felt a renewed sense of strength she hadn't known in years. Adrian's expression hardened with a newfound determination as he looked at Serena, the was settling between them. "Exactly," he said, his voice steady and filled with resolve. "Our journey is not just about finding the treasure, but understanding its true significance. It's about uncovering how its power can help us achieve our goals, not just for us, but for the reef itself." His words were laced with the understanding that their quest was far more complex than they had initially realized. The treasure, once thought to be a mere prize, was now a key to restoring balance and healing ancient wounds. Serena nodded, her gaze steady and unwavering as she absorbed the depth of his conviction. They had always known that the reef held secrets, but now it felt like they were on the cusp of unlocking something much bigger. "We've only just begun to scratch the surface," she murmured, her mind racing with the possibilities. "Each new trial we face, each hidden detail we uncover, will bring us closer to understanding how to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. There's more at stake now than ever before." The urgency of their quest felt sharper, more pressing. Adrian met her gaze, his voice quiet but filled with a resolute intensity. "We need to continue exploring the reef, uncovering its secrets, and facing the trials that lie ahead. Every step brings us closer to what we need to do. There's no turning back now." He could feel the weight of their shared mission, and while the path was uncertain, the bond between them had only grown stronger. Together, they would confront whatever challenges awaited them, knowing that each trial brought them one step closer to freeing the reef, and themselves, from the darkness that had held it captive for centuries. As Adrian and Serena exchanged their stories and insights, a sense of camaraderie began to form between them. The weight of their separate burdens, once isolated, now seemed lighter when shared. Their voices, once carrying the tones of their own journeys, now wove together into a narrative of unity. The room, illuminated by the soft glow of the bioluminescent fungi, felt charged with the energy of their shared purpose. With each revelation, their understanding deepened, and their connection grew, the realization that they were no longer alone in their struggles becoming a powerful force in itself. Their quest, which had once seemed so distinct, had now intertwined into a singular, more meaningful mission. What began as personal pursuits, Adrian's search for a legendary treasure and Serena's burden of the curse, was now a unified cause, one that held the potential to heal the very land they stood on. The realization that they were working together towards something greater than themselves infused them both with a renewed sense of purpose. Their goals, although different in nature, had found common ground, and it was clear that their fates were irrevocably linked. With their paths now aligned, Adrian and Serena understood the profound responsibility that lay before them. They were no longer just two individuals fighting separate battles, but rather partners united by the reef's magic and the shared desire to restore balance. The trials ahead would test their strength, their unity, and their resolve, but they faced them with the knowledge that together, they had the power to bring about change. The bond they had forged was the key to unlocking the secrets of the reef, and to breaking the curse that had held it in darkness for so long. With a newfound sense of purpose, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of their next steps, ready to face the trials ahead. What had begun as a solitary pursuit for each of them had transformed into a unified mission, one that held the potential to reshape the fate of the reef and its mysterious magic. Their bond, forged through shared revelations and mutual understanding, gave them strength in the face of uncertainty. Every challenge that awaited them now seemed less daunting, for they faced it not as two individuals, but as partners bound by a common goal. Their journey was no longer driven solely by personal ambition. The weight of Serena's curse and Adrian's quest for treasure had fused into a single purpose: to restore balance to the magical reef and uncover its hidden secrets. The reef's dark past and the Queen's lingering curse had become not just a burden, but a riddle to be solved. The treasure they sought was no longer just a means of wealth or power, but a potential key to breaking the curse and freeing Serena from her eternal duty. Together, they would delve deeper into the mysteries of the ancient waters, knowing that each step brought them closer to their ultimate goal. As they prepared to venture further into the heart of the reef, the path before them was clear, though fraught with danger and unknown perils. The trials they would face were no longer obstacles to be feared, but steps in the journey toward a greater purpose. With their destinies intertwined, Adrian and Serena knew that the success of their quest would depend not only on their individual strengths, but on the unity and trust they had built. They were no longer simply seeking treasure, they were striving to heal the reef, break the curse, and restore balance to a world that had long been tainted by darkness. Together, they would navigate the uncharted waters, knowing that their shared journey was the key to unlocking the future. Chapter 16. Shared Goals. The cavern's soft, ethereal glow cast gentle shadows over the two travelers as they sat side by side, the quiet murmur of the reef's magic echoing around them. In the silence, the magnitude of their shared journey began to sink in, deepening the bond between them. What had started as two separate quests, each fueled by personal desires and burdens, had now converged into a singular mission. The weight of their respective goals, the curse Serena carried and the treasure Adrian sought, was no longer an individual burden to bear but a shared responsibility. This understanding shifted the dynamic between them, transforming their connection from one of mere alliance to one of partnership and mutual respect. As they exchanged thoughts and insights, their words revealed the depth of their realization. Their destinies were no longer distant or disconnected. They were intertwined, each challenge they faced now an opportunity to move forward together. The treasure Adrian sought, once an elusive prize, now held the promise of healing, not just for his own past, but for Serena's curse and the reef's troubled history. Serena, too, began to see the treasure not as an artifact of power but as a vital part of her own freedom, a way to lift the darkness that bound her to the reef. In this moment, they both understood that their paths were aligned in a way neither had anticipated. The newfound camaraderie between them became the foundation for their next steps. They were no longer just two individuals with separate missions. They were allies, bound by a common cause. Each glance and each shared word seemed to reinforce the unspoken trust that had formed between them. There was no longer any doubt about the importance of their unity, and in each other, they found the strength to face the challenges ahead. The weight of the past was still heavy, but it was lighter now, shared between them. Together, they could face the trials of the reef, not just as adventurers, but as two souls who understood the significance of the journey they were on. The cavern's dim light seemed to reflect the quiet certainty that now filled their hearts. Their goals were no longer fragmented but fused into a singular vision for the future. They were ready to face the unknown, knowing that they had something stronger than their individual quests, each other. The trials of the reef, the darkness of Serena's curse, and the treasure that eluded Adrian were no longer insurmountable. With their paths intertwined, the challenges ahead became less daunting. The bond they had formed in this quiet moment would be the strength they carried into the depths of the reef, ready to unlock its secrets and restore what had been lost. Adrian leaned back slightly, his eyes tracing the dim outlines of the cavern walls as he absorbed the weight of Serena's words. The magnitude of their shared journey felt more profound now, as if the very air around them had shifted to accommodate their newfound understanding. "It's incredible how our quests are so closely linked," he said slowly, his voice rich with both awe and determination. The realization that their goals weren't merely parallel but deeply intertwined seemed to ground him, giving his mission a greater sense of purpose. This wasn't just about treasure anymore or a way to break a curse. It was about restoring balance to a place that had been ravaged by time and dark magic, and the two of them had a chance to make it right. His thoughts drifted to the treasure, once a singular pursuit to honor his father's memory, now transformed into something much greater. The artifacts he sought were no longer just relics of power, but possibly keys to breaking the curse that bound Serena. Adrian's mind raced with the implications. If the treasure could indeed help lift the darkness haunting the reef, then his father's quest had a deeper meaning than he had ever anticipated. Breaking the curse and finding the treasure, these goals are not just parallel. Adrian continued, his gaze locking with Serena's. They're intertwined. We're not just trying to achieve separate ends. Everything we do here impacts both of us. Serena's presence beside him felt even more vital now. She wasn't just an ally or a guardian. She was the living thread that connected his journey with the reef's fate. Her curse was not just a tragedy to be resolved, but a catalyst that linked their destinies. The stakes were higher than either of them had realized. If they succeeded, they would not only free Serena from her eternal prison but also restore the balance to the reef, healing both the land and their hearts in the process. Adrian felt a surge of responsibility in his chest as he looked at her, knowing the weight of their combined mission could be the very thing that kept them moving forward, no matter the challenges ahead. Adrian's voice grew stronger as he continued, the fire of determination now clearly evident in his words. "We're in this together, Serena. The treasure and the curse, they're not separate anymore. The same dark magic that twisted the reef is the force we have to face if we're going to succeed. But together, we have a chance." The bond between them felt more solid now, a shared commitment that transcended the personal stakes of their individual quests. With each passing moment, Adrian felt more certain of the path they were walking, two travelers bound by fate, ready to face the challenges of the magical reef and unlock its deepest secrets. Serena nodded, her expression turning contemplative as her gaze swept over the softly glowing walls of the cavern. The ancient murals, with their depictions of the reef's once thriving kingdom, seemed to echo the weight of her words. "Yes," she said thoughtfully, her voice quiet but firm. "It seems that our paths were meant to converge. The treasure could be the key to breaking the curse, and resolving the curse could reveal the true nature of the treasure." Her tone carried a deep certainty, as though the pieces of a long unfolding puzzle were finally falling into place. She glanced at Adrian, her eyes reflecting both hope and determination. The intertwining of their quests felt almost fated, a realization that gave Serena a renewed sense of purpose. For years, she had shouldered the burden of the curse alone, convinced that it was her solitary duty as the reef's guardian. But now, with Adrian at her side, the weight of that responsibility seemed lighter. His presence, and his mission, offered something she had not dared to hope for. A partnership in a journey that could rewrite the reef's history. "If the treasure holds the answers we seek," she continued, her voice steady despite the emotion stirring within her, "then its purpose must go beyond wealth or power. It may be the key to healing the damage caused by the sorcerer's betrayal and restoring the balance the reef once knew." Adrian nodded, his expression mirroring Serena's resolve. The connection between the curse and the treasure now felt undeniable, as though their individual quests were threads woven into the same intricate tapestry. He could see how their successes and failures were intertwined, each relying on the other to reach a resolution. "If that's true," he said, his voice low but resolute, "then we need to approach the trials ahead with that in mind. Every step we take could reveal not only clues to the treasure's location but also the truth behind the curse. It's all connected, every challenge, every mystery, every choice we make." As the two of them sat in the stillness of the cavern, the enormity of their shared task pressed heavily on them, but it also fueled their determination. The idea that their quests were one and the same made every trial ahead seem less daunting. They weren't just fighting for their individual goals anymore. They were fighting for each other and the future of the reef itself. Serena straightened, a new strength in her posture as she looked at Adrian. "We move forward together," she said, her voice resolute. "No matter what we face, we'll uncover the truth and restore what was lost." Adrian met her gaze, and for the first time, he felt not just the weight of his father's legacy but also the immense power of a shared destiny. Adrian leaned forward, his gaze unwavering as he looked into Serena's eyes. The glow of the enchanted cavern reflected in his determination, casting subtle highlights on his features. "Our goals are aligned," he began, his voice steady yet filled with conviction. "In a way, this makes our mission even more significant. By working together, we're not just pursuing personal objectives, we're addressing a greater purpose." The weight of his words seemed to echo in the chamber, reverberating against the walls adorned with the history they were now part of. His expression carried both seriousness and hope, as if he could see the vast implications of their quest stretching out before them. Serena listened intently, her own thoughts racing as Adrian's words resonated deeply. He was right. This wasn't just about her burden or his legacy anymore. The reef's magic, the curse, and the treasure were threads in a much larger tapestry, one that connected their lives to the fate of something far greater. She nodded slowly, her voice thoughtful. "You're right. This isn't just about breaking the curse or uncovering the treasure's secrets. It's about restoring balance to the reef, healing the damage done by the sorcerer, and honoring the sacrifices of those who came before us. Together, we can achieve what neither of us could accomplish alone. Adrian's confidence grew as he saw Serena's resolve deepen. Exactly, he said, his tone encouraging. Each trial we face, every clue we uncover, it all serves a larger purpose. And knowing that we're working towards something greater than ourselves makes every challenge worthwhile. His gaze shifted briefly to the murals surrounding them, as if drawing strength from the stories they depicted. This isn't just a journey for us, it's a chance to rewrite the fate of this reef and the lives tied to it. And we owe it to ourselves and to the people who once called this place home to see it through. The two of them sat in reflective silence for a moment, the magnitude of their mission settling over them like a mantle. But instead of feeling daunted, they felt emboldened. Their shared determination seemed to transform the cavern's quiet stillness into a space filled with potential. Serena's lips curved into a small, resolute smile as she spoke. Then we press on, with our goals united. Whatever lies ahead, we face it together, knowing that we're not just chasing a treasure or lifting a curse, we're reclaiming a legacy and forging a new future. Adrian returned her smile, the spark of partnership and purpose in his eyes illuminating the path they had chosen to walk as one. Serena's eyes locked onto Adrian's, a spark of newfound resolve lighting their depths. Her voice, steady yet tinged with a quiet determination, broke the silence. I agree, she said firmly. The curse that binds me to this reef and the treasure your father sought are pieces of a larger mystery, one that neither of us can unravel alone. But together, we stand a chance. Combining our efforts isn't just a choice, it's the only way forward. Her words carried a weight that resonated deeply, both in their immediate significance and in the broader implications of their shared journey. Adrian listened intently, nodding as he considered her perspective. You're right, he replied, his tone reflective yet filled with a growing sense of purpose. Understanding the reef's magic is key, not just to breaking the curse, but also to unlocking the truth behind the heart of the reef. Whatever power it holds, it's connected to the treasure and the legacy it represents. If we can uncover those secrets, we'll not only achieve our personal goals but also restore what was lost to time and tragedy. His words hung in the air, laden with the weight of the past and the promise of what could be. Serena's gaze shifted briefly to the murals surrounding them, their ancient artistry depicting the very story they were now living. The heart of the reef isn't just a magical artifact, she said thoughtfully, her voice soft but resolute. It's a symbol of everything this reef once stood for: harmony, balance, and protection. If we can uncover its truth and harness its power, we might not only lift the curse but also restore the reef to what it was meant to be. That's a legacy worth fighting for, and it's one I'm willing to share with you. Their eyes met again, the air between them charged with a shared understanding. In that moment, the boundaries of their individual quests dissolved, replaced by a united front against the challenges that lay ahead. Adrian extended a hand, and Serena clasped it firmly, their grip a silent vow. Together, they would navigate the treacherous waters of the reef, not as separate individuals with separate missions, but as partners united by purpose and bound by a growing trust. Whatever trials awaited, they would face them side by side, their resolve stronger than ever. Adrian nodded, a determined smile playing across his lips as conviction settled over him. It's clear now, he said, his voice steady and purposeful, that our collaboration is crucial. Neither of us can do this alone. The trials ahead are as much a test of unity as they are of strength. If we want to succeed, we need to approach them with a unified strategy, blending our individual strengths and insights. His words carried an undeniable truth, one that seemed to echo in the cavern's ancient stillness. For the first time, Adrian felt that their paths were not merely converging by chance but were deliberately intertwined by the reef's will. Serena met his gaze, her eyes filled with agreement and resolve. You're right, she replied, her voice calm but filled with a quiet intensity. The reef's enchantments are designed to challenge us on every level, physically, mentally, even emotionally. Together, we bring different perspectives and skills to the table, and that's what will give us an edge. Your resourcefulness and determination, combined with my understanding of the reef's magic, can form a balance the reef might not expect. She paused, her expression thoughtful. But more than that, we need to trust each other completely. These trials won't just test our abilities, they'll test our bond. Adrian considered her words, a sense of gravity settling in his chest. Trust, he echoed, his tone reflective. That's going to be the foundation of everything we do from here on out. The reef isn't just throwing random challenges at us. It's gauging our ability to work together, to adapt and overcome as a team. If we hesitate, if we doubt each other, even for a moment, we risk everything. He took a deep breath, his determined smile softening into something more earnest. But I trust you, Serena. And I'll do everything I can to make sure we succeed, not just for my father's legacy or the treasure, but for you and the reef as well. Serena's expression softened, her resolve tempered with gratitude. And I trust you, Adrian, she said sincerely. I've carried this burden alone for so long, but now I feel like I don't have to anymore. With you by my side, I truly believe we can overcome whatever the reef throws at us. The two of them sat in contemplative silence for a moment, the glow of the cavern's light reflecting their shared determination. In that instant, the enormity of their task seemed less daunting. They were no longer two individuals pursuing separate goals, but a unified force, ready to face the unknown together. Serena's expression softened, her features reflecting both relief and determination as the weight of her words settled between them. Yes, she said, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Breaking the curse will not only free me from its hold but also potentially unlock the secrets of the treasure. These two goals aren't just connected, they're two sides of the same coin. If we're going to succeed, we need to focus on our shared objectives and commit ourselves fully to this mission. Her words carried a renewed sense of purpose, as though voicing the connection between their quests had solidified her resolve. Adrian nodded, understanding the gravity of what Serena was saying. You're right, he replied, leaning slightly forward. This isn't just about finding a way through the trials. It's about embracing the fact that we're stronger together. Every step we take, every challenge we face, is an opportunity to learn more about the reef and about ourselves. We're not just fighting for our own goals anymore. We're fighting for something far greater. His voice was firm, his conviction unmistakable, and for the first time, the daunting task ahead felt like a surmountable challenge. Serena's gaze lingered on Adrian, her appreciation for his determination evident in the way her lips curved into a small, grateful smile. And that's why we'll succeed, she said, her tone resolute. Because we're not afraid to lean on each other, to share our strengths and shoulder the burdens together. The reef's magic is unpredictable, but it's also purposeful. I believe it's testing not just our abilities but our unity. If we can prove that we're a true team, I think we'll find the answers we're looking for. She paused, her eyes flickering to the glowing mills around them, as though drawing strength from the ancient stories they depicted. Adrian followed her gaze, letting the moment of quiet contemplation ground them. The light from the enchanted crystals seemed to pulse gently, as if in rhythm with their shared determination. Then let's make that our focus, he said at last, his voice soft but resolute. No matter what we face, we'll face it together. One trial at a time, one mystery unraveled at a time. He extended a hand towards Serena, and she took it without hesitation. Their clasped hands were a silent vow, a testament to the partnership they had forged and the shared mission that now bound them as firmly as the reef's enchantments bound its secrets. Adrian rose to his feet, the faint glow of the cavern casting determined shadows across his face. He extended a hand towards Serena, his expression resolute but kind. Then let's continue this journey with renewed purpose, he said, his voice firm yet warm. We're no longer just allies navigating the same waters. We're partners, bound by a quest that not only aligns our goals but strengthens our resolve. His words carried a weight that resonated deeply, emphasizing the unity they had forged through their shared revelations and hardships. Serena looked up at him, a flicker of surprise and gratitude passing through her eyes before she reached for his hand. His grip was steady, anchoring her in a way she hadn't expected. Rising to stand beside him, she felt a sense of determination growing within her, fed by the clarity of their purpose. Partners, she echoed softly, as though testing the word. Then, more firmly, she added, that's exactly what we need to be. The reef's magic has tested us as individuals, but I have no doubt that it will challenge us even more as a team. If we trust in each other, we can overcome whatever lies ahead. Together, they turned toward the pathway that led deeper into the reef, the cavern walls seeming to shimmer as though in agreement with their resolve. The glow of the bioluminescent crystals reflected off the ancient murals, the stories etched into the stone feeling alive with relevance to their mission. Adrian glanced at Serena, her profile illuminated by the soft light. We'll face it all, every trial, every challenge, with this understanding, he said. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that no treasure, no victory, is ever truly achieved alone. Serena met his gaze, her expression steady and filled with a quiet strength. And no curse is broken without understanding and perseverance, she replied. Together, we'll uncover the truth of this reef, not just for ourselves but for everyone connected to its history and magic. The queen, the treasure, the curse, they're all pieces of the same puzzle. With a nod, they stepped forward into the unknown, their shared mission lighting the way as they prepared to face whatever mysteries awaited them in the depths of the magical reef. Serena grasped Adrian's hand, her smile warm with a blend of camaraderie and renewed determination. The gesture, though simple, spoke volumes, a pact between two individuals now bound by shared purpose and trust. Agreed, she said, her voice steady and sure. Together, we'll face the challenges and uncover the mysteries that lie ahead. Her words carried a quiet strength, affirming their commitment to each other and the journey they had undertaken. For the first time in a long while, she felt the heavy burden of her curse lighten, knowing she wasn't carrying it alone anymore. Adrian's lips curved into a smile that mirrored her own, the sense of unity between them palpable. Our shared goals will guide us, Serena continued, her gaze unwavering as she looked into his eyes. And our combined efforts will lead us to success. She glanced at the glowing murals around them, each depicting tales of trials and triumphs. They seemed to draw inspiration from the very walls of the cavern, as though the stories of the past were cheering them on. Serena could feel the resonance of those ancient struggles in her own journey and knew that their alliance was a pivotal step toward rewriting the reef's fate. They stood there for a moment longer, their hands clasped, as though sealing their resolve with the silent language of trust. The faint, bioluminescent glow cast their shadows across the cavern walls, blending them into the murals as if their story was now part of the reef's ancient narrative. Serena's smile faded slightly, replaced by an expression of focused determination. We'll need to stay vigilant, she said. Every step we take brings us closer to the truth, but it also means facing greater dangers. The reef won't make this easy for us. Adrian nodded, releasing her hand but holding on to the sense of unity they had just forged. No, it won't, he agreed. But if we keep our eyes on the bigger picture and rely on each other, there's nothing we can't face. We've already come this far, and I have no doubt we'll find the strength to go even further. As they turned toward the path leading deeper into the reef, their strides were purposeful and aligned. The weight of their shared mission and the promise of uncovering the reef's secrets propelled them forward, ready to meet the trials that awaited with unwavering resolve. As they prepared to leave the cavern, the air between Adrian and Serena was charged with an unspoken understanding. The dim glow of bioluminescent algae reflected off the damp walls, casting an ethereal light on their faces. Each glance exchanged carried a depth that words couldn't capture, a mutual recognition of how far they had come. The cavern, once a foreboding maze of shadows and dangers, now felt like a sanctuary that had solidified their bond. The trials they had faced within its confines had tested not just their physical endurance, but their ability to trust and rely on one another completely. The magical reef stretched out before them, its mysteries waiting to be uncovered. For Adrian, the adventure ahead represented more than just discovery. It was a chance to protect something greater than himself, and Serena was an anchor in that mission. Her unyielding resolve and sharp instincts were a constant source of inspiration, reminding him why they were here. He adjusted the straps of his gear, his movements steady despite the weight of anticipation. With each step toward the reef, he felt the connection between them strengthening, as if the challenges they had yet to face were already weaving them together in unbreakable threads of trust. Serena, too, felt the shift in their partnership. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and gratitude as she observed Adrian's unwavering focus. He had grown more attuned to the reef's rhythms, and his ability to adapt to its unpredictable nature mirrored her own. For the first time in a long while, she didn't feel like she was navigating the unknown alone. Their shared purpose gave her a sense of belonging, and it was this unity that emboldened her to push forward. The cavern had tested her independence, but it had also shown her the strength in having a companion whose goals aligned so seamlessly with hers. As they stepped out of the cavern and into the reef's open expanse, a new wave of determination washed over them. The vibrant, otherworldly coral formation seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of the beauty they were fighting to preserve. They moved in sync, their steps mirroring the rhythm of their shared resolve. Whatever trials lay ahead, they were ready to face them together. The reef's magic wasn't just in its physical wonders, it was in the way it forged bonds, testing and transforming those who dared to explore it. For Adrian and Serena, it was no longer just an exploration. It was a journey that defined who they were becoming, individually and as a team. With their destinies now intertwined, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the unknown, the flickering light of the reef casting vivid hues across their determined faces. The weight of their mission was undeniable, yet it carried a strange sense of clarity. They had come to understand that this journey wasn't just about breaking a curse or uncovering treasure. It was about discovering the depths of their own strengths and the power of unity. The realization filled them with a renewed purpose, sharpening their focus as they prepared to navigate the reef's uncharted waters. Each step forward felt like a declaration of defiance against the challenges that awaited them. The magical reef loomed ahead, a labyrinth of glowing coral spires and whispering currents. Its beauty was both enchanting and deceptive, hiding dangers that would test even the most seasoned explorers. Adrian glanced at Serena, his expression firm yet tinged with admiration. She moved with a quiet confidence, her gaze scanning their surroundings with practiced precision. Her resolve was unshakable, and it mirrored his own. Together, they had become a team forged by necessity and strengthened by trust. Their shared understanding of the stakes, not just for themselves but for the lives intertwined with the reef's mysteries, bound them in ways neither had expected. As the journey continued, the challenges came swiftly and without mercy. Unpredictable currents forced them to adapt, while the reef itself seemed to shift, its ever-changing pathways keeping them on edge. Yet, each obstacle only deepened their bond. Adrian's strength and quick thinking complemented Serena's agility and resourcefulness, their synergy a testament to the unity they had cultivated. Every success, no matter how small, felt like a victory not just against the reef's perils but against the doubts that once lingered in their minds. With each passing trial, they found themselves relying less on spoken words and more on the unspoken language of shared resolve and determination. Finally, as the day's light began to fade, the reef transformed under the deep blues of twilight, its bioluminescence growing ever brighter. Adrian and Serena paused briefly, the stillness allowing them to reflect on how far they had come. The treasure and the promise of breaking the curse still lay ahead, distant yet tangible. But in this moment, the journey itself felt equally significant. The reef had not only tested their resolve but had shown them the strength found in unity, and the courage born from shared purpose. As they stood together, poised to continue their quest, there was no doubt in their hearts that they were ready for whatever challenges the magical reef had yet to reveal. Chapter 17: A Growing Connection. The days stretched into weeks, each one blending into the next as Adrian and Serena delved further into the magical reef. The early challenges had been taxing, but they seemed simple compared to the intricate trials they now faced. The reef's enchantments grew more intricate with every step forward, testing not just their physical endurance but their ability to think quickly and act in unison. The waters around them shimmered with an ever-changing brilliance, the coral formations pulsating with life that seemed almost sentient. It was as if the reef itself was watching them, demanding more of their ingenuity and determination with every passing day. As their exploration deepened, so too did their bond. The trials forced them to rely on one another in ways they hadn't anticipated, creating a rhythm between them that felt as natural as the currents they navigated. Adrian's strength and tactical instincts complemented Serena's agility and sharp intellect, their synergy becoming the key to overcoming the reef's increasingly unpredictable challenges. At first, their connection had been rooted in necessity, a partnership born from shared goals. But as they spent long hours working side by side, their trust in one another began to grow into something deeper, something neither of them had fully expected. The line between partnership and personal connection began to blur in quiet, stolen moments. There were times when they would pause in the midst of their journey, sharing a glance or a few words that carried unspoken meaning. Serena found herself noticing the subtle ways Adrian adjusted his approach to ensure her safety, his unwavering focus tempered by a rare warmth when he looked her way. Likewise, Adrian couldn't ignore how Serena's determination inspired him, her fearless pursuit of their mission a constant reminder of why they had ventured into the reef in the first place. These moments, fleeting yet profound, hinted at a connection that went beyond the mission, a bond forged not just through trials but through mutual respect and admiration. The reef, in its strange and mysterious way, seemed to echo the growing complexity of their relationship. Its beauty was awe-inspiring, but its enchantments were as challenging as they were mesmerizing. In one cavern, they encountered a maze of glowing tendrils that required them to synchronize their movements perfectly to escape. In another, an illusionary tide threatened to pull them apart, forcing them to anchor themselves both physically and emotionally to one another. Each trial became a metaphor for the trust and understanding they were building, as if the reef itself were shaping their connection through its relentless tests. By the time the weeks began to blur together, Adrian and Serena had transformed as much as the reef around them. The treasure and the promise of breaking the curse still lay ahead, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach. But as they stood together on the precipice of yet another trial, neither could deny that their journey had already changed them in profound ways. The reef had forced them to confront not only its mysteries but also the truths within themselves, their fears, their strengths, and the bond that had grown between them. With every challenge they overcame, the mission felt less like a task and more like a shared destiny, one that tied them to each other as much as to the magical reef itself. In the midst of their journey, Adrian and Serena encountered one of their most daunting challenges yet. The passage ahead was a labyrinth of swirling currents and shimmering magical barriers, each more unpredictable than the last. The water around them pulsed with an iridescent glow, as if the reef itself were alive and intent on testing their resolve. It wasn't enough to rely on brute force or quick thinking. This trial demanded precise coordination and unwavering trust. The air between them was tense yet charged with determination as they exchanged a glance, silently acknowledging the stakes. Their success depended on more than their individual skills. It required them to function as one. The first obstacle was a series of magical glyphs etched into the reef walls, each glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Serena, her sharp mind attuned to patterns, quickly deciphered their purpose, a puzzle that required specific movements through the currents to deactivate the glyphs. Adrian, with his natural agility and strength, took the lead, his every motion guided by Serena's instructions. The swirling waters resisted them at every turn, threatening to pull them off course, but their synchronized efforts kept them steady. As Adrian maneuvered through the labyrinth, Serena focused on the glyphs, her hands moving swiftly to deactivate each one before the currents could reset their progress. The trial grew more treacherous as they advanced. Magical barriers shimmered into existence, their surfaces rippling like liquid glass. Each barrier required a unique combination of actions to dissolve, an incantation here, a precise strike there, or a sequence of movements through the currents that tested their endurance and timing. Adrian and Serena moved in perfect harmony, their unspoken communication a testament to the trust they had built. When Adrian faltered under the strain of the currents, Serena was there to steady him, her touch a grounding force that kept him focused. When Serena hesitated at the edge of a particularly volatile barrier, Adrian's quiet encouragement gave her the confidence to push forward. They were no longer just navigating the passage, they were navigating each other's strengths and vulnerabilities. As they approached the final section of the passage, the obstacles reached their peak. A massive vortex of water and light swirled before them, its chaotic energy radiating waves of heat and cold. Serena quickly deduced the key to overcoming it. They needed to enter the vortex together and perform a series of coordinated maneuvers to stabilize its core. The challenge was daunting, requiring complete synchronization and absolute trust. Without hesitation, Adrian grasped Serena's hand, their fingers intertwining as they launched themselves into the heart of the vortex. The swirling forces threatened to tear them apart, but they moved as one, their combined strength and focus countering the chaos. With a final, unified effort, they reached the vortex's core and shattered its magical energy, the light fading into a serene calm. Exhausted but victorious, Adrian and Serena emerged from the passage, the trial behind them yet etched into their minds. The air around them felt lighter, as if the reef itself acknowledged their triumph. They paused to catch their breath, the tension of the ordeal giving way to a quiet sense of accomplishment. As their gazes met, there was an unspoken understanding between them. What they had achieved wasn't just about overcoming the trial but about what it had revealed. Their bond had grown stronger, forged in the heat of adversity and tempered by mutual reliance. The reef had tested not only their abilities but their connection, and they had emerged more united than ever, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Emerging from the latest trial, Adrian and Serena found themselves on a secluded coral outcrop, the weight of their exhaustion momentarily lifted by the stillness around them. The outcrop jutted out over the reef like a natural balcony, offering a panoramic view of the underwater world they had come to know so intimately. For a moment neither spoke. They simply stood there, catching their breath and letting the tranquil beauty of the scene sink in. The magical crystals embedded in the reef glowed softly, their light reflecting off the water's surface and casting intricate patterns onto the coral. It was a sight that felt almost unreal, a rare moment of peace in a journey fraught with danger. The contrast between the serenity of the view and the chaos they had just endured was striking. The trial they had overcome had pushed them to their limits, both physically and mentally. Yet, as they rested on the outcrop, the hardships seemed distant, replaced by a quiet sense of accomplishment. Adrian leaned back against a large piece of coral, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. Serena sat beside him, her fingers idly tracing the intricate grooves of a glowing crystal embedded in the rock. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding of what they had just achieved together. It was a moment to reflect, to appreciate how far they had come, and the bond that had carried them this far. As the minutes stretched on, Serena broke the silence. "You don't often see something this beautiful," she said, her voice soft but filled with awe. Adrian nodded, his gaze fixed on the expanse of the reef before them. "Makes you forget, just for a moment, how much this place wants to kill us," he replied with a faint smile, the hint of humor a welcome reprieve from their usual seriousness. Serena chuckled, the sound light and genuine, easing the tension that had built between them during the trial. It was in these small exchanges, these brief respites, that the weight of their journey felt manageable, even hopeful. The outcrop became more than a resting place. It felt like a milestone, a brief sanctuary where they could reconnect with themselves and each other. Adrian found his thoughts drifting to the person beside him, how Serena's unwavering determination had inspired him through their most harrowing moments. Her courage had become his anchor, grounding him when the challenges threatened to overwhelm. Meanwhile, Serena reflected on Adrian's resilience and strength, qualities that had not only guided her but had made her feel less alone in a mission that often felt insurmountable. Their partnership had grown beyond mere necessity. It had become something vital, a connection that neither could deny. As they prepared to leave the outcrop and continue their journey, the moment lingered in their minds. The beauty of the reef and the peace they had found there served as a reminder of what they were fighting to protect and what they had come to mean to one another. The magical glow of the crystals seemed to reflect their shared determination, illuminating their path forward. They stood, side by side, and took one last look at the breathtaking view before them. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, they turned away from the sanctuary and stepped back into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited them in the depths of the magical reef. Adrian leaned against the rough coral wall, his chest heaving as he caught his breath, the adrenaline from their latest trial still thrumming in his veins. He turned his gaze to Serena, who was brushing strands of damp hair from her face, her expression a mix of exhaustion and triumph. "We make a pretty good team," he said, his voice tinged with admiration. There was sincerity in his tone, a quiet acknowledgement of her strength and resilience. His words hung in the air for a moment, carrying the weight of everything they had faced together. "I couldn't have done this without you," he added, his voice softer, but no less genuine. Serena paused, his words catching her off guard. She glanced at him, a faint smile pulling at her lips as she straightened from where she had been crouching to inspect a glowing crystal nearby. "You're giving me too much credit," she replied lightly, though there was a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "You're the one who charged into that current like it was nothing." Despite her deflection, she felt a warmth spread through her at his admission. It wasn't often that people acknowledged her efforts so openly, and hearing it from Adrian made it all the more meaningful. She crossed her arms, leaning back against the coral pillar as she added, "But thanks. I couldn't have done it without you either." The quiet moment of mutual recognition felt like a turning point. The tension that had defined so many of their earlier interactions was replaced by something softer, something unspoken but deeply felt. Adrian watched Serena carefully, noting the way the faint glow of the reef's light reflected in her eyes, adding an almost ethereal quality to her expression. "You know," he said after a beat, his voice laced with a faint humor to break the heaviness, "we might actually survive this if we keep this up." His comment drew a chuckle from Serena, light and genuine, and the sound filled the small cavern around them, easing the lingering tension from their latest challenge. Serena pushed off the coral, the glimmer of a playful smile tugging at her lips as she responded, "Don't get cocky, Adrian. The reef has a way of humbling you when you least expect it." Her tone was teasing, but her words carried a thread of caution. They both knew the trials ahead wouldn't get any easier, and neither could afford to let their guard down. Still, the lightness of their exchange felt like a balm, a reminder of the camaraderie they had built through their shared struggles. It was moments like these that strengthened their bond, balancing the intensity of their journey with fleeting but precious glimpses of connection. As the moment passed, they both knew it was time to press on. Adrian adjusted the strap of his gear, his movements now steadier, while Serena scanned the path ahead, her sharp eyes already piecing together their next steps. The challenges they faced would continue to test their skills and resolve, but for the first time, they both felt a renewed sense of confidence in their partnership. Without speaking, they fell into step beside one another, the silence between them comfortable, filled with an unspoken promise. They didn't just rely on each other, they trusted each other. And as they ventured deeper into the magical reef, that trust felt like the strongest weapon they had. Serena's smile lit up her face, her eyes catching and reflecting the gentle glow of the magical crystals embedded in the coral around them. "We do," she said softly, her voice carrying both warmth and conviction. "Your resourcefulness and determination complement my knowledge of the reef's magic. We're stronger together." There was a calm assurance in her words, a quiet confidence that had grown from their shared experiences. For the first time, she allowed herself to fully acknowledge the strength of their partnership, a bond that had carried them through trials either could have faced alone. Her gaze lingered on Adrian, a flicker of gratitude in her expression as she added, "I'm glad we're in this together." Adrian felt a swell of pride at her words, her acknowledgement resonating deeply. It wasn't often he thought of himself as someone who brought more than sheer determination to the table, but Serena's insight made him see his contributions in a different light. "I'd say your knowledge of magic does most of the heavy lifting," he replied, his tone teasing but filled with genuine respect. "I'm just the guy who muscles through currents and holds glowing artifacts." His attempt at modesty earned him a playful smirk from Serena, but her expression softened almost immediately. "Don't sell yourself short," she countered. "When I falter, you're there. When the reef throws its worst at us, you're the one keeping us steady." The exchange brought a rare lightness to the air between them, a momentary reprieve from the weight of their mission. Serena leaned back against the coral outcrop, her hand brushing over the rough surface as she considered her next words. "I've been through this reef before," she admitted, her voice quieter now, tinged with vulnerability. Not this deep, but enough to know how unforgiving it can be. I didn't think I'd ever trust anyone enough to come back here. She hesitated, her gaze dropping to the ground before meeting Adrian's again. But with you, it feels different. Like we might actually make it through. Her admission carried more than just gratitude. It revealed the depths of trust she had come to place in him. Adrian didn't speak right away, sensing the weight behind her words. Instead, he stepped closer, his expression serious but not without warmth. I don't take that lightly, Serena, he said earnestly. Knowing what this place has already taken from you, and that you're willing to keep going. He paused, shaking his head slightly, as if searching for the right words. You're braver than anyone I've ever met. I'm just trying to keep up. His words were genuine, spoken with a quiet intensity that made Serena's chest tighten. For all his strength and resolve, Adrian's humility and respect for her left an impression she hadn't expected. Their connection deepened in that quiet moment, unspoken but unmistakable, as if the reef itself had paused to allow them this brief reprieve. The magical light surrounding them pulsed faintly, illuminating their faces as they stood side by side. Finally, Serena straightened, her resolve returning as she pushed off the coral and gestured toward the path ahead. Then let's keep going, she said, her voice steady but carrying a hint of warmth. If we're stronger together, let's prove it. Adrian nodded, his confidence renewed, and the two set off once more. The challenges ahead would undoubtedly test their newfound unity, but for now, they moved forward with a shared purpose, their bond stronger than ever. Sitting side by side on the coral outcrop, Adrian and Serena let the stillness of their surroundings settle over them. The glow of the magical crystals bathed the space in a soft, shifting light, and the gentle pulse of the reef felt almost like a heartbeat. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, the atmosphere between them grew charged with an energy that was impossible to ignore. Every brush of their shoulders, every glance exchanged, seemed to carry a weight that hadn't been there before. The shared victories, the close calls, and the fleeting moments of vulnerability had all built a bridge between them, one they hadn't intended to cross but now found themselves standing upon. For Serena, the closeness felt as exhilarating as it did unsettling. She had spent so long guarding herself, trusting only in her own knowledge and abilities. But Adrian had a way of breaking through her walls, not by force, but by simply being there, steadfast and reliable in ways she hadn't expected. She found herself watching him out of the corner of her eye, noticing the way his expression softened when he was deep in thought, or how he carried himself with quiet confidence even in the face of danger. These details, small but significant, only deepened the feelings she had tried to push aside. The realization left her both vulnerable and alive in a way she hadn't felt in years. Adrian, too, was grappling with emotions he hadn't foreseen. At first, he had seen Serena as someone fiercely independent, almost untouchable in her knowledge and command of the magical reef. But as they navigated the trials together, he had come to see the layers beneath, her determination, her courage, and the glimpses of doubt and weariness she let slip when she thought he wasn't looking. He admired her, not just for her skills but for her resilience, and the way she carried the weight of their mission with quiet grace. That admiration had grown into something more, something he wasn't sure how to articulate but couldn't deny. And now, sitting so close to her, he felt the tension like a current pulling him toward her. The unspoken tension lingered in the air between them, thick and undeniable. Serena broke the silence first, her voice softer than usual. You ever think about what happens after all this? She asked, her gaze fixed on the glowing expanse of the reef. Adrian hesitated, sensing the deeper meaning behind her words. Sometimes, he admitted, his voice low but steady. But honestly, it's hard to see past the next trial. He glanced at her, catching the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Why? What about you? Serena's lips parted as if to answer, but she stopped herself, the vulnerability of her thoughts too raw to voice. Instead, she shook her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. I guess I'm just wondering where all this leaves us. Adrian's heart skipped a beat at her choice of words, and he leaned forward slightly, his tone more serious now. Wherever it leaves us, he said, meeting her gaze. I know one thing, we're better together than apart. I wouldn't want to be doing this with anyone else. His words hung between them, laden with more meaning than he had intended, but he didn't regret saying them. Serena held his gaze for a moment longer, her expression unreadable, before finally nodding. Me neither, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The unspoken understanding between them grew stronger, and though neither dared to say more, the bond they shared felt unshakable. They might not have all the answers, but for now, they had each other, and that was enough to keep them moving forward. Serena's gaze lingered on Adrian as he carefully examined the magical reef's delicate flora, his brow furrowed in concentration. The soft glow of the underwater crystals illuminated his features, casting shadows that made him appear both distant and close at the same time. As her eyes traced the contours of his face, her mind drifted to the moments they had shared, each one etched into her memory with startling clarity. The laughter that had come so easily in the rare moments of reprieve, the shared glances when words were unnecessary, and the quiet understanding that had blossomed between them like an unspoken promise. It was a bond forged through trials, yet it felt as though it had always been there, waiting to be uncovered. Each memory tugged at Serena's heart with a tenderness she wasn't entirely ready to confront. There had been times when she had caught herself watching Adrian, her thoughts lingering on him long after they had moved on to the next challenge. His determination, his quiet strength, and the way he had supported her through the darkest moments had imprinted themselves upon her in ways she couldn't explain. It wasn't just the partnership they had formed, it was something deeper, something that went beyond mere companionship. It was a warmth that unfurled in her chest whenever he was near, a feeling that grew stronger with every passing day. Serena had tried to dismiss it, to keep her focus on their mission, but she found it harder to ignore the way her heart responded to him. The realization crept up on her slowly, like a tide that gently eroded the shore until there was nothing left to hold on to. It was a subtle change, an undercurrent in their interactions that neither of them had acknowledged aloud. What had started as mutual respect and necessity had evolved into something else. Something that made her feel vulnerable, yet alive in ways she hadn't expected. There was an intimacy in the way Adrian understood her, in the way he never pushed her too hard but was always there when she needed him. It wasn't just trust, it was something more profound, a quiet knowing that neither of them had to speak about, but that was felt with every glance, every shared moment. As she watched him now, the tension between them was palpable, but neither of them addressed it. Serena could feel the pull between them, the way her heart quickened whenever their fingers brushed or their gazes met for just a fraction longer than necessary. But she couldn't bring herself to say the words, not yet. There was too much at stake, too many uncertainties in the trials ahead. And yet, the warmth in her chest refused to subside, continuing to bloom within her despite the caution she tried to maintain. It was a delicate balance between the desire to hold on to what they had and the fear of what acknowledging those feelings might mean for their journey. Adrian, unaware of the depth of her thoughts, shifted his focus back to their surroundings, but Serena's attention remained fixed on him. The quiet moments they shared were becoming the foundation of something far greater than either of them had anticipated. She didn't know what the future held, and she couldn't yet bring herself to act on what she felt, but one thing was clear. Whatever happened next, their bond had already shifted beyond the realm of simple partnership. And as she took a slow breath, the warmth in her chest remained, a constant reminder that the journey they were on was as much about each other as it was about the mission they had set out to accomplish. Adrian had always prided himself on his ability to remain focused, to keep his emotions in check, especially in the face of danger. But something had changed over the course of their journey, something he couldn't quite put into words but felt with every passing day. He found himself drawn to Serena in ways he hadn't expected, ways that went beyond the camaraderie of their shared mission. It was her strength that first caught his attention, the quiet resilience with which she faced each trial. But over time, it was her kindness that truly disarmed him, the gentle way she spoke to the creatures of the reef, the care she showed when they encountered those in need, and the warmth that radiated from her even in the darkest moments. These qualities had become a source of inspiration for him, something he hadn't realized he was missing until he saw them in her. As he spent more time with her, Adrian found that his admiration for Serena deepened into something more. It was a feeling that crept up on him slowly, and it unsettled him. He had always known the importance of their mission, the gravity of the curse they were trying to break, and the treasure they sought to uncover. But now, it was hard to ignore the pull he felt towards Serena, the way his heart raced when she smiled or when their hands brushed as they worked together. There was a vulnerability in her, a depth to her character that he hadn't fully recognized at first, and it was something that he couldn't seem to shake. It was as if the more he got to know her, the more he realized that his feelings for her were no longer just about respect or admiration. They were something deeper, something that made his heart ache in a way he wasn't prepared for. But the complexities of their relationship weighed heavily on him. Adrian struggled to reconcile these growing feelings with the mission they were on. He had always approached their journey with a single-minded focus, driven by the goal of breaking the curse and finding the treasure that had eluded so many before them. But now, every glance he shared with Serena, every moment they spent together, seemed to blur the line between their professional partnership and something more personal. He was aware of the delicate balance they needed to maintain, and the last thing he wanted was for his emotions to cloud their progress. But no matter how hard he tried to push the feelings aside, they remained, persistent and undeniable. The weight of this new dynamic was a constant presence, one Adrian couldn't seem to escape. He wasn't sure how to navigate it, whether to acknowledge what he felt and risk complicating everything, or to continue suppressing it and pretend it didn't matter. There were moments when he caught himself thinking about what could be, about the possibility of something more between them, and he had to force himself to push those thoughts away. There was simply too much at stake. The reef was unforgiving, the trials ahead even more perilous, and he didn't know if he could afford the distraction of his growing feelings for Serena. Yet, the more he tried to keep his distance, the more it became clear that this bond between them was no longer something he could ignore. Adrian found himself at a crossroads, caught between the desire to protect their relationship from the complications of romantic feelings and the undeniable pull of his heart. He didn't want to lose what they had built, this partnership that had already proven to be so strong. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the fear that his feelings for Serena were only going to grow more intense, more consuming, the longer they spent together. The uncertainty of it all gnawed at him, and he found himself questioning whether he should confront these feelings head-on or continue to bury them for the sake of their mission. The path forward was unclear, and the more time passed, the more Adrian realized that the emotional journey he was on with Serena might be just as complicated, and just as important, as the one they were undertaking within the magical reef. The silence between them stretched out, thick and heavy, as if the air itself held its breath. They sat together on the coral outcrop, their backs slightly turned toward each other, but close enough that every slight movement felt amplified. The gentle sound of the reef's currents swirled around them, but it seemed distant, almost irrelevant in the face of the quiet tension that had grown between them. Adrian could feel the weight of the unspoken words, the emotions they both seemed to be trying to keep at bay. It wasn't just the uncertainty of their mission that hung in the air, it was something deeper, something more personal that neither of them had yet dared to address. Every time their eyes met or their hands brushed, the silence seemed to grow louder, filling the space between them with all the things either of them could quite bring themselves to say. Adrian shifted slightly, his gaze drifting toward the glowing crystals that illuminated their surroundings, but his mind was elsewhere. The pull between them had become impossible to ignore, and with each passing day, it only intensified. He had tried to push the feelings aside, focusing instead on the challenges of the reef, the curse they needed to break, the treasure they sought. But no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts kept returning to Serena, to the way she had begun to occupy a space in his heart that he hadn't anticipated. The closeness they had built, the trust they had developed, it was all too important to ignore, and yet, the fear of complicating their mission weighed heavily on him. Still, the words were there, simmering just beneath the surface, and they demanded to be spoken. Finally, the pressure of the silence became too much to bear. Adrian turned toward Serena, his eyes meeting hers with a resolve that surprised even him. "Serena, there's something I need to tell you," he said, his voice soft but steady, the words carrying an earnestness that was rare for him. The sound of his own voice felt foreign, as though he had been holding onto it for too long. He took a breath, trying to steady the sudden rush of emotions that surged within him, but there was no turning back now. The words had been waiting for too long, and as they hung in the air between them, Adrian knew that whatever came next would change everything. Serena's eyes widened slightly at the weight of his statement. She turned toward him fully, her expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of anticipation, or perhaps fear, behind her gaze. She hadn't expected this moment, hadn't known that Adrian had been harboring something he felt the need to share. Her heart quickened, the familiar warmth that had been steadily growing between them now a palpable presence. She had felt the shift too, the quiet undercurrent that ran through their interactions, but she had never imagined that Adrian would be the one to address it first. The vulnerability in his voice, the sincerity that seemed to pour from him, made her pause. She opened her mouth to respond, but words failed her for a moment. What was there to say to this? What could she say to something that was already so clear between them? Adrian noticed the slight tremble in Serena's posture, the way her breath hitched ever so slightly. His heart skipped a beat, a knot tightening in his chest as he realized how much this moment meant to both of them. His mind raced, unsure of how to continue, but there was no easy way to put his feelings into words. "I don't know how to explain it," he continued, his voice barely above a whisper now. "But I've started to realize that what we have, this partnership, this connection, it's become something more to me. Something I didn't expect, and I don't know if it's the right time or the right place to say this, but I can't ignore it anymore." The words spilled out in a rush, but there was a quiet certainty behind them. "I don't want to complicate things between us, but I also don't want to keep pretending that what I feel isn't real." He looked at her then, his eyes searching her face for any sign of understanding, or perhaps acceptance. Serena turned to him, her movements deliberate as she adjusted her position, facing him fully now. The soft light from the surrounding magical crystals illuminated her features, casting a gentle glow that softened the intensity in her eyes. Her expression was attentive, yet there was an underlying tension in her posture, a subtle stillness that suggested she was bracing herself for whatever was coming. The weight of Adrian's words hung in the air between them, and though she had an inkling of what might be coming, the uncertainty still gnawed at her. She could feel the pulse of her own heartbeat quickening, the quiet thrum of anticipation making her acutely aware of how close they were. The intimacy of the moment was impossible to ignore. Her gaze never left his, searching his face for any clue as to what was troubling him. Adrian's usual composure seemed to have slipped, replaced by a vulnerability that she hadn't seen before. He was always the steady one, the one who could be relied upon to keep his focus, to keep his emotions in check. Yet now, there was a depth to his expression, a rawness that unsettled her. She realized, as she watched him, that this was something important, something that would change the delicate balance they had struck over the past weeks. It was clear that whatever Adrian had to say, it was something he had been carrying for a while, something he hadn't been able to keep hidden any longer. "What is it?" Serena's voice was quiet but steady, her tone laced with both curiosity and concern. She knew this conversation was inevitable. She had felt the shift in their dynamic long before this moment, but hearing Adrian admit it aloud, hearing him actually speak the words, felt like a breaking of the dam. She wanted to understand, to know what had been weighing on him. But part of her, too, feared that whatever was coming would make things between them more complicated, more fragile than they already were. The bond they had forged in the depths of the reef, through their shared struggles and victories, had become something she treasured deeply. Yet she couldn't help but wonder if acknowledging whatever Adrian was about to reveal would threaten that bond. Adrian hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering away from hers as if searching for the right words. The quiet of the reef around them seemed to heighten the tension, the stillness pressing in as he collected his thoughts. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but unwavering. "Serena," he began, his gaze returning to hers, "I can't keep pretending that what we have is just a partnership anymore. It's more than that for me. The way we've worked together, the way we've come to understand each other, It's made me realize that I'm feeling something deeper. I'm not just admiring you as my companion in this journey, Serena. I'm starting to care for you in a way that's hard to ignore. His words were careful, measured, but there was an undeniable sincerity in his tone that made the air between them seem thicker, more charged. Serena felt a tightness in her chest at his confession, her breath catching slightly as his words sank in. She had suspected something like this, had felt the subtle shift in their relationship, but hearing him say it so plainly, so honestly, left her momentarily speechless. A rush of emotions flooded her, surprise, confusion, and something deeper that she couldn't quite name. There was no doubt that she had felt a connection with Adrian, but she hadn't allowed herself to fully confront what that connection meant. To hear him put it into words made the reality of it all too real, and she suddenly felt exposed in a way she hadn't anticipated. She wanted to say something, to respond, but her thoughts swirled in a tangled mess, and the only thing she could manage was to hold his gaze, silently processing the weight of his admission. Serena's heart raced as Adrian's words lingered in the air, filling the silence between them with an undeniable intensity. His confession hit her like a wave, unexpected and powerful, and for a moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. She could see the vulnerability in his eyes, the quiet sincerity that had always been a part of him, but now seemed more pronounced. It was as though he had finally let down the walls he had so carefully built around himself, allowing her to see a side of him that was raw and unguarded. The warmth in her chest, the connection they had fostered over the weeks, surged in response to his openness. But with that warmth came a flutter of uncertainty. How did she feel about this? Was she ready to face this new layer of their relationship? For a few moments, the only sound was the soft, rhythmic pulse of the reef's currents against the rocks. Serena swallowed hard, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of the feelings churning inside her. She had always known there was something more between them, something deeper than just companionship. The way Adrian had always been there for her, the way they had moved in sync through the trials, had built a bond that felt unshakable. But this was different. This was personal. She hadn't allowed herself to acknowledge the growing attraction, the quiet pull she had felt toward him, fearing it would complicate everything they were working for. Now, with this confession hanging in the air, it felt like everything had shifted, and the weight of that shift settled heavily on her shoulders. She found herself looking at him, searching his face for any sign of doubt, any hesitation. But all she saw was sincerity, raw and honest. It was both comforting and terrifying. Serena had never been one to shy away from the truth, but this was a different kind of truth. This wasn't just about the curse they were trying to break, or the treasure they sought. This was about them. About what they had become, and what they could be. Her mind struggled to keep up with her emotions, each thought seeming to contradict the last. She wanted to say something, to voice the thoughts that were tumbling through her, but words seemed to fail her in the face of his openness. What could she say to something that felt so big, so irrevocable? Finally, Serena took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumult within her. "Adrian," she said, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions inside her. I don't know what to say." She paused, searching for the right words, her gaze never leaving his. "I've felt it too, you know? The connection between us, it's not just about the mission. I've seen you in ways I never expected, and it's hard to ignore." She could feel the weight of her own confession, the words slipping out before she could stop them. There was something freeing in saying them aloud, but it also brought an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. What did it mean for them, this sudden shift? And what would it mean for their journey ahead? Her voice softened as she continued, her heart now laid bare. "But I'm scared, Adrian. Scared that we're too deep into this, too committed to our mission, for something like this to work. I don't want to risk what we've built." She shook her head slightly, the conflict in her heart mirrored in her eyes. "I don't want to complicate things, but at the same time, I can't pretend that what I feel isn't real, just as you can't." The weight of her own admission hung in the air between them, and Serena found herself holding her breath, waiting for Adrian's response. There was no turning back now. They had both stepped into unknown territory, and the path ahead would require more than just trust. It would require both of them to navigate the uncertainty together. Serena's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening at the weight of her own words. She felt an unexpected flush rise to her cheeks, a mixture of vulnerability and relief washing over her. Adrian had admitted his feelings first, but now it was her turn to confront the truths she had been hiding, even from herself. As she spoke, her gaze dropped to the coral beneath her fingertips, her hands moving absent-mindedly as she traced delicate patterns in the vibrant, textured surface. It was as if the physical act of grounding herself in something familiar could somehow ease the tumult inside her. Her mind was reeling, unsure of how to fully express the depth of what she felt. But as she let the words leave her lips, she knew she couldn't keep them hidden any longer. The journey they had shared, the trials they had faced, had forged a bond between them that went far beyond mere teamwork. There had been moments of quiet understanding, fleeting exchanges that spoke volumes, and the thrill of their victories that had made every hardship worthwhile. Each shared glance and every word of encouragement had built something unspoken, something deeper than companionship. Serena had always been cautious when it came to matters of the heart, especially with someone as important to her as Adrian had become. But now, sitting on the edge of the reef, her heart in her throat, she couldn't deny the truth any longer. It wasn't just the magic of the reef or the weight of their mission that had drawn them together. It was something far more personal. She had begun to care for Adrian in a way she hadn't anticipated, a way that had grown quietly, steadily, but undeniably. Her fingers continued to trace the intricate patterns on the coral, as if her body was trying to anchor her while her mind swam in uncharted waters. The words had come out before she had fully processed them, but now that they were spoken, there was no taking them back. A part of her feared that acknowledging her feelings would change everything between them, that it might somehow make things more complicated than they already were. They were in the midst of something important, something that demanded their full attention. Could their growing feelings for each other survive the trials they still had to face? She wasn't sure, but as she glanced up at Adrian, she saw the sincerity in his eyes, and it gave her the courage to speak the truth. "I feel the same way," Serena continued, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. "Working together, facing these challenges, it's brought us closer. And I've found myself developing feelings for you, too." The words felt like a release, like she was finally allowing herself to admit what had been growing inside her for so long. It wasn't just admiration or respect anymore. It was something deeper, something that reached into the very core of who they were as individuals and as partners. The realization of it was both exhilarating and terrifying, but Serena knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever the future held, this truth was undeniable. As she finished speaking, Serena took a slow, steadying breath, the weight of the moment settling over her. She had said it, and now there was no turning back. The silence between them stretched out, but it was different now, filled with the vulnerability of their shared admission. Serena couldn't read Adrian's expression completely, but there was a warmth in his eyes that made her feel as though she had done the right thing. She had taken the first step, and now it was up to them both to figure out what came next. There was still so much uncertainty ahead, not just in their mission, but in how they would navigate this new dynamic between them. But for the first time in what felt like a long while, Serena didn't feel alone in the uncertainty. The confession lingered in the air, a heavy yet freeing weight that settled between them. Serena's words, raw and honest, were like an unspoken promise, one that both comforted and unnerved her. Her heart still raced from the vulnerability of admitting her feelings aloud, but there was also a deep sense of relief, as though a burden had been lifted. The truth was now out in the open, shared between them in the quiet of the reef. But with that relief came a sharp edge of uncertainty, the recognition that acknowledging their emotions didn't make their journey any simpler. Their mission remained the same, breaking the curse, uncovering the treasure, and finding their way through the perilous trials of the magical reef. Nothing had changed in that regard. Yet, Everything felt different now. The connection between them, once a subtle undercurrent, had become undeniable, adding a new layer of complexity to an already complicated path. As the moments stretched, both of them were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding that hovered between them. Their feelings, though genuine and powerful, were bound by the reality of their situation. Adrian and Serena had always operated with a sense of purpose, driven by the shared goal of their mission. But now, their bond was no longer just about completing a task. It was about navigating a deeper, more personal connection that could potentially alter the course of their journey. The thought was both exhilarating and daunting. How would they manage to balance their growing feelings with the necessity of their quest? It was a question neither of them had answers to, and the uncertainty of it was unsettling. The magical reef, with its beauty and danger, had already tested their resolve, pushing them to their limits both physically and emotionally. Now, with this new dynamic between them, Serena couldn't help but wonder how their emotions would affect their ability to remain focused on the trials ahead. The connection between them was strong, but would it be enough to withstand the pressure of the tasks they still had to face? Would their personal feelings distract them, or would they only serve to strengthen their resolve? It was a balance that seemed impossible to strike, and yet, as she looked at Adrian, she knew that the answer wasn't clear-cut. There was no manual for navigating a relationship forged in such intense circumstances. All they could do was keep moving forward, step by step, and trust that their bond would guide them when things became too overwhelming. Adrian, too, felt the weight of their new reality. He knew that Serena had spoken the truth, and the acknowledgement of their shared feelings brought a sense of unity and strength he hadn't expected. But with that strength came the understanding that they now had to face the trials not only as partners in their mission but also as people whose emotions were intertwined. It added a layer of tension to their every decision. Would their growing affection for each other cloud their judgment? Could they afford to let it? Adrian wasn't sure, but the idea of pulling away from Serena, of trying to ignore the connection they had built, seemed impossible. It was too late for that. The reality of their feelings was undeniable, and he couldn't pretend it wasn't there. But he also knew that their mission had to remain their priority, no matter how complicated their relationship became. As they sat together, the silence between them wasn't uncomfortable but filled with the quiet understanding of what lay ahead. There was a shared acknowledgement that the road they walked had just become more complicated. But despite the uncertainty, there was a sense of resolve in both of them. They had come this far together, and they would continue to face whatever challenges the reef threw at them, side by side. Their feelings, though new and uncharted, didn't change the essence of their partnership. They still had the same goal, the same drive to see their mission through. What had changed was the knowledge that, whatever happened, they were no longer just two individuals working together. They were a team, bound by both their shared mission and their growing connection, and that bond was stronger than either of them had anticipated. Adrian reached out, his fingers brushing against Serena's hand with a tenderness that caught her off guard. The simple gesture felt like a lifeline, grounding them both in a moment of clarity amidst the swirl of emotions that had built between them. His touch, soft but deliberate, carried the weight of unspoken words, the desire to acknowledge what they both knew but hadn't fully confronted until now. Serena's breath caught slightly as she turned her hand to meet his, the connection between them sparking something both familiar and new. It was an intimate moment, shared in the quiet of the reef, where the world outside seemed to fade into a distant hum. The pressure of their mission, the urgency of their quest, was still there, but in that instant, it felt like the weight of it had shifted, if only for a moment, towards something else entirely. Adrian's voice was steady but filled with a quiet intensity as he spoke, his words hanging in the space between them. "I don't want our feelings to complicate things," he said, his gaze never leaving hers. "But I also don't want to ignore them." His confession, though simple, was a mirror of Serena's own internal struggle. They had both felt the pull of their growing connection, the way their bond had evolved into something deeper and more personal, but neither had known how to address it. They were both driven by a shared purpose, a mission that was too important to let personal feelings get in the way. But now that the truth was out in the open, there was no going back. The emotions between them were real, undeniable, and they had to find a way to honor them without losing sight of the task at hand. It was a delicate balance, and neither of them had the answers. For a moment, Serena's mind raced, torn between the desire to embrace the connection they had forged and the knowledge that their mission still came first. She felt the warmth of Adrian's hand in hers, a silent promise that they were in this together. But the weight of their goal, the curse, the treasure, the trials, still loomed over them. How could they move forward with both their personal connection and their commitment to the mission without letting one overshadow the other? It was a question that had no simple answer, but as she looked into Adrian's eyes, she knew that they would have to figure it out together. The idea of pulling away, of distancing herself from him emotionally, felt impossible. They had already crossed that threshold, and to deny what they were feeling now would only breed confusion and regret. Serena squeezed his hand gently, a silent acknowledgement that she understood the weight of his words. "We need to find a balance," she said, her voice quiet but firm, "between what we're feeling and what we have to do. It's not going to be easy, but I think we can figure it out. We've already faced so much together, and we're still standing. We can handle this too." Her words, though spoken with conviction, were laced with uncertainty. The idea of balancing their mission with their feelings felt like an impossible task, but in that moment, with Adrian beside her, she believed that they could find a way. They had been through so much already, had weathered storms, both literal and emotional, and their connection had only grown stronger because of it. She wasn't sure how to make the pieces fit, but she knew that she didn't want to lose what they had built. Adrian nodded slowly, the weight of her words sinking in. He understood the challenge that lay ahead, but there was a part of him that was relieved by the honesty between them. They weren't trying to ignore what was happening between them, and they weren't running from it. They were acknowledging it, taking the first step toward navigating the complexities of their situation. The road ahead would be difficult, and there would be moments of doubt and confusion, but for now, they had each other. That knowledge, that quiet certainty, was enough to give Adrian the strength to move forward. With Serena by his side, he felt like they could face anything, whether it was the dangers of the reef, the trials they had yet to face, or the delicate balance they needed to strike between their feelings and their mission. Together, they would find a way. Serena nodded, her expression softening as she processed Adrian's words. The moment felt charged with the weight of everything they had shared, the trials, the unspoken understanding, and now, the growing connection between them. Her mind shifted between the two realities. The unyielding drive to complete their mission and the undeniable pull she felt toward Adrian. The clarity of their shared goal had always been their anchor, but now, with their feelings out in the open, there was a new layer of complexity to navigate. She took a slow breath, her gaze meeting his as she spoke, her voice thoughtful yet firm. "I agree," she said, the certainty in her tone matching the quiet resolve she felt deep inside. "Our mission is important, and we can't let our feelings derail it." Yet even as she spoke those words, Serena knew that ignoring their feelings wasn't an option either. She felt the tug of something deeper growing between them, something that couldn't be dismissed as mere camaraderie or a fleeting bond formed under pressure. They had already crossed that threshold, their partnership evolving into something much more profound. To deny it now, to pretend it didn't matter, would only create tension and confusion that could jeopardize everything they had worked for. "But we should also acknowledge what's growing between us," she continued, her voice softer but no less resolute. "We can't ignore it. It's part of who we are now, and it's shaping how we move forward." Adrian's gaze held hers, and Serena saw the understanding in his eyes. He, too, recognized the delicate balance they now had to strike. This wasn't just about them anymore. It was about their shared future, the road they still had to walk together, and how they would manage their newfound feelings while staying true to their purpose. It wasn't a matter of choosing one over the other. It was about finding a way to make both parts of their journey fit together. Serena wasn't sure what that balance would look like, or how they would manage it when the trials ahead became even more perilous. But she knew one thing for certain: they were in this together. No matter what happened, no matter what obstacles lay ahead, they would face it as a team, both as partners in their mission and in what was quietly blossoming between them. As the weight of their unspoken understanding settled in, Serena felt a sense of calm wash over her. The tension that had lingered since their confession began to ease, replaced by a quiet certainty that, despite the complexity of their situation, they could handle it. They had already proven their ability to navigate the challenges the reef had thrown at them, and now, they just had to figure out how to handle the challenges within themselves. "We'll figure it out," Serena said, more to herself than to Adrian. The words were like a pledge, a promise that no matter the complications, they wouldn't allow their feelings to pull them away from their mission. Instead, they would make their connection a strength, a source of resilience in the face of the unknown. Adrian squeezed her hand lightly, a gesture that held more meaning than any words could convey. He didn't have all the answers, and neither did she, but the fact that they were talking about it, acknowledging their feelings and the complexities ahead, made him feel like they were taking the right first step. They were moving forward, not just with their shared mission, but with a new understanding of each other. They didn't need to have it all figured out yet. They just needed to keep working together, facing each trial as it came, knowing that their connection, both personal and professional, would be the foundation upon which they would build the rest of their journey. They could handle this together. They sat together in a comfortable silence, the sounds of the magical reef filling the space around them, but the silence between them was anything but ordinary. It was a silence heavy with understanding, laden with the emotions they had only just acknowledged, and the awareness that their bond had shifted in ways neither of them fully anticipated. The air between them felt thick with the weight of their growing connection. Yet, despite the quiet closeness they shared, neither of them spoke. There was no need for words in this moment. Everything had already been said, everything important at least. They both understood the significance of what had passed between them, but there was an unspoken agreement hanging in the air that neither would linger too long on it. Their journey was far from over, and they had to remain focused. The weight of their feelings sat on their shoulders like a second burden. It was not a burden of regret or hesitation, but one of awareness. The depth of what had developed between them was undeniable, and it both grounded and complicated their shared mission. As much as they had grown close, as much as they had found in each other, they still had a task to complete. The trials of the reef were relentless and ever-changing, pushing them to their limits, and the treasure they sought lay hidden within its depths, obscured by both magic and danger. There was no room for distractions. The stakes were too high, the obstacles too formidable, and the consequences of failure too great. Serena could feel the pull of her emotions every time she glanced at Adrian, every time their hands brushed or their eyes met. It was almost impossible to ignore this undercurrent of attraction and warmth that seemed to deepen with each passing day. But despite how much she wanted to linger in that connection, she knew that the path ahead was treacherous. They still had no idea what trials awaited them, or what dangers would spring from the reef's mysterious depths. The treasure they sought was not merely gold or jewels. It was something far more elusive and dangerous, tied to a curse that they still didn't fully understand. This was not the time for distractions. Serena understood this with an intensity that matched her feelings for Adrian. Their mission was bigger than any personal emotions. Adrian, too, felt the complex blend of emotion and duty pressing down on him. The bond they shared was undeniable, something that couldn't be overlooked, yet the world around them remained just as unforgiving as it had been before their confession. He could feel the quiet weight of responsibility in every decision he made now, aware that his actions affected not only the outcome of their quest, but also the delicate balance between him and Serena. His feelings for her were real, but so too was the mission they were on, the curse that had to be broken, and the treasure that still eluded them. To let either of those things falter, his feelings for her or their mission, would be to risk everything. Yet, as he sat beside her, he realized that perhaps the key to their success wasn't to separate the two parts of their journey, but to find a way to weave them together. Their bond could be a strength, not a weakness. For now, the silence between them was the only answer they needed. They were still figuring out how to navigate the space between their personal connection and the task at hand. They didn't need to rush or overthink it. They would face the trials ahead, as they always had, side by side. They both knew that the trials of the reef would test them in ways they couldn't predict, but what mattered now was that they were in it together. The treasure, the curse, the challenges, they were all part of the journey. And as long as they kept moving forward with the same unity, the same shared resolve that had brought them this far, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Together, they could face whatever came next. As the sun began to set, its warm golden rays spilling across the vibrant reef, Adrian and Serena found themselves sitting in a quiet corner of the outcrop. The fading light bathed everything in a soft, ethereal glow, transforming the world around them into something dreamlike. The sea around them shimmered in the last moments of daylight, the colors of the reef intensifying as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out like the passing of time itself. It was a rare moment of peace, a brief respite from the relentless challenges they had faced since embarking on their journey. And in that peace, they shared a quiet understanding, a moment of connection that felt deeper than words could express. As they sat together, the weight of the days they had spent navigating the dangers of the reef settled between them. Their bond had deepened, forged through shared experiences and growing trust. The subtle glances, the quiet moments of support, and the times when they had worked together in perfect synchronization had brought them closer than either had anticipated. Serena felt the connection between them like an undercurrent, something powerful and steady beneath the surface of their conversations and their actions. She couldn't deny the warmth in her chest when Adrian's hand brushed against hers, or the way her heart fluttered when their eyes met. She had never expected to feel this way, not in the midst of a quest that demanded so much of her focus and attention. And yet there it was, undeniable, real, and impossible to ignore. But even as they shared this silent moment, both Adrian and Serena knew that their growing feelings could not, and would not, cloud the purpose of their journey. The treasure they sought, hidden deep within the reef, was tied to a curse that threatened more than just their lives. It could impact the very balance of the world around them. The dangers they faced were real and ever-present, and they both understood that their mission must remain at the forefront of everything they did. The growing connection between them, though important and meaningful, could not distract them from the trials ahead. They had come too far, faced too many challenges, to allow their personal feelings to take precedence over their ultimate goal. As the last sliver of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, leaving behind a deep purple sky streaked with the remnants of twilight, Adrian's mind turned back to the task at hand. He could feel the shift in his heart every time he looked at Serena, but he knew that their shared understanding, their bond, was something that had to be nurtured carefully. It was a gift, yes, but one that could be fragile if allowed to overshadow their purpose. The trials of the reef had a way of testing the limits of resolve, and he knew that keeping their focus sharp and unwavering would be essential. They had to stay ahead of whatever challenges the reef had left in store for them. The path to the treasure was winding and fraught with danger, and they couldn't afford to lose sight of what they were truly after. Serena, too, understood the unspoken agreement that lingered between them. The quiet bond they shared felt like an anchor, but it was also a reminder of the larger task they had to complete. She glanced at Adrian, sensing the same tension in him, the delicate balance they both had to find between the connection growing between them and the responsibility they carried. With every passing day, the reef revealed more of its mysteries, and the urgency to uncover the treasure and break the curse grew. They couldn't afford to let distractions cloud their judgment. Yet, in this moment of stillness, Serena found herself grateful for the strength they had found in each other, knowing that it would carry them through the challenges yet to come. Together, they would find a way to move forward, navigating both the mission and the feelings they were learning to embrace. With the final light of the sunset fading into the horizon, Adrian and Serena stood together, their resolve steeled by the quiet understanding that had passed between them. The air around them felt heavier now, charged with the weight of their unspoken feelings and the knowledge that their bond had deepened in ways either had anticipated. But this realization, while profound, did not detract from their sense of duty. It only strengthened it. The journey they were on was far from over, and the challenges ahead would only become more treacherous. With a final glance exchanged, they both understood that the time had come to set aside any lingering doubts or distractions. They had a purpose to fulfill, and nothing, not even the powerful emotions that had begun to weave between them, could overshadow them. The reef stretched out before them, a vast and mysterious world filled with both beauty and danger. Its waters, once an awe-inspiring sight, now seemed to pulse with the promise of trials yet to come. Every twist of the current, every shifting tide, held new challenges that would test their mettle in ways they could not yet predict. They had already faced trials that tested their wits, their courage, and their strength, but the true depth of the reef's enchantments lay hidden still. Adrian felt the familiar pulse of anticipation and trepidation in his chest as he tightened the straps on his gear. Each challenge would be harder than the last, and he knew they would need every ounce of their collective skill to navigate it. Serena, too, was aware of the weight of what lay ahead. She had always been a woman of deep focus, able to separate her personal emotions from her goals. But this journey had forced her to examine that balance in new ways. Her growing connection with Adrian was undeniable, and though it complicated things, it also added a layer of strength she hadn't expected. She could no longer deny how much she relied on him, not just for the mission, but for the steadying presence he provided in her life. Their partnership had evolved from simple teamwork into something deeper, something that made her feel more capable, more driven than ever before. But she understood, just as Adrian did, that they couldn't let that connection cloud their judgment. The reef demanded clarity of mind, and the treasure they sought would not be easily won. As they moved forward into the depths of the magical reef, their senses heightened and their every movement deliberate, they found themselves working in perfect harmony. Their growing connection had brought them closer, yes, but it had also sharpened their ability to anticipate each other's needs. Adrian was quick to adjust when Serena encountered an unexpected obstacle, his movements a seamless extension of her own. Likewise, Serena's intuition seemed to sharpen in tandem with his, guiding them around hidden dangers and towards the path they needed to follow. There was an unspoken rhythm between them now, a flow that made their teamwork even more efficient. They had become more than just allies in this quest. They were beginning to feel like two halves of a whole, each complementing the other in ways that made them stronger together. The complexity of their emotions was still there, a constant undercurrent beneath the surface of their interactions, but they had learned to channel it into their shared purpose. They knew their feelings for each other were real, but they also knew that now, more than ever, they had to keep their eyes on the goal. The trials ahead would demand everything from them, every ounce of courage, skill, and heart they had. But Adrian and Serena were no longer just two individuals trying to survive the reef. They were a team, bound by more than just their mission. Their shared goals and the trust they had built in each other would carry them forward, through whatever challenges the magical waters threw their way. With renewed determination and a newfound awareness of their growing connection, they were ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 18: An Unexpected Ally. The path through the magical reef seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning with each new trial that arose. Every corner they rounded brought with it a fresh set of challenges, be it perilous currents, intricate puzzles, or hidden dangers lurking beneath the waters. At first, each test had felt like an insurmountable obstacle, but over time, Adrian and Serena had grown more adept at navigating the treacherous terrain. Their bond, initially forged in the heat of shared purpose, had deepened with each success. They had learned to rely on each other's strengths in ways they hadn't expected, seamlessly working together to overcome whatever the reef threw at them. The rhythm of their partnership was now second nature, her knowledge of the reef's magic complementing his resourcefulness and determination. Despite their growing synergy, the trials they faced were far from over, and each new test seemed to be more demanding than the last. But nothing could have prepared them for the unexpected encounter that lay ahead. As they pressed forward through a particularly dense section of the reef, the air grew unnaturally still, and the water around them darkened, as if something ancient and powerful had awoken. From the shadows of the coral, a figure emerged, a being neither entirely human nor wholly sea creature, with features that shimmered like the surface of the water on a moonlit night. The mysterious figure moved with an eerie grace, its presence both unsettling and captivating, its gaze fixed on them with an intensity that felt almost like a silent challenge. The encounter with this enigmatic figure was unlike anything Adrian and Serena had faced before. The creature's very presence seemed to shift the air around them, as if the rules of the reef had changed. It spoke with a voice that was at once melodic and dissonant, warning them that their journey was veering dangerously close to forces they could not yet comprehend. The figure's words, cryptic and layered with meaning, hinted at a deeper connection to the treasure they sought, a connection that could alter the very fabric of their mission. As it faded back into the depths of the reef, leaving only the ripples of its passing in the still waters, Adrian and Serena were left with a sense of foreboding. Their path had changed in ways they hadn't anticipated, and the stakes of their quest had just grown much higher. One afternoon, as Adrian and Serena ventured deeper into the magical reef, they found themselves drifting through a dense kelp forest. The thick, green tendrils of the kelp swayed gently with the current, their movements creating a rhythmic dance that seemed to envelop them in a quiet, mesmerizing world. The water was cool and clear, and the silence of the underwater realm was broken only by the soft rustling of the kelp and the distant calls of unseen creatures. The sense of serenity in this part of the reef was almost palpable, but there was an unmistakable feeling that something, or someone, was watching them. As they moved cautiously through the tangled labyrinth of kelp, their eyes scanned the shadows, always alert for any danger that might lie hidden. It was then that they saw the figure. At first, it was a mere silhouette, moving gracefully between the towering fronds of kelp, but as it came closer, it became more distinct. The figure seemed to glide effortlessly through the water, its movements fluid and serene, as though it were part of the very sea itself. The soft glow of the underwater light, refracted through the water, cast an ethereal halo around the figure, making it appear almost otherworldly. It was impossible to tell whether the figure was human, creature, or something entirely different. Its presence was both calming and unsettling, as if it belonged to a realm of the reef that they had yet to discover. As the figure moved closer, the water around them shimmered, and Serena felt an inexplicable pull, as though the being was drawing her in with a silent invitation. Adrian, too, was captivated, his instincts alert, though he sensed no immediate threat. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly like twin orbs of moonlight, locked onto theirs for a brief, intense moment before it disappeared into the depths of the kelp forest, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The encounter left them both with a lingering sense of awe and unease, the mysteries of the reef deepening. The figure's sudden appearance seemed like a warning, a reminder that they were navigating not just the physical dangers of the reef, but the unknown, magical forces that governed it. As they resumed their journey, the memory of the figure stayed with them, its meaning still unclear but its impact undeniable. Serena and Adrian exchanged a glance, their senses heightened as they approached the figure. The underwater world around them seemed to fall into an eerie stillness, as if the very reef had held its breath. With every careful movement, they navigated through the dense kelp, drawn toward the cloaked figure who seemed to beckon them with its presence alone. The robes of the figure glimmered in the dim light, their iridescence catching the fading rays from the surface and reflecting them in shifting patterns of color. The effect was mesmerizing, as though the fabric itself was woven from the essence of the reef, an intricate blend of the natural and the magical. As they drew closer, the figure slowly turned to face them, its movement graceful and deliberate. There was something unnerving in the way the figure's gaze immediately locked onto theirs, as though it had been waiting for their arrival. The robes swirled gently in the current, giving the illusion that the figure was floating rather than standing. However, it was the face that truly captivated them. The hooded cloak obscured much of its features, casting most of its face in shadow, but two piercing, luminous eyes shone through the darkness, glowing faintly like twin stars. The eyes were intense, holding a depth of ancient knowledge, and they seemed to look right through them, as if assessing their very souls. Serena felt a shiver run down her spine, but it wasn't fear that gripped her. It was a strange mix of wonder and foreboding. Adrian, too, stood frozen, captivated by the figure before them. The silence between them stretched, thick with unspoken words, and neither of them dared to speak. The figure, despite its apparent ethereal nature, exuded an undeniable sense of power, and yet, there was a calmness about it that seemed to radiate peace. As they waited for the figure to make the first move, the tension in the water grew, as though the very currents were attuned to the moment. Serena could feel that this encounter was no mere chance. It was something that would alter the course of their journey, something that might hold the key to the deeper mysteries of the reef. The figure's voice broke the silence like a soft, melodic wave rippling through the stillness of the reef. It carried an otherworldly resonance, echoing within the depths of the water, and yet it seemed to reverberate directly in their minds. Serena and Adrian felt the weight of the words before they fully understood their meaning. The voice was both ancient and knowing, as though the figure had lived through countless cycles of time and had seen the rise and fall of empires, the passing of ages, and the shifting tides of destiny. It had a richness that drew them in, almost hypnotic, while simultaneously sending a chill down their spines. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it continued, the phrase carrying a deep, unspoken significance, as if this meeting was not a mere chance encounter but something fated. Adrian's heart raced in response to the figure's words. He exchanged a quick, uncertain glance with Serena, both of them instinctively aware that they were no longer in control of the situation. This wasn't just another challenge or obstacle in the reef, it was something more profound. The figure's statement, "I have been expecting you," only deepened the mystery, implying that their arrival had been anticipated, perhaps even planned. But by whom? And why? The feeling of being drawn into a larger design, something beyond their comprehension, lingered heavily in the water around them. Their mission, their quest for the treasure, suddenly felt much smaller in the face of this revelation. The reef, they now realized, held secrets far older and deeper than they had ever imagined, and this figure might hold the key to unlocking them. Serena stood motionless, trying to process the weight of the figure's words. 1,000 questions flooded her mind, but none seemed right to ask. Instead, she simply nodded, acknowledging the figure's presence. There was a strange peace about it, an undeniable pull that made it impossible to turn away, even as every instinct screamed that they were stepping into a realm beyond their understanding. "Who are you?" she finally asked, her voice steady despite the turbulence of emotions that churned within her. The figure did not immediately respond, instead allowing the silence to stretch for a long moment, as if savoring the tension. The water around them seemed to grow even quieter, the soft glow of the coral and crystals dimming slightly as if waiting for the answer. Adrian's voice broke through the silence, steady but edged with caution. His gaze flickered between Serena and the figure, both uncertain and captivated by the entity before them. The air seemed to thicken, as if the very water around them held its breath, waiting for an answer. Serena, though equally puzzled, found herself holding on to Adrian's steady presence, trusting that his question would help them understand what they were facing. She noticed the way the figure's glowing eyes never left them, unblinking, unwavering. There was something unnerving about the way it watched them, as if it knew their thoughts, their desires, and the very essence of their journey. The atmosphere felt charged, the weight of their shared curiosity and apprehension pressing in from all sides. The figure, unmoved by Adrian's inquiry, seemed to smile beneath its hood, a subtle shift in its posture that exuded both warmth and enigma. Its voice came again, softer this time, but still imbued with that ancient resonance. "I am a guardian of the reef, a keeper of its secrets," it began, the words carrying an almost reverent tone. "I watch over those who seek the truths buried deep within its waters. As for how I know you," the figure's luminous eyes seemed to glimmer more brightly now, as though drawing in the very essence of the moment. "The currents of fate run through this place, and they have brought you to me. Your paths are intertwined with the magic of this reef, and it is my duty to guide those who have the courage to unlock its mysteries." The figure's words seemed to hold layers of meaning, suggesting not only knowledge of their presence but also of their very purpose here. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the figure's response, the implications of its words settling heavily on his shoulders. "But why us?" he asked, his voice now tinged with both skepticism and wonder. "What makes us so special that you were expecting us?" The question hung in the water, unanswered for a moment, as the figure seemed to consider the depths of their uncertainty. Serena could feel the tension growing, the growing realization that they had stepped into a realm that operated on rules they didn't yet understand. She glanced at Adrian, his expression mirroring her own confusion and unease. The figure, still shrouded in mystery, remained calm and silent for another beat, as if choosing its next words carefully, knowing that what it said next would change everything. The figure's movement was fluid, almost like a ripple through the water. It inclined its head slightly, a gesture so delicate that it seemed to echo the natural ebb and flow of the reef itself. There was an elegance in the motion, an ancient grace that made the being appear as if it were part of the very currents surrounding them. The stillness of the moment was interrupted only by the soft swaying of the kelp and the distant calls of the reef's hidden creatures. Despite the figure's enigmatic presence, there was an underlying warmth in its demeanor that seemed to invite trust. It wasn't the cold, distant energy of a creature bent on manipulation. Instead, there was something deeply attuned to the natural rhythm of the ocean, a sense that this being belonged to the reef in a way no one else did. "I am an old friend of the reef." The figure's voice echoed again, its tone deep and smooth, carrying with it the weight of centuries. The words wrapped around Adrian and Serena like a soft, cryptic melody. "My role is to offer guidance to those who seek to unravel the mysteries of this place." The way the figure spoke suggested a vast understanding, as if it had seen countless travelers pass through the waters, each seeking something different, but all bound by a shared desire to discover the hidden truths beneath the surface. It didn't explain how it knew them or why it had been waiting, but there was a quiet confidence in the way it held itself. This was not an entity that needed to justify its existence, and yet, it seemed more than willing to share its knowledge with those deemed worthy. Adrian and Serena exchanged another glance, this one heavier with the weight of the figure's words. They had come to the reef seeking a treasure, something tangible and valuable, but now it seemed as though they were being drawn into something far more complex, a deeper mystery that transcended their original purpose. The figure's presence suggested that there were layers to the reef, layers they hadn't yet begun to comprehend. It wasn't just a place of treasure and danger, it was a living entity, ancient and wise, and this guardian, this old friend, held the keys to its deepest secrets. Serena felt a strange pull to the figure, a sense that they were standing on the edge of something monumental, something that could alter the course of their journey, and their lives, forever. Serena's heart raced as she took a step forward, her curiosity compelling her to push past the veil of caution that had initially held her back. The weight of their mission, the cursed reef, and the elusive heart of the reef pressed heavily on her mind, and in that moment, the figure before them seemed like the key to unraveling the web of mysteries that surrounded their journey. She didn't fully understand the depth of the situation, but there was something undeniable about the figure's presence, something that suggested it might hold the answers they so desperately sought. Her voice was steady, but her words carried the urgency of their quest. "We are on a quest to break the curse that binds this reef and to uncover the truth behind the heart of the reef. Can you help us?" The question hung in the water, the quietness around them amplifying the significance of her request. Serena felt a surge of vulnerability as she spoke, fully aware that they had just placed their faith in a being they knew little about. Yet, in the presence of this ethereal figure, her instincts told her that there was something more at play here, something that connected the guardian of the reef to their mission in ways they hadn't yet begun to understand. The current seemed to still in anticipation, and she held her breath, waiting for the figure's response, hoping it would provide clarity, or at least a glimpse into the next step of their journey. The figure did not immediately answer, its luminous eyes studying them with an intensity that felt like it was searching their very souls. For a long moment, the only sound was the soft ebb and flow of water around them, the sway of the kelp, and the distant hum of the reef's magical heartbeat. Then, slowly, the figure spoke, its voice as calm and deep as the ocean itself. "The curse that binds this reef is older than the stones upon which it rests, and the heart of the reef is no mere treasure, it is a force, a living pulse that sustains this place." The figure's words seemed to weave through the water, heavy with meaning. "I can help you, but be warned, what you seek is not without its price. The heart is not something to be claimed lightly." The weight of the figure's warning settled over Serena and Adrian, and the journey ahead suddenly felt even more perilous, as if they were stepping into an unknown that would challenge not just their skills but their very understanding of the reef and its power. The figure's eyes, luminous and ancient, glimmered with a knowing light as it spoke, as though the very essence of the reef's mysteries were contained within them. It was clear that the figure held far more knowledge than it had let on, and with a slight tilt of its head, it regarded them as if they were both a puzzle and a prophecy, each step of their journey already written in the currents of time. Ah, the curse and the heart, it continued, its voice now rich with understanding, like the murmur of the deep sea itself. These are indeed entwined, and your journey is significant. The weight of the words hung between them, thick with meaning, but the figure didn't pause to elaborate further. Instead, it allowed the silence to stretch, creating a tension that seemed to press in on the space around them. The very water around them felt charged with the significance of the figure's words, as if the reef itself was listening. Serena and Adrian exchanged uncertain glances, their minds racing to process the gravity of what they had just heard. The figure's cryptic statement only deepened the mystery of their quest. The idea that the curse and the heart were bound together in ways they didn't fully understand was not entirely surprising, but the figure's warning sent an unsettling chill through Serena's chest. She could feel the weight of the unknown pressing in, a sense that the deeper they delved into the reef's heart, the more they would be faced with choices that carried consequences far beyond their current comprehension. They were no longer merely uncovering a treasure, they were entangled in something far older and more complex, a force that transcended their original intentions. The figure's voice dropped lower, almost a whisper against the gentle sway of the kelp, as it imparted its final warning. But be warned, the path you walk is fraught with danger and deception. The words seemed to ripple through the water, each one carrying a chill that seeped into Serena's bones. It wasn't just the physical dangers of the reef that they had to fear. There were deeper forces at play, forces that would test not just their physical endurance, but their trust in each other and their ability to discern truth from illusion. The figure's eyes locked onto Serena's, a piercing gaze that seemed to look right through her, and she felt as though it was seeing something within her, something she hadn't fully acknowledged yet. The sense of foreboding only grew stronger, and despite the figure's calm demeanor, Serena knew that their quest was no longer a simple adventure. It was a trial of heart and mind, one that would demand far more than they had initially expected. Adrian's curiosity surged, and the weight of the figure's warning pushed him to press further. His gaze remained fixed on the mysterious being, the faint glow of the water casting shifting shadows over its form. The words danger and deception echoed in his mind, stirring a deep unease within him. He took a small step forward, his voice steady despite the apprehension that twisted in his stomach. "What kind of danger?" he asked, his tone tinged with both urgency and caution. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was a pivotal moment in their journey, one that could define not only the success of their quest but their very survival. "And how can we break the curse?" His question lingered in the water, heavy with the weight of all they had sacrificed to come this far, and he couldn't afford to leave anything to chance. There was something more here, something crucial that they needed to understand. The figure seemed to consider his words carefully, as though weighing the best way to answer without revealing too much. Its eyes shimmered with an almost predatory gleam, as if it were aware of the tension in the air. Slowly, it spoke again, its voice both calm and foreboding, carrying a quiet power that seemed to resonate deep within their bones. "The danger you face is not just from the reef itself, but from those who seek to control it. The curse was not placed by chance, it was a deliberate act, a binding of power that has since grown corrupt. The heart of the reef is the source of both its life and its suffering. To break the curse, you must understand the heart's true nature, and the choices you make will shape the future of this place." The figure's words were a riddle, their meaning hidden within layers of implication, and Adrian could feel the intensity of its gaze as if the being were testing him, gauging his readiness for the truths it was about to reveal. Serena stood quietly beside Adrian, her mind racing to keep up with the implications of the figure's words. She knew their mission was no simple task, but now it seemed that the cost of failure was far greater than they had imagined. The reef was not merely a place to explore, it was a living, breathing entity, and the heart, the source of all its power, was a force to be reckoned with. She felt the gravity of the situation settle heavily on her shoulders, and despite the figure's calmness, a sense of foreboding began to take root. The stakes were no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about understanding the nature of the magic that bound the reef, and whether they had the strength to face what they would uncover. "How do we understand the heart's true nature?" she asked. her voice calm but filled with determination, eager to learn whatever the figure was willing to share. The figure raised a gloved hand slowly, and as it did, the surrounding water seemed to ripple in response, bending around its movements with an almost hypnotic grace. The light from the magical crystals above flickered, casting an eerie glow that seemed to deepen the mystery of the figure's words. Serena and Adrian watched intently, the air between them thick with anticipation. The figure's presence felt even more imposing now, its every action deliberate and filled with hidden significance. When it spoke again, its voice was low but carried an undeniable weight, reverberating through the water like an ancient chant. To break the curse, you must first understand the true nature of the heart of the reef. The curse is not merely a chain, it is a manifestation of an imbalance that has endured for centuries. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the words. A curse tied to an imbalance was not what he had expected. He had thought of the heart as some source of immense power, something they could unlock or destroy. But now, it seemed that the heart was not just an object to be manipulated, it was a living part of the reef itself, and the curse was a reflection of something deeper, something fundamental that had gone wrong. The more he listened, the more he felt as though they were standing on the edge of a vast chasm, unsure of what lay beneath. An imbalance? He echoed, trying to understand. What kind of imbalance are we talking about? And how does the heart fit into all of this? His mind raced with questions, but the answers eluded him. The figure's eyes glinted with a mixture of wisdom and sorrow, as if it had seen this imbalance unfold over countless cycles. The heart of the reef is not a simple artifact, it explained, its voice deepening with a gravitas that seemed to carry centuries of knowledge. It is the pulse of this place, the source of its magic and life. But over time, forces both external and internal have corrupted its flow. The curse you face is the result of this corruption, an attempt to bind and contain something that was never meant to be restrained. Until the imbalance is addressed, the heart will remain tainted, and the reef will continue to suffer. There was a pause as the figure seemed to gather its thoughts, the weight of what it had said settling into the water like a stone. Serena felt the depth of the figure's words in her chest, a new understanding beginning to take root. The heart and the curse were part of a much larger cycle, one that they were now irrevocably entwined in. The figure's voice softened, becoming even more enigmatic, its tone laced with mystery and ancient knowledge. The water around them seemed to absorb the words as they were spoken, the very currents carrying them deeper into the heart of the reef. The heart of the reef holds the essence of both creation and destruction. The figure continued, its words resonating with a profound weight. It is the wellspring from which the reef's power flows, both a force of life and a force of ruin. The balance between these opposing forces has been disrupted, and until it is restored, the curse will persist. The figure paused, allowing the gravity of its statement to sink in. The heart was not just a symbol of life, but also of potential devastation. Its power was both beautiful and terrifying, an inherent duality that they would need to understand if they were to succeed in their mission. Adrian and Serena exchanged glances, their minds racing with the implications of what they had just learned. Creation and destruction, bound together within the heart, it was a concept that seemed both unfathomable and dangerously real. If they were to have any hope of breaking the curse, they would need to understand how to restore the delicate balance between these forces. But how? The figure's next words brought clarity, though they only deepened the mystery. To restore balance, it said, its gaze sharpening with purpose, you must seek out the 4 keys, artifacts of immense power scattered across the reef. Each key represents a different element of the heart's power. Only by uniting them can you hope to dispel the curse and restore harmony. The path ahead was becoming clearer, but it was fraught with complexity and peril. The notion of the 4 keys sent a shiver through Serena. They were no longer simply searching for one object, but 4, each with its own unique significance, scattered across the vast and dangerous expanse of the reef. She felt the weight of the task settling heavily on her shoulders, but there was also a flicker of determination. She and Adrian had already overcome so much together. Now, they would have to face even greater trials. The keys were the key to everything, the curse, the heart, and the reef itself. But their journey was not just one of discovery. It was a race against time. "Where do we begin?" Serena asked, her voice steady but tinged with an edge of urgency. The figure's eyes gleamed as if prepared to answer, and for the first time, Serena felt a stirring sense of both dread and hope. Serena and Adrian listened intently, their minds focused on every word the figure spoke. The cryptic nature of its advice only deepened the gravity of their mission. The notion of seeking the 4 keys scattered across the reef felt like a daunting challenge, but it also brought a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of the curse and the fate of the reef rested heavily on their shoulders, and they knew they could not afford to waste time. They were no longer just explorers. They were the last hope for restoring balance to this enchanted place. As the figure's silence stretched on, Serena's resolve solidified. She straightened her posture, a spark of determination lighting her eyes. "Where can we find these keys?" she asked, her voice unwavering, though tinged with the urgency of their quest. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The path forward was being revealed, and she was ready to take the first step, no matter the cost. The figure's eyes seemed to glow with an otherworldly wisdom, as though it knew the exact weight of Serena's words. Its head tilted slightly, considering her question with an eerie calmness. The water around them grew still, as if the very reef was holding its breath. "The keys are not easily found," the figure answered, its voice soft yet filled with an undeniable power. "They are hidden within the most treacherous and mysterious corners of the reef, each one guarded by the forces that once shaped the heart's power. The first key lies beneath the shifting sands, a place where the ground itself moves in unpredictable ways. The second is protected by the tempest guardians, creatures of air and water that can summon storms. The third key is bound within the coral labyrinth, a maze of living stone that shifts as if it has a mind of its own. And the final key, it lies at the heart of the abyssal depths, where light does not reach and where darkness seeks to swallow all." The figure's words hung in the water like a heavy fog, painting a picture of the immense dangers that awaited them. Adrian's heart pounded as the figure spoke, the enormity of their task beginning to sink in. The locations of the keys sounded like places from a nightmare, each one more dangerous than the last. The shifting sands, the tempest guardians, the coral labyrinth, and the abyssal depths, these were not places for the faint of heart. But as he exchanged a glance with Serena, he saw the same determination in her eyes that he felt in his own chest. They had come this far together, and they would face these trials just as they had faced every challenge before. "We can do this," Adrian muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "We've faced tough odds before, and we'll face these too." Serena nodded, a quiet affirmation in her eyes as she turned back to the figure. They had no other choice but to press forward, their bond and the weight of their mission guiding them through the dark waters ahead. The figure's gaze shifted, drifting across the water surrounding them, its eyes reflecting the soft, shimmering light of the magical reef. The water, once calm and steady, seemed to pulse in response, as if the very currents were alive with meaning. The figure's voice, low and deliberate, broke the silence that had settled around them. "The keys are hidden in places of great significance," it said, its tone carrying an almost reverential weight. "Each key lies in a location tied to the heart's ancient power, and each location holds its own set of challenges and secrets." The figure's eyes glinted with the knowledge of what awaited Serena and Adrian, its cryptic words hanging in the water, filling the space with an unspoken tension. The stakes of their mission had just grown immeasurable, and every word the figure spoke only deepened the mystery of what they had to face. Serena and Adrian listened with rapt attention, absorbing every detail. The figure's description of the first 2 locations seemed almost impossibly difficult. "One lies in the depths where light fades," the figure continued, its voice turning almost wistful, as though recalling a time long past. "It is a place where shadows reign and the waters grow cold, where even the bravest dare not venture." The thought of searching the deep, lightless abyss sent a chill down Serena's spine. The second key, it seemed, was tied to an ancient city, its ruins scattered across the ocean floor. "The ruins of an ancient city," the figure elaborated, "are steeped in history and lost knowledge. They are hidden beneath layers of sand and time, guarded by the echoes of those who once thrived there." What remains is a maze of forgotten streets, where the living are not always welcome. The weight of the task seemed almost unbearable, but Serena and Adrian knew they had no choice. They would face these dangers, no matter what. Adrian, ever the strategist, felt the burden of the challenges ahead pressing down on him. The remaining 2 locations were no less daunting. The third key lies in the domain of the sea's fiercest guardians, the figure said, its voice growing even softer, like a warning. Creatures that have lived for centuries, born from the depths to protect the ancient secrets of the ocean. To approach them is to face the wrath of nature itself. The thought of battling these guardians seemed like a nightmare in itself, but it was the last location that truly took Adrian by surprise. The last key, the figure said, its tone heavy with finality, lies in the heart of a storm. A place where the fury of the sea collides with the rage of the sky, a tempest unlike any other. Serena's breath caught in her throat, her mind struggling to process the enormity of their task. They had come this far, but the true trials had only just begun. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the weight of the figure's words. The locations of the keys seemed so vast and treacherous, each one more daunting than the last. He exchanged a glance with Serena, both of them grappling with the uncertainty of how they would even begin to find such powerful artifacts. "How will we know when we've found the keys?" he asked, his voice tinged with both concern and curiosity. The question hung in the water between them, carrying a sense of urgency. If they were to embark on this impossible-seeming quest, they would need more than just a general sense of direction. They would need guidance, something to help them recognize the keys when they encountered them, amidst the dangers and confusion of the reef's labyrinthine wonders. The figure's eyes, glowing faintly with ancient knowledge, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the reef, its gaze unwavering. It tilted its head slightly, as though contemplating the best way to answer such a question. "The keys," the figure began, its voice calm but firm, "will not reveal themselves easily. They are bound to the very essence of the heart of the reef, and only those truly attuned to its magic can perceive them for what they are. When you are near one of the keys, you will feel a pull, a subtle but unmistakable sensation that calls to your very core. The air will feel charged, as if the waters around you are alive with energy. You will know, instinctively, that you are standing on the threshold of something great, something ancient." The figure paused, its gaze turning toward the shifting waters, as if reflecting on the countless seekers who had ventured into the reef's depths before. Adrian and Serena absorbed the figure's words, understanding the weight of what was being conveyed. The keys were not simple artifacts that could be discovered through conventional means. They were woven into the very fabric of the reef's magic. Finding them would require not just physical effort but an attunement to the forces that had shaped the heart and the entire reef. "Trust your instincts when you are near the keys," the figure continued, its voice now a soft whisper. "The magic will guide you, and when you stand before one, you will know. But remember, the trials are not just external. They will test your inner strength, your resolve, and your ability to remain true to your mission." Adrian felt a shiver run down his spine, knowing that this journey would demand everything from them. But despite the uncertainty, there was a flicker of hope in his heart, knowing that they would not face these trials alone. Together, they would find the keys, and together, they would face whatever the reef had in store for them. The figure's lips curved into a faint smile, a mysterious yet reassuring gesture that seemed to soften the air around them. The smile, though subtle, held an undeniable warmth, as if to offer comfort in the face of the daunting journey ahead. "The keys will reveal themselves when you are ready," the figure said, its voice filled with quiet confidence. "Trust in your journey and each other. The path may be fraught with peril, but remember that your bond is a source of strength." The words hung in the water like a gentle current, carrying with them an unspoken promise. There was something profoundly calming in the figure's demeanor, a reminder that despite the obstacles they would face, their connection would be their anchor. The reef, with all its dangers, could be overcome with the right balance of courage and trust. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, their determination solidifying with each word the figure spoke. It was clear that their journey would test not only their skills and endurance, but their ability to remain united through every trial. The figure's reassurance about their bond resonated deeply with both of them. They had already learned to rely on each other's strengths, but hearing it from this enigmatic being gave the words more weight. Seek the keys with courage and wisdom. The figure continued, its tone gentle yet imbued with authority. And you will find what you need. Serena felt a renewed sense of clarity wash over her. They had come this far, relying on their wits, their resolve, and the trust they shared. Now, it seemed, they needed to trust even more in what they had built between them. The figure's final words lingered in the still waters, like a spell woven into the currents themselves. Your journey is just beginning, it said, the faint glow of its robes casting an ethereal light around them. But know this, you are not alone, and the keys will be revealed in their time. What matters now is how you approach the path ahead. Seek with an open heart and a steady hand, and you will find your way. With that, the figure seemed to dissolve into the mist of the reef, leaving Adrian and Serena in the eerie silence of the underwater world. The weight of their mission had not lessened, but the reassurance they felt from the figure's words gave them a sense of purpose and clarity. As they stood together, the bond between them seemed stronger than ever, and the promise of the keys, though still distant, now felt within reach. They were ready to face whatever lay ahead. With those final words, the figure began to fade, their form dissolving into the surrounding kelp as if they were becoming one with the very water itself. The soft shimmer of their robes blended seamlessly with the light filtering through the water, making it almost impossible to tell where the figure ended and the reef began. It was as though the mysterious being was not a separate entity, but an integral part of the magical landscape that surrounded them. The kelp swayed gently in the current, and for a moment, it felt as though the figure had never been there at all, leaving only the faintest echo of their presence in the water's stillness. As the figure's form continued to dissipate, their voice lingered, soft and reverberating like a distant wave. May the currents guide you, they said, the words filled with a quiet yet profound blessing. The sound echoed through the water, wrapping around Adrian and Serena like a whispered promise, a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. The currents, once mere obstacles to navigate, now seemed to carry a deeper meaning. The figure's words, though simple, held weight, a prayer for safe passage and guidance through the trials ahead. The water around them shimmered with an almost imperceptible glow, as if the very reef was responding to the figure's blessing. For a long moment, the two stood in silence, the echoes of the figure's voice still resonating in the water. The surrounding kelp forest, once dense and mysterious, now seemed to part, revealing a clearer path forward. The air felt charged, as though the reef itself was shifting in response to the figure's departure, leaving Adrian and Serena with a sense of purpose and renewed determination. Their quest, though daunting, now felt more real than ever. They turned toward each other, the weight of the journey ahead settling in, but with it came a quiet confidence. With the figure's blessing still echoing in their minds, they knew that the currents, both literal and metaphorical, would guide them, and they were ready to face whatever lay ahead. Adrian and Serena stood in the stillness of the underwater world, the weight of the figure's cryptic advice pressing down on them. The gentle sway of the kelp around them seemed almost too calm in contrast to the swirl of thoughts racing through their minds. The figure's words had painted a clearer, though no less daunting, picture of the path ahead. The 4 keys, each tied to an elemental force of the heart of the reef, now held the key to breaking the curse that bound this place. But the challenges that lay in their wake were still clouded in mystery, leaving both of them with a sense of uncertainty about what exactly they were about to face. Despite the clarity of the figure's guidance, the journey ahead seemed fraught with complexities, and they could not help but wonder how much more they would need to sacrifice in the pursuit of their goal. The revelation of the 4 keys and their locations had provided a new sense of direction, but with it came an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The idea of seeking out these powerful artifacts felt daunting, each one hidden in treacherous corners of the reef, guarded by forces beyond their understanding. The puzzle had shifted, and now, rather than a single goal, they were tasked with the pursuit of 4 separate but interconnected objectives. The clue about the keys' locations painted vivid, almost impossible scenes: the depths where light fades, the ruins of an ancient city, the domain of the fiercest guardians, and the heart of a storm. Each place seemed more perilous than the last, as if the reef itself was testing their resolve at every turn. They exchanged a glance, both of them aware that they were no longer merely exploring this magical world. They were now playing a part in its ancient history, with a mission that could shape its future. Yet, in the midst of the growing uncertainty, there was also a quiet sense of purpose that began to form between them. The figure's advice had underscored the importance of their bond and their shared journey, something they both instinctively understood but had not fully acknowledged until now. It wasn't just the power of the keys they would need, it was the strength of their partnership that would see them through. They knew that they would have to rely on each other in ways they hadn't yet imagined. Serena's mind raced with strategies, the weight of their mission grounding her in the present, while Adrian's thoughts drifted to the immense responsibility they carried. But despite the enormity of the task before them, they both understood one thing clearly: they were in this together, and together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Adrian's voice cut through the silence, steady and resolute, as he spoke the words that shifted their focus back to the task at hand. "We have our next steps," he said, his tone filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of the figure's advice still hung in the air, but now it felt less like a burden and more like a call to action. The revelation of the 4 keys had provided clarity, but the road ahead would be far from easy. Finding these powerful artifacts was no longer just a distant possibility. It was their immediate priority, and each step they took from here would bring them closer to breaking the curse that had trapped the reef in an endless cycle of imbalance. Adrian's voice held a quiet determination, the gravity of their quest settling in with each word. Serena nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she absorbed the magnitude of Adrian's words. The idea of tracking down the 4 keys felt daunting, but it also stirred a sense of urgency in her chest. These artifacts were more than just relics. They were the linchpins of the reef's fate, and without them, the curse would remain unbroken. "We need to prepare ourselves for the challenges ahead," Adrian continued, his gaze meeting hers with a sense of shared understanding. Serena could feel the weight of the mission pressing down on her, but it was not a burden she would carry alone. Each clue about the keys, their locations and the forces guarding them, would test not only their physical and mental endurance but their ability to stay united in the face of adversity. The task was clear now, but the uncertainty of the challenges ahead still loomed. They both knew that the journey would demand everything from them, testing their limits and their trust in each other. But there was also something undeniably motivating about the path they had ahead of them. Serena felt the fire of resolve ignite within her. The magical reef, with its mysteries and dangers, had a life of its own, and they had only just begun to scratch the surface. But with Adrian by her side, she knew they could navigate whatever the reef threw their way. They would face every trial, every twist in the path, as one. And though the road ahead was unclear, one thing was certain: together, they would find the keys and restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena nodded, her expression firm and unwavering as the weight of their mission settled deeper within her. The task ahead was immense, the challenges they would face both physical and mental, but there was no hesitation in her words. "Yes, we must seek out the keys and unlock their power," she said, her voice steady as she surveyed the path before them. The cryptic clues about the keys, their locations, their significance, and the dangers they guarded, had given them direction, but the uncertainty of the trials still loomed large. However, the clarity of their purpose gave her a sense of strength, as though every step they took from here would bring them closer to restoring balance to the reef. Serena's eyes met Adrian's, and for a moment, she found herself silently reaffirming the bond between them. It was a connection that could help them face whatever obstacles lay in their path. "The journey will be difficult," Serena continued, her gaze steady on the horizon, where the vast expanse of the reef stretched out before them, shimmering under the filtered sunlight. There was no denying the perilous nature of their quest. Each of the keys was hidden in a place of great significance, and they would have to traverse dangerous waters to find them. But despite the fear that might have gripped her at the thought of what lay ahead, Serena felt an undeniable resolve building within her. With each trial they had faced thus far, they had learned to rely on one another, their partnership growing stronger. They had survived the reef's enchantments and its mysteries together, and now they would face its most formidable challenges as one. The path might be fraught with danger, but they had something that many did not: each other. Serena's voice softened, but the conviction in it remained unshaken. "But we have each other and the guidance we've received," she added, her words a reminder of the strength that came from their shared journey. The figure's cryptic message had provided them with a map of sorts, a path to follow, but it was their trust in one another that would see them through the hardest trials. Serena knew they would need more than just the information they had gathered. They would need their bond, their courage, and their unwavering belief in the mission they had set out to complete. With a final glance at Adrian, Serena felt a sense of peace settle over her. They were ready. Together, they would unlock the power of the keys and restore the balance that the reef so desperately needed. As they set off toward the first location where the key was rumored to be hidden, the encounter with the mysterious figure still lingered in their minds, offering both clarity and a renewed sense of purpose. The figure's cryptic words had provided them with a clear goal: find the 4 keys and unlock their power to break the curse that bound the reef. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on them, for they knew time was not on their side. Yet, in the midst of the uncertainty that surrounded them, there was a sense of resolve that had settled between them. The knowledge that the path was now laid out, even if the steps to take were unclear, gave them a foundation to build on. Adrian and Serena knew that the road ahead would be treacherous, but they also knew they were not alone. Together, they were ready to face the unknown, no matter the cost. The trials they would face in search of the keys would test their limits, both physically and emotionally. Serena's mind raced with the challenges that lay ahead, but she also felt a deepening trust in Adrian, something that had grown with every shared victory and every moment of vulnerability. Each step they took would not only draw them closer to the magical artifacts, but also further entwine their fates. The bond they had forged would be crucial, for the dangers of the reef were not just external. They were tied to the very forces they were seeking to control. Yet, as daunting as the path was, there was also a sense of anticipation. With each new clue they uncovered, they were one step closer to breaking the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. With the promise of new insights and discoveries ahead, Adrian and Serena pressed forward, their hearts aligned in purpose. The figure's parting words had reminded them that their connection was not just an emotional bond, it was also a source of strength. Together, they would navigate the complexities of the reef, the dangers of the trial-filled journey, and the mysteries of the keys. As the light from the underwater sun danced on the water's surface, and the ancient reef whispered around them, Adrian and Serena were filled with a quiet but unwavering determination. They had a shared mission now, and nothing would deter them. With courage in their hearts and trust in each other, they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to restore balance and break the curse that had bound the magical reef for so long. Chapter 19: A Hidden Path. Adrian and Serena moved through the magical reef with a renewed sense of purpose, their every step echoing the gravity of their mission. The advice from the cloaked figure still echoed in their minds, a constant reminder that the task before them was not just a quest, it was a challenge that would test their limits, their resolve, and the strength of their bond. The reef itself seemed alive, an ever-shifting labyrinth of coral and water that whispered secrets in its currents. The maze-like paths twisted around them, each turn revealing new wonders and dangers. Though they had faced countless trials, they now knew the true depth of their journey: to find the 4 keys, ancient artifacts imbued with immense power, and break the curse that held the reef captive. With every new turn, their connection grew stronger, each challenge strengthening their unity, and their belief that they were on the right path, even if they couldn't yet see the end. Their singular focus on finding the keys sharpened their determination, the weight of their task pressing upon them like the very water that surrounded them. The first lead had brought them to a bioluminescent kelp forest, where the water was thick with shimmering green tendrils, and the soft light from above barely cut through the dense canopy. Shadows danced in every corner, stretching long and unnerving, as the forest seemed to hide its secrets deep within the tangled kelp. Serena's sharp eyes swept the environment, every sense alert to any subtle changes in the water or the strange shifts in the currents. Adrian, too, was on edge, his attention drawn to the tiniest disturbances in the water. Something was moving, something was watching them. The first key was close, they both felt it, though they couldn't yet pinpoint where it lay hidden. The journey ahead would demand everything from them, but they were prepared for the challenge. As they continued deeper into the kelp forest, the reef seemed to pulse with a life force of its own, as if it was reacting to their presence. The very water around them seemed to hum with energy, guiding them, testing them. They could feel the weight of the task ahead pressing down on them, and yet, there was a strange sense of peace in the urgency. They knew each key was hidden in a place of great significance, each one representing a trial that would push them beyond their limits. The reef was not simply a barrier, it was a living puzzle, offering them trials that would require not just physical strength, but wisdom, patience, and trust in each other. As they journeyed deeper, a quiet strength grew between them, a bond forged by their shared purpose in the trials they had already faced together. They were not just individuals on a quest, they were a team, united in their resolve to find the keys and restore balance to the reef. With each passing moment, their resolve solidified. They knew the challenges ahead would be fierce, but they had become more than the sum of their parts. Serena and Adrian were no longer just two souls seeking answers. They were partners in every sense of the word. The bond they shared had deepened, forged by the fires of adversity and tempered by the unspoken understanding between them. The first key was still hidden, waiting for them to uncover it, but they were ready for whatever came next. The path would not be easy, and the journey would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine, but together, they were certain they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Their hearts beat in unison, guided by the mysterious forces of the reef, and with each step they took, they were closer to breaking the curse and restoring the balance that had been lost for so long. The underwater landscape surrounding them was nothing short of breathtaking, a maze of vibrant coral reefs, luminescent anemones, and mysterious flora that swayed gently with the current. Every corner revealed new and awe-inspiring sights, schools of colorful fish darting through towering coral structures, while the deep blues and greens of the water shimmered in the soft light from above. Yet, today, their attention was focused on something more specific, something that lay hidden beneath the beauty of the reef. The signs they had discovered, a series of ancient symbols carved into the coral and fragments of time-worn maps, had led them here, to a section of the reef that few had ventured into. These subtle clues spoke of something far greater than the reef's natural wonder, a hidden path that could lead them closer to their goal. As they moved deeper into the reef, the water seemed to grow darker, and the surrounding coral formations more dense and intimidating. The once calm, inviting landscape now felt like a labyrinth, with twisting passages and shadowy alcoves that seemed to close in around them. The ancient symbols they had found earlier now guided their every step, their shapes becoming clearer as they followed the faint glow of bioluminescent plants that dotted the seafloor. Serena's eyes were sharp, scanning the rocky surfaces for any other markings that might confirm their suspicions. Adrian, too, kept a vigilant watch, aware that every twist of the coral could hide a trap or another clue, waiting to be uncovered. The further they ventured, the more it seemed as if the reef itself was watching them, reacting to their presence with an eerie, almost sentient awareness. Despite the growing sense of unease, there was an undeniable excitement in the air. They were on the brink of discovering something monumental, a path that had remained hidden for centuries. The clues they had uncovered were no longer cryptic fragments. They were a map to something larger, something that could hold the key to breaking the curse that had long bound the reef. The deeper they went, the more the landscape changed, with the coral formations becoming less vibrant and more jagged, the once friendly surroundings now taking on a more foreboding appearance. The pressure of the water around them increased slightly, adding to the tension that seemed to build with each passing moment. But neither Adrian nor Serena hesitated. They pressed forward, their shared determination driving them onward. The signs grew more distinct as they ventured deeper, guiding them toward what they hoped would be the heart of the mystery they sought to unravel. The faint light from above cast long, distorted shadows, and the once familiar surroundings now seemed unfamiliar, as though they had entered a realm untouched by time. They reached a narrow passage framed by towering coral structures, their surfaces etched with more symbols, this time more intricate and precise. Serena stopped, her heart racing as she traced the markings with her fingers, confirming that they were in the right place. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the path ahead, the weight of the moment settling on him. They were no longer just exploring the reef. They were uncovering its secrets, and with every step, they were getting closer to finding the hidden path that would lead them to their next crucial discovery. As they swam cautiously through the dense kelp forest, the environment around them began to change in subtle but unmistakable ways. The kelp, which had been a deep green and thick with shadow, seemed to take on a golden hue as the light from above penetrated further than it had before. Adrian, ever attuned to the nuances of their surroundings, noticed the shift first. The water carried a newfound warmth, a gentle current brushing against his skin in contrast to the cooler depths they had traversed earlier. It was as if the ocean itself had decided to welcome them into a secret, sacred space. He glanced toward Serena, his voice soft but filled with curiosity as it echoed in the water. "Serena, do you feel that?" he asked, his movements slowing as he tried to decipher the significance of the change. Serena paused mid-stroke, her gaze shifting around their shimmering surroundings. She nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "I do," she replied, her voice tinged with both wonder and caution. "It's like the water here is alive in a different way, more vibrant, almost like it's guiding us." Her eyes followed the golden shafts of light that filtered through the swaying fronds of kelp, illuminating their path in an almost deliberate manner. The warmth seemed to radiate from the very heart of the forest, an unspoken invitation to venture deeper. Yet, Serena couldn't shake the feeling that this shift, while beautiful, also carried an underlying tension. "We should stay alert," she added, her hand brushing against the hilt of the small blade she carried for safety. The reef had taught them that beauty often masked danger, and they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The pair continued forward, the kelp forest transforming into a surreal landscape of glowing light and rippling currents. Each step, or rather each stroke, felt deliberate, the space around them alive with energy. Schools of tiny, luminescent fish darted between the strands of kelp, their movements synchronized as if responding to an unseen rhythm. Adrian and Serena couldn't help but marvel at the sight, but the changes in the environment also deepened their sense of unease. "It's almost like we've crossed into a different part of the reef," Adrian murmured, his voice thoughtful. "Do you think this could be a sign we're getting closer to something important?" His question hung in the air, heavy with possibility. Serena's only response was a determined nod, her focus shifting to the faint, distant glow that seemed to pulse ahead of them, drawing them further into the forest. As they approached the source of the glow, the water grew warmer still, almost uncomfortably so, and the light intensified. The currents around them shifted unpredictably, swirling in patterns that seemed purposeful, as if testing their resolve. The kelp forest began to thin, the fronds giving way to a clearing surrounded by towering coral structures that gleamed with an otherworldly luminescence. Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, a shared understanding passing between them. They had entered a place of significance, one that might hold answers, or challenges, they could not yet foresee. Though the beauty of the space was undeniable, a quiet tension filled the water around them, a reminder that their journey was as much about facing the unknown as it was about uncovering hidden truths. Together, they swam forward, their determination unwavering, ready for whatever lay ahead. Serena's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the shifting environment around them, her senses heightened by the subtle changes in the reef. The water had grown warmer, the light richer, and the currents more unpredictable, as though the ocean itself was responding to their presence. "Yes," she said quietly, her voice steady but tinged with caution. "There's something different about this area. It feels significant." Her gaze lingered on the golden light filtering through the dense kelp, casting intricate patterns on the seabed. The air, or rather the water, felt charged, as if they had crossed an unseen threshold into a place where the mundane rules of the reef no longer applied. She adjusted the strap of her gear, her posture resolute. "We should investigate further," she added, a mix of determination and curiosity flashing in her eyes. Adrian nodded in agreement, his own instincts affirming Serena's observation. "I feel it too," he replied, his tone thoughtful. The reef had always been alive in ways neither of them fully understood, but here, it felt almost sentient. The way the currents shifted, the peculiar warmth in the water, and the golden glow that seemed to beckon them forward, it all spoke of something ancient and powerful. As they swam deeper into the mysterious space, Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of both awe and trepidation. His hand brushed against the hilt of the small knife strapped to his leg, a subconscious gesture that betrayed his cautious nature. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would demand both their wits and their courage. The kelp forest around them began to change, the dense fronds thinning to reveal towering coral formations etched with faint, glowing symbols. These markings, ancient and intricate, seemed to pulse faintly, as though reacting to their presence. Serena moved closer to one of the coral structures, her fingers grazing the smooth, glowing surface. "These symbols," she murmured, her voice laced with wonder. "They're not natural. Someone, or something, created them." The realization sent a thrill through her, but it also raised questions. Who had marked this place, and why? She turned to Adrian, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "This could be a clue," she said, "or a warning." As they pressed further, the sense of significance Serena had first noticed grew stronger. The path before them seemed deliberate, as though it had been shaped to lead them to something hidden, something vital. The currents swirled around them in purposeful patterns, almost guiding their movements. Yet, the beauty of their surroundings couldn't erase the tension in the water. It was as if the reef itself was testing their resolve, challenging them to prove their worth before revealing its secrets. Serena and Adrian exchanged a glance, their mutual understanding unspoken but clear. Whatever this place was, it held answers they desperately needed. With a deep breath, Serena tightened her grip on her equipment and gestured forward, silently urging Adrian to follow. Together, they ventured into the unknown, ready to uncover the truths that lay hidden in the heart of the magical reef. They swam closer, the gentle current almost coaxing them toward the imposing rock formation. It loomed ahead, partially hidden by a riot of vibrant marine life, corals in shades of crimson and gold intertwined with seaweed that swayed like ethereal banners. The water felt charged with an almost magnetic energy, urging them forward. Serena's sharp gaze locked onto an unusual detail amidst the natural beauty. Her hand shot out, gesturing toward an intricate arrangement of coral and stone that didn't seem random. "Look at this," she said, her voice hushed but insistent. Adrian followed her line of sight to see what she was pointing at, a series of symbols etched into the rock face, faintly glowing in the dim, underwater light. "These symbols," she continued, her tone thick with realization, "they match the ones we saw back in the cavern." Adrian swam closer, his curiosity overriding his initial caution. He traced the edges of one of the symbols with his gloved hand, feeling its smooth, deliberate grooves. "You're right," he said, his voice filled with awe. "It's the same craftsmanship, the same language. Whoever created the cavern must have had a hand in this, too." The patterns were intricate and geometric, almost otherworldly in their precision. But as he studied them further, Adrian's brow furrowed. "These symbols, they look like they're meant to convey something. A map, maybe? Or a warning?" The realization added a layer of urgency to their exploration. Whatever secrets this place held, they were drawing closer to the truth, or to danger. Serena's mind raced as she examined the symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. The arrangement seemed deliberate, as if telling a story or pointing to something significant. "If this is connected to the cavern," she said, her voice steady but tinged with excitement, "then it might be another part of the path to the first key. But why leave it out here in the open?" Her fingers grazed a cluster of coral that framed one of the carvings, the texture rough against her gloves. "It's almost as if it's been left here as a marker, a way to test if we're on the right track." The thought was both thrilling and unnerving. If they were being guided, who, or what, was leading them? The currents swirled around them with more intent now, tugging gently at their movements as though urging them to take the next step. The water seemed alive, humming with an energy neither of them could fully understand. Adrian turned to Serena, his expression a mix of determination and caution. "If this is a marker, then there's more to it," he said, his voice low but firm. We need to figure out what these symbols are pointing to before we move on. Serena nodded, her own resolve mirrored in his eyes. Together, they began to piece together the mystery of the etched symbols, their movements deliberate and synchronized as they worked. Around them, the reef pulsed with a quiet anticipation, as though holding its breath, waiting to reveal its secrets to those worthy of uncovering them. Adrian leaned in, his gloved fingers hovering just above the etched symbols as he examined them with intense focus. The patterns were intricate, each line and curve seemingly deliberate, forming a sequence that hinted at more than just decoration. "This could be a key to finding the hidden path," he said, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. He traced the edges of one symbol with his finger, careful not to disturb the coral growing near its base. The faint glow of the carvings reflected in his eyes as he began to piece together possible meanings. "Let's see if we can decipher them," he added, casting a glance at Serena, who was already scanning the surrounding area for additional clues. Serena moved to the other side of the formation, her eyes narrowing as she spotted more symbols partially obscured by a curtain of swaying kelp. Gently brushing the fronds aside, she revealed an additional set of carvings that seemed to complement the ones Adrian was studying. "There's more here," she called out, her voice echoing faintly in the water. She crouched slightly, aligning her perspective with the new markings. They almost look like coordinates, or instructions. The symbols here had a rhythmic quality, as if they were part of a larger sequence meant to guide them. Her mind raced to connect these fragments with the ones they had seen before, hoping to uncover their purpose. Adrian swam over to join her, his brow furrowed in concentration. "You might be right," he said, tilting his head to study the new carvings. "These don't seem random. If the ones I was looking at are the starting point, then these could be the next step." He gestured between the two sets of symbols, his movements deliberate as he tried to link their meanings. "It's almost like they're forming a path, like stepping stones across a river." The thought filled him with a mix of excitement and caution. If these symbols truly led to the hidden path, they were on the verge of a major breakthrough. But the idea also carried a weight of responsibility. The path ahead wouldn't just reveal answers. It could bring dangers they weren't prepared for. Serena nodded, her expression a mix of determination and thoughtfulness. "If we're right, then following these symbols could lead us to the first key, or at least closer to it," she said. She reached out, brushing her fingers lightly over one of the carvings. The glow seemed to brighten momentarily, as if in response to her touch. "But we'll need to stay sharp. Whoever left these markers didn't make them easy to find, and I doubt they intended the path to be straightforward." She met Adrian's gaze, her resolve mirrored in his eyes. Together, they turned back to the symbols, each taking note of every detail, every line, preparing themselves for the challenges that would inevitably follow as they unraveled the mystery of the hidden path. Serena's eyes sparkled with determination as she studied the symbols, her deep understanding of the reef's magical currents allowing her to sense their latent energy. "These markings aren't just decorative," she murmured, tracing her fingertips lightly over the grooves. "They're tied to the reef's magic, like a lock that needs the right sequence to open." Adrian crouched beside her, his analytical mind already piecing together the logic of the patterns. "If that's true," he said, "then this sequence here might be the key. It looks like the carvings are meant to align, almost like coordinates on a map." Together, they examined the markings, the synergy between their skills creating an atmosphere of focused collaboration. Minutes turned into a concentrated blur as they pieced together the solution. Serena's intuitive grasp of the reef's magic complemented Adrian's methodical problem-solving, each suggestion building on the other's insights. Adrian noticed a faint groove in the stone, aligning perfectly with a carved spiral. "This could be part of the mechanism," he pointed out, stepping back to give Serena room. She nodded and pressed her hand against the cluster of symbols, feeling the subtle hum of energy beneath her palm. "There's a reaction," she said, excitement threading her voice. "We're on the right track, but it's incomplete. We need to connect the next set." Adrian crouched at the base of the rock, aligning a smaller carving with the cluster Serena had activated. "What if these smaller ones act as a guide?" he suggested, carefully adjusting the orientation until a faint glow began to ripple between the symbols. The light spread outward, linking the carvings in an intricate web of illumination. Serena watched intently, her pulse quickening as the reef seemed to respond to their actions. "It's working," she said, her voice steady but filled with anticipation. "Keep going." Together, they worked in sync, aligning symbols with deliberate precision until the entire pattern radiated with a steady, magical glow. Finally, with one last adjustment, a deep, resonant hum filled the water. The glow from the carvings intensified, spreading outward in a ripple that seemed to extend into the surrounding reef. Serena stepped back, her eyes wide with awe as the rock formation shifted, revealing a hidden passage shrouded in an iridescent haze. "We did it," she whispered, her voice a mixture of relief and wonder. Adrian nodded, his expression a mirror of her emotions. "The path is open," he said, his tone resolute. "Now comes the hard part, what lies ahead." Together, they stood at the threshold, the mysteries of the reef and the promise of the first key waiting just beyond. The water trembled around them as the rock formation groaned to life, a low rumble reverberating through the depths. Adrian and Serena instinctively backed away, watching in awe as the coral-encrusted wall began to shift. Bits of sediment and tiny bubbles floated upward as a section of the rock slid aside with surprising smoothness, revealing a narrow passageway that had been concealed for who knows how long. The opening was framed by clusters of bioluminescent coral, their faint glow casting shimmering patterns on the surrounding water, lending an otherworldly beauty to the eerie sight. Serena's breath caught as she gazed at the passage. "It's like the reef itself is alive, guarding its secrets," she murmured. The light emanating from within the newly revealed corridor was soft yet strange, fluctuating as if it pulsed with a life of its own. Adrian's gaze narrowed, his mind racing to assess the situation. "This must be the path the symbols pointed to," he said, his voice calm but edged with tension. "The first key could be at the other end, or something guarding it." The notion lingered unspoken between them, both aware that their journey had only grown more perilous. The passageway was narrow and cloaked in mystery, its walls lined with layers of coral that seemed to rise subtly, though neither dared to confirm if it was their imagination. Serena moved closer, peering into the opening as the glow reflected off her determined features. "There's no turning back now," she said softly, her tone resolute but laced with wonder. Adrian nodded, gripping the hilt of the blade strapped to his side as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. "If this is the way to the key, then we move forward. But we stay cautious. This place wasn't meant to be easy to navigate." As they prepared to enter, the water around them grew oddly still, as though holding its breath. A sense of anticipation hung thick, adding weight to the moment. The ethereal light from the passageway played across their faces, emphasizing the resolve in their eyes. Together, they swam forward, their movements synchronized and purposeful, disappearing one after the other into the glowing corridor. The reef seemed to watch as they vanished into the unknown, its secrets guarded but not yet impenetrable. Behind them, the rock formation shifted slightly, as if sealing the world they left behind, while the mysteries of the path ahead awaited their discovery. Serena's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of awe and trepidation as she stared into the glowing passageway. "This must be it," she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. "The hidden path leading to the ancient temple. We've found it." Her gaze darted to Adrian, who was already studying the entrance with an intensity that reflected her own. The culmination of their efforts, the countless trials they had faced together, seemed to converge in this moment. It wasn't just a passage, it was a gateway to the answers they had been searching for, and likely, new challenges they had yet to imagine. Adrian nodded, his lips pressed into a determined line. "We knew the path would reveal itself if we followed the signs," he said, his voice steady. "But now that we're here, we need to be ready for anything." His fingers instinctively brushed the hilt of his blade as he surveyed the glowing corridor, noting the intricate coral formations that seemed almost too deliberate to be natural. "The temple won't give up its secrets easily," he added, glancing at Serena. "We have to stay sharp." Despite his words of caution, there was a spark of admiration in his eyes as he watched Serena's unwavering determination. Serena stepped closer to the entrance, her heart pounding in anticipation. The light emanating from within pulsed faintly, casting an ethereal glow on the surrounding reef. "If this is the way to the temple, then it's also the way to the first key," she said, her voice firm. She felt the weight of their mission pressing down on her, but it was matched by the sense of purpose she shared with Adrian. She reached out to touch the edge of the passage, her fingertips brushing against the coral. It felt warm, almost alive, as though the reef itself recognized their presence and their intent. She turned back to Adrian, her eyes steady. "We've come this far. Whatever lies ahead, we'll face it together." Adrian gave a small, reassuring nod, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. "Together," he echoed. Without another word, they moved toward the passage, their movements deliberate and synchronized. As they crossed the threshold, the glow enveloped them, and the reef's hum grew louder, almost as if it were acknowledging their courage. Each step forward seemed to amplify the sense of discovery, but also the looming shadow of what might await them in the ancient temple. For now, though, their focus was unwavering. They were ready to uncover the secrets of the path and face whatever trials it might bring. Adrian's heart pounded as he stared into the faintly glowing passageway, his pulse quickening with a mix of excitement and unease. The soft, rhythmic hum emanating from within seemed to resonate in his chest, an unspoken warning that whatever lay ahead would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. "Let's proceed with caution," he said, his voice calm but firm, masking the tension that gripped him. He turned to Serena, his gaze steady. "We don't know what challenges await us inside, and we can't afford to make mistakes." His hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his blade, a tangible reminder of their need for vigilance. Serena nodded, her expression mirroring Adrian's resolve. "You're right," she replied, her voice tinged with determination. "The reef has already thrown so much at us, and if this is the path to the temple, it won't be any easier from here." She took a steadying breath, her fingers brushing against the amulet she wore, a small charm infused with protective magic. It had been her anchor through the reef's trials, and now, she felt its faint warmth as if it shared her readiness for the challenge ahead. She cast one last glance at the vibrant coral formations behind them, a fleeting reminder of how far they'd come. Then, turning to Adrian, she added, "But we've faced danger before, and we've always found a way through. We'll do it again." The glow from the passageway seemed to intensify as they stepped closer, the light casting intricate patterns across their faces. The air, or rather, the water, felt different here, denser, as if it held centuries of secrets waiting to be unearthed. Adrian moved first, his steps cautious yet purposeful, his senses on high alert. The narrow corridor stretched ahead like a tunnel into another world, its walls adorned with carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer in the ethereal light. Serena followed close behind, her eyes darting between the symbols and the faint movements in the shadows. Every sound, every flicker of motion, felt amplified, as though the reef itself was watching their every step. As they ventured deeper, the hum grew louder, resonating in their bones. The passage seemed to close in around them, the walls narrowing slightly as if to test their resolve. Despite the unease that lingered in the back of his mind, Adrian glanced over his shoulder at Serena and found reassurance in her determined gaze. They were in this together, as they always had been. "Stay close," he said, his voice low but steady, a quiet promise that he would protect her if danger arose. The path ahead remained shrouded in mystery, but with Serena at his side, Adrian felt a flicker of hope. They could face whatever awaited them, no matter how daunting. The passageway enveloped them as they stepped inside, the walls curving gracefully around them like the ribs of some ancient, slumbering creature. At first, the darkness was overwhelming, but as their eyes adjusted, the faint glow of crystals embedded in the walls became their guide. The crystals pulsed softly, emitting a light that shimmered like starlight reflected on water, casting long, shifting shadows across their faces. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, a far cry from the chaotic challenges they had encountered in the reef above. Serena ran her fingers along the cool, smooth surface of the stone, marveling at the delicate etchings that seemed to whisper stories of a forgotten past. As they descended further, the passage began to widen, revealing more of the crystalline structures that adorned the walls and ceiling. The glow intensified slightly, enough to reveal faint carvings of intricate patterns that danced like ripples in the light. Adrian paused, his gaze fixed on the symbols. "These markings," he murmured, tracing one with his fingertips. "They're similar to the ones we saw earlier, but these seem older, more deliberate." Serena crouched beside him, studying the carvings closely. "It's as if this place is alive," she said softly, her voice filled with awe. "The crystals, the symbols, it's like they're guiding us, drawing us deeper." The serene ambience was a stark contrast to the tension that hung between them, a quiet reminder of the significance of their quest. The glowing crystals bathed everything in an ethereal light, softening the sharp edges of the rock and creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Serena felt her earlier trepidation giving way to curiosity, the sense that they were on the brink of uncovering something extraordinary. "Whatever this place is," she said, glancing at Adrian, "it's not just a passageway. It's a gateway to something bigger, something we're meant to find." Adrian nodded, his jaw set in determination. "Then let's keep moving. We can't turn back now." Deeper still, the air seemed to hum faintly, a sound so subtle it was almost imperceptible. It wasn't the ominous rumble of shifting rocks or the threatening stir of currents they had encountered before. This sound was different, calming yet resonant, as if the reef itself was watching over them. The further they walked, the more the passage seemed to expand, transforming from a narrow corridor into a grand, cavernous space. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of shared wonder and trepidation. Whatever lay ahead was far beyond anything they had anticipated, but they knew they had to face it, together. The passage widened abruptly, and Adrian and Serena found themselves standing at the threshold of a grand underwater temple. Towering columns carved from smooth stone rose up around them, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that shimmered faintly in the ethereal glow of the surrounding crystals. The walls were adorned with mosaics, each depicting scenes of magic and legend, majestic sea creatures, swirling whirlpools of energy, and figures wielding powers that seemed to shape the ocean itself. The sight was breathtaking, the temple's vastness humbling in its beauty and scale. It was as if they had stepped into the heart of a forgotten world. Serena's gaze wandered over the mosaics, her fingers brushing against a nearby column as if to anchor herself in the moment. "This place is incredible," she whispered, her voice reverent. "Every carving, every mosaic, it tells a story. This isn't just a temple, it's a repository of history, a record of the magic that shaped the reef." Adrian nodded, his eyes scanning the carvings intently. "It's also a warning," he murmured, pointing to a particular mosaic that showed a swirling vortex engulfing the sea, chaos spreading in its wake. Whatever power lies here, it wasn't meant to be taken lightly. This is why the keys are so important, to restore balance, not to disrupt it. They ventured further into the temple, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The central chamber loomed ahead, its entrance marked by an archway inscribed with symbols similar to those they had deciphered earlier. The chamber itself was dominated by a massive mosaic on the floor, its centerpiece a depiction of the heart of the reef encircled by the four keys. Serena knelt beside it, tracing the edges of one of the keys with a careful hand. "This must be it," she said, her voice filled with awe. "The heart of the temple, the place where the keys were meant to converge. It's a map, Adrian. A map of where we need to go." The weight of their discovery settled over them like a tide, a mix of wonder and responsibility. The grandeur of the temple spoke of a time when the magic of the reef had been revered and understood, yet also hinted at the cost of its misuse. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, the unspoken understanding between them growing stronger. This was not just a place of answers but a challenge in itself, a test of their resolve and their ability to unlock the mysteries of the keys. As they prepared to move deeper into the chamber, the sense of urgency returned. The path was clearer now, but so was the magnitude of what lay ahead. As Adrian and Serena swam into the central chamber, the grandeur of the surroundings took their breath away. The walls were lined with towering columns, each etched with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. The floor beneath them was a mosaic of shimmering stone, depicting scenes of long-forgotten rituals and the mythical creatures of the reef. In the center of the room, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow, stood a large pedestal, its surface carved with the same mysterious symbols they had encountered throughout the temple. On top of the pedestal rested an ornate, ancient relic, its design both intricate and imposing, a testament to the craftsmanship of those who had created it. The relic seemed to hum with power, as though it had been waiting for them. Serena's gaze was fixed on the relic, her mind racing with questions. "This must be it," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. The relic seemed to call to them, its presence unmistakable. Adorned with swirling patterns of coral-like designs and metallic accents that caught the faint light, it radiated an aura of ancient magic. The symbols etched into its surface mirrored those that had guided their journey so far, linking it directly to the curse that bound the reef and the heart they had been searching for. It was both beautiful and intimidating, a relic of immense significance, holding the key to unlocking the mystery of the heart. Adrian swam closer, his eyes scanning the relic with focused intensity. "This is no ordinary artifact," he said, his voice low. "It's a catalyst, I think, a focal point for the magic of the reef. If we're going to break the curse, this is the piece we need to understand." The relic seemed to respond to his words, vibrating faintly, as though acknowledging his insight. He reached out, but something held him back. He could feel the weight of the moment, the knowledge that touching it could trigger something far greater than they were prepared for. Serena hovered beside him, her hand resting on his arm, a silent support as they both considered the enormity of their next step. The chamber grew still, the only sound the faint hum of the relic and the soft current flowing through the temple. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, but so too did the urgency. They were close, closer than ever before, to unraveling the secret of the curse and the heart of the reef. Yet the relic was not just an answer, it was a test, a challenge, and perhaps even a danger. They knew that their next decision would determine the course of their journey, and they couldn't afford to make a mistake. The symbols, the relic, and the temple all pointed toward one undeniable truth. Their mission was far from over, and the path forward would demand everything they had. Serena swam closer to the pedestal, her movements slow and deliberate, as though she were approaching something sacred. The light from the glowing crystals above reflected off the relic, casting intricate shadows on the walls. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mix of reverence and curiosity swirling within her. The air around them seemed to thrum with an energy she could almost feel vibrating through her fingertips. As she studied the ornate relic before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of significance. The symbols etched onto its surface seemed to beckon her, promising that the answers they sought were locked within its ancient design. "This must be a clue related to breaking the curse," she murmured, her voice filled with awe. Her eyes traced the markings on the relic, trying to make sense of the complex patterns. The symbols were similar to the ones they had encountered in the reef, but they were more refined, more intricate. It was as though each symbol held a deeper meaning, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Serena's brow furrowed in concentration. The symbols on the relic could hold the key to understanding how to use it, she continued, speaking more to herself than to Adrian. The connection between the relic and the curse was undeniable, but how it all fit together was still a mystery. The challenge now was deciphering the clues in front of them. Adrian hovered beside her, his eyes narrowing as he studied the symbols. His mind raced with possibilities, but he was careful not to act impulsively. If these symbols are the key, we need to understand their meaning fully before we do anything. One wrong move and we could trigger something we're not ready for. His voice was steady, but the weight of the situation was clear. Serena nodded, her resolve hardening. They had come this far, and they couldn't afford to let impatience cloud their judgment now. With careful precision, she traced her fingers along the symbols, her mind working to piece together their meaning. The symbols were familiar, but each one felt like a piece of a puzzle that had yet to be fully understood. As Serena continued to examine the relic, a sudden thought struck her. "What if the relic itself is a map?" she suggested, her voice tinged with excitement. "What if it shows us the next step in our journey, where the next key is hidden, or how to activate the magic that will break the curse?" Adrian's eyes lit up with realization, and he moved closer, eager to explore this new possibility. The more they studied the relic, the clearer it became that it was not just a simple artifact but a guide, a tool they could use to unlock the secrets of the reef. Together, they worked to decipher the markings, knowing that their next discovery could bring them one step closer to breaking the curse and restoring balance to the magical world they had come to love. Adrian moved closer to Serena, his attention now entirely focused on the relic before them. The dim glow of the underwater crystals above bathed the pedestal in soft light, casting an almost ethereal glow over the artifact. As his eyes traced the intricate patterns of symbols carved into the surface, he could feel the weight of their significance. "We need to decipher these symbols and see how they relate to the curse in the heart of the reef," he said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet urgency. The connection between this relic and the curse was becoming clearer with every passing moment, but the exact nature of that connection was still elusive. Serena nodded, her gaze never wavering from the relic as she carefully examined each symbol. She could sense the ancient magic woven into the very fabric of the object. Every detail seemed purposeful, every line drawn with an intentional hand. "There might be clues here that can help us find the remaining keys and complete our quest," she added, her fingers hovering over the markings, as if waiting for them to respond to her touch. The thought of the remaining keys filled her with determination. If they could understand these symbols, it might lead them to the next part of their journey. They both knew that time was not on their side. The longer the curse lingered, the more unstable the reef's balance became, its once harmonious environment now teetering on the edge of destruction. "These symbols could be the final piece of the puzzle we need," Adrian mused aloud, his voice tinged with a sense of hope. "Once we understand their meaning, we'll have the guidance we need to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. We have to be careful, though. One wrong interpretation could set us back, maybe even put us in danger." His words carried the gravity of the situation, but there was a quiet confidence in his tone, a belief that they were on the right path. Serena's fingers finally made contact with one of the symbols, and she felt a faint pulse of energy ripple through her, as if the relic itself acknowledged her touch. Her heart skipped a beat. "This one feels different," she whispered, more to herself than to Adrian. The energy coursing through the relic felt ancient, a direct link to the magic that had once flourished in the reef. Adrian leaned in closer, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Do you think this is a clue? A guide to where we can find the next key?" he asked. Serena didn't answer immediately, her mind racing as she connected the energy she felt with the power of the reef's ancient magic. This relic, she realized, was not just a key to their quest, it was the very essence of the reef's hidden truths, and they had only begun to scratch the surface. As they continued to study the relic, their focus shifted to the surrounding walls of the temple. The intricate carvings and faded diagrams painted scenes of long-forgotten rituals and powerful magic, the language of the reef's ancient guardians. Each engraving seemed to tell a part of the story, offering glimpses into the origins of the heart of the reef and the forces that had once controlled it. Serena's sharp eyes caught the smallest details, the alignment of symbols, the direction of the carved lines, and with every discovery, she felt the weight of the reef's ancient power grow stronger. It was as if the temple itself was alive, resonating with the energy of the past, guiding them toward the answers they desperately needed. Adrian's gaze shifted between the relic and the diagrams, noting the similarities in the patterns and the way the symbols interlocked. He ran a finger over one of the carvings, tracing the path of a winding line that seemed to mirror the currents of the reef. "These diagrams aren't just decorative," he said, his voice filled with awe. "They're a map, a blueprint of sorts. It's like they're showing us how the heart's power works, how the curse ties everything together." The more they examined the temple's details, the clearer it became. This relic was more than an artifact. It was a key, a bridge between their world and the deeper, hidden truths of the reef's magic. The deeper they delved into the inscriptions, the more they realized that the heart's power was not just a force of creation, but one of balance. The curse, as they had learned from their mysterious guide, was a manifestation of this imbalance. The relic in front of them seemed to represent a crucial part of the mechanism that kept the reef's natural harmony intact. Serena's mind raced as she connected the dots, her thoughts aligning with a sudden clarity. This relic, it's not just connected to the curse, it holds the knowledge to break it, she said, her voice steady with the realization. The symbols, the patterns, they're all leading us to the truth we need to understand the heart's true nature and how to restore balance. The gravity of their findings settled in as they took a moment to reflect on the task before them. They had always known their journey would be challenging, but now it felt even more urgent. The clues surrounding the relic not only pointed them toward the next step in their quest for the 4 keys, but they also hinted at the deeper, more intricate forces at play in the reef's unraveling. With the relic now understood as a vital link to the curse and the heart, they knew that unlocking its secrets would be pivotal in their journey. They had come so far, but now, with the weight of their discovery, they understood that the true test lay ahead. With a quiet sense of accomplishment, Adrian and Serena exchanged a glance, each of them feeling the weight of their discovery. The relic, now understood, had revealed much more than they had expected. It was more than a mere artifact. It was a key, unlocking the mysteries of the heart of the reef and offering them the knowledge they needed to break the curse. They carefully placed the relic back on its pedestal, their hands lingering for a moment, as if they could feel the pulse of the reef's magic emanating from it. The temple, with its carvings and ancient magic, had provided a crucial piece of the puzzle. But the road ahead was still fraught with unknowns, and the journey to find the remaining keys loomed large. Serena stepped back, her mind racing with the implications of their findings. The symbols and diagrams had unlocked a deeper understanding of the curse's nature and the balance the heart was meant to maintain. She could almost hear the whispers of the reef, the stories of those long gone, urging them to continue. "We've found a key," she said quietly, more to herself than to Adrian. "But there's so much more we need to learn. The heart's power is ancient, and we need to be ready for what comes next." She paused, casting one last look around the chamber, its walls steeped in centuries of magic. They had uncovered just the beginning, and she could feel the weight of the future pressing on them. Adrian, ever the pragmatist, nodded in agreement. His thoughts turned to the remaining keys and the challenges they would face in finding them. The map of the temple and the relic's engravings had given them their next steps, but the next phase of their journey would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. He felt a surge of determination. "We're one step closer," he said, his voice steady and resolved. "But there's still so much to do. The other keys, the trials we'll face, they won't be easy. But now we know what we're up against. We're not in the dark anymore." His words were a reminder of the seriousness of their task, and yet, there was a sense of purpose in his tone that had not been there before. With their next steps clear, Adrian and Serena made their way toward the exit of the temple, their minds full of the knowledge they had gained and the challenges still to come. The temple had provided a glimpse into the deeper mysteries of the reef, but the answers they sought were far from complete. They had learned that the heart of the reef was a force of balance, both creation and destruction intertwined. To break the curse, they would need to seek out the remaining keys, each one holding a part of the answer. As they swam through the dark passageway, the light from the crystals flickering behind them, they felt a renewed sense of determination. They had uncovered one piece of the puzzle, but the rest was still waiting to be found. As they ascended through the passageway, the faint glow of the crystals growing dimmer behind them, a quiet sense of realization began to settle over Adrian and Serena. The deep, ancient silence of the temple had contrasted sharply with the vibrant life of the reef. But now that they had emerged back into the open waters, everything felt different. The weight of their discovery, the relic, the symbols, and the deeper understanding of the curse, hung in the air between them. They had uncovered a significant clue, one that had illuminated a clearer path forward, but the enormity of their mission still loomed large. The reef, which had once felt like an endless maze of uncertainty, now seemed less like an unknown and more like a guide leading them towards something greater. Serena glanced at Adrian, the quiet resolve in his expression matching her own. Their bond had deepened throughout this journey, and though the trials ahead were daunting, she felt more prepared than ever. The relic and the clues they had gathered were not just pieces of the past. they were keys to their future. She allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction, knowing that they were closer than ever to unraveling the mystery of the heart of the reef. Yet there was no time for complacency. The journey was far from over, and the dangers they would face were still unknown. "We're on the right track," she murmured, her voice filled with quiet confidence. "But we can't let our guard down." As they swam back through the reef, the vibrant colors of the coral seemed to pulse with new meaning. The once familiar landscape now felt charged with energy, each twist and turn of the underwater maze holding the promise of further discovery. Adrian's mind raced with thoughts of the challenges they would soon face, but he found comfort in the knowledge they had gained. With the relic and the new understanding of the heart's power, they were no longer chasing shadows, they were hunting for real answers. The first key was only the beginning, but it was a beginning that had given them hope. His grip on the map they had recovered tightened, feeling the weight of their shared purpose. The reef around them seemed to come alive, the currents carrying them forward with a renewed sense of urgency. Though they had uncovered one piece of the puzzle, they knew that the journey would require much more. The hidden path had led them to the heart of ancient magic, but the road to breaking the curse was still winding and treacherous. With each challenge, Adrian and Serena would need to rely on their strengths and each other's support. They had entered the reef as two individuals, but now they were a team, bound not just by their quest but by the growing trust between them. And as they swam toward their next destination, the path ahead no longer seemed quite as uncertain. They were on the right track, no matter what trials awaited them. Adrian and Serena swam side by side, their minds focused on the task ahead. The discovery they had made in the ancient temple had deepened their understanding of the curse that bound the magical reef, but it had also raised more questions. The cryptic inscriptions and the relic had illuminated their path forward, but the road to unlocking the full power of the heart of the reef was still clouded with mystery. The symbols they had deciphered spoke of deep magic, of forces beyond their comprehension, and they knew that the remaining keys, those elusive artifacts, were the key to unraveling the curse. Every step forward brought them closer to their goal, but the danger of their journey loomed large, with more obstacles yet to face. The currents around them seemed to shift as if the reef itself was alive, guiding them toward the next challenge. Serena felt a sense of urgency surge within her. The relic they had uncovered was more than just an ancient artifact. It was a piece of a much larger puzzle, one that could reshape the fate of the entire reef. Each discovery was a victory, but the pressure was mounting. They had seen what the reef had to offer, and they had learned that unlocking its secrets would not be easy. The deeper they ventured, the more the stakes seemed to grow. Yet, as daunting as the future seemed, Serena found strength in their shared purpose, in the knowledge that they were not alone in this quest. Together, they were capable of overcoming the trials that awaited them. Adrian's gaze was fixed on the distant waters ahead, where the reef stretched out in every direction, both a sanctuary and a battlefield. He knew that the challenges ahead would test their limits, physically, mentally, and emotionally. But now, armed with the knowledge gained from the temple, they had a clearer sense of what to expect. The clues had shown them that the keys were scattered in places of great significance, hidden in locations that carried their own dangers. Each key was a piece of the puzzle, a necessary part of breaking the curse and restoring balance to the reef. With every moment that passed, Adrian felt the weight of the mission grow heavier, but the thought of the lives that depended on their success spurred him on. There was no turning back now. As they continued their journey through the vibrant coral gardens, the sense of purpose between them grew ever stronger. Their bond had deepened with each passing trial, and the lessons learned in the temple had brought them closer to understanding the true power of the heart of the reef. They were no longer simply adventurers. Now, they were the guardians of an ancient magic, tasked with restoring what had been lost. The challenges that lay ahead might be overwhelming, but with the clues they had uncovered and their unwavering determination, Adrian and Serena were ready to face whatever came next. Their quest to break the curse and restore balance to the reef was no longer just about finding the keys. It was about understanding the true nature of the magic that bound them all. And together, they would find a way to unlock that power. Chapter 20: The Temple's Trials. As Adrian and Serena emerged from the hidden passage and entered the grand underwater temple, a sense of awe and trepidation enveloped them. The temple's vast chambers stretched out before them, its towering walls etched with ancient carvings that depicted scenes of gods and mythical creatures, their eyes seeming to follow their every movement. Glowing symbols pulsed softly across the walls, casting an ethereal light that illuminated the intricate mosaic floors beneath their feet. The water around them felt charged with an otherworldly energy, as if the very currents held memories of centuries past. It was a place both sacred and secret, a relic of a time long forgotten, but one that held the key to the answers they sought. The sight of the temple filled them both with a deep sense of reverence, yet a quiet unease lingered in the air. As they swam deeper into the temple, every corner seemed to hold whispers of ancient magic, and each step they took was a reminder of the weight of their quest. The temple had been hidden away for a reason, its powerful enchantments ensuring that few would ever uncover its secrets. The carvings and symbols around them spoke of a civilization that had long since faded, but its magic still pulsed, strong and alive, guarding the knowledge that could break the curse binding the reef. It was both humbling and terrifying to be standing in this sacred space, knowing they were the ones chosen to unlock its mysteries. In the center of the chamber stood a grand pedestal, and upon it rested the ancient relic they had uncovered, the one that seemed to resonate with the same energy as the symbols etched into the temple's walls. The relic was adorned with symbols that matched those they had seen in their journey so far, each marking a different part of the puzzle they needed to solve. Serena couldn't help but be drawn to it, her fingers itching to reach out and touch its surface. It was beautiful, yet its very presence seemed to hold an immense power that both beckoned and warned them. This relic, she sensed, was not just the key to the temple but a key to understanding the heart of the reef itself. But how it would unlock that understanding, she wasn't sure. Adrian, too, felt the pull of the relic, but he remained cautious. He knew that their journey wasn't over yet, and the temple's grandeur was only the beginning of the deeper mysteries they would need to unravel. They had uncovered one clue, but there were still so many unanswered questions. What was the true nature of the curse? What powers did the heart of the reef possess? And how could they unlock its potential to restore balance? The answers lay hidden within the relic, but they also knew that every discovery would lead to more trials, more challenges. The path to breaking the curse was not a simple one, and they would need to navigate it carefully, with wisdom and bravery. Despite the uncertainty ahead, there was a shared sense of purpose that had solidified between Adrian and Serena. Their journey through the reef had tested them in ways they hadn't anticipated, and yet, with each trial, their connection had grown stronger. The relic, the symbols, the temple, everything was connected, and together they would find a way to piece it all together. Their mission was clear now, but the cost of failure was high. The reef, its creatures, and the delicate balance of nature itself rested on their success. As they stood in the heart of the temple, ready to continue their journey, Adrian and Serena knew that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The temple held the answers they sought, but the deeper question remained: would they be able to unlock its secrets before it was too late? The central chamber, where the relic rested, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Every inch of the space pulsed with an ancient energy that made the water around them feel thick with power. The relic, placed carefully atop the pedestal, seemed to shimmer with a faint light, as if it were aware of their presence. As Adrian and Serena approached, the air grew heavier, and an unsettling silence settled over them. It was as though the very walls of the temple were waiting for something, waiting for them to prove they were worthy of the knowledge and power hidden within. The once ethereal glow of the symbols on the walls flickered, like the temple itself was preparing for what was to come. Then, without warning, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. At first, it was a subtle shift, a slight vibration, but it quickly intensified into a powerful quake. The stone floors groaned in protest, and the water around them rippled violently as if the temple itself was awakening after a long slumber. Serena's eyes widened in alarm, and she instinctively reached for Adrian's hand, the shared tension palpable between them. They both knew this was no ordinary shift. It was the temple's ancient defenses coming to life, an obstacle designed to test the strength and resolve of anyone daring enough to enter this sacred space. The trembling grew louder, and and the water began to swirl around them as though the temple itself was pushing them back. Adrian's mind raced as he scanned the room, searching for any clue about how to proceed. The walls seemed to shift, the ancient carvings moving in and out of focus, as if they were part of some elaborate mechanism. He realized that they were not just facing the temple's defenses, they were facing the judgment of the past. The relic, the temple, and the magic it held would not be freely given, it had to be earned. The questions burned in his mind. What did the temple require of them? What could they offer to prove their worthiness? As the trembling intensified, he turned to Serena, who was already scanning their surroundings, her face a mixture of determination and caution. Serena could feel the pressure of the moment building. The temple's power was undeniable, and it was clear that their journey was about to become far more dangerous. But she had a sense of calm in the midst of the chaos. The symbols on the walls had already provided them with clues, and she knew they needed to connect the dots, understand the message behind the ancient magic. She could feel the subtle pull of the relic, its power calling to her as if it knew that she was one of the chosen to unlock its secrets. Yet, the trembling and the shifting walls told her that they had not yet proven themselves. They needed to understand the temple's trials, and they had no choice but to face whatever challenge lay ahead. As the ground quaked beneath them, the walls of the temple shifted once again, revealing hidden passageways and ancient mechanisms designed to test their resolve. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, and from the shadows, a series of magical runes began to glow, casting an eerie light across the chamber. The challenge was clear. They would need to navigate these trials, unlocking the secrets hidden in the relic and the temple's walls, all while contending with the growing intensity of the ancient magic. The stakes had never been higher, and the pressure to succeed weighed heavily on them both. But despite the uncertainty, Serena and Adrian shared a silent understanding. They were in this together, and they would face whatever came their way, determined to uncover the temple's secrets and complete their quest. The walls of the chamber seemed to come alive as they shifted with a low, rumbling sound, revealing a series of ornate archways that now stood before Adrian and Serena. Each archway was unique, its design intricately carved into the stone, with curling patterns and symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, ethereal glow. The air around them grew heavier as the runes etched into the stone walls began to shimmer, casting long shadows that danced across the chamber. The glow from each archway illuminated the room in a soft, almost otherworldly light, making the atmosphere feel both ancient and alive with hidden power. Serena stepped forward, her eyes tracing the glowing symbols that adorned each passage, a sense of awe and foreboding settling in her chest. The rhythmic pulsing of the runes caught their attention. It wasn't just the light that seemed to move. It was as though the runes were alive, their glow fluctuating with an almost breath-like rhythm. The deeper they observed, the more they realized that each archway carried its own distinct pattern. The light seemed to respond to their presence, brightening as they drew nearer, and dimming when they moved away. It was as if the runes were aware of their every motion, judging whether they were worthy to proceed. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment. Each step forward seemed to invite the temple to react, and every archway held its own secret, its own challenge. They knew that whatever lay beyond these archways would be pivotal to their quest. Serena's gaze flickered from one archway to the next, sensing that they were not just decorative, they were part of a greater puzzle. Her mind raced, connecting the patterns she had seen before in the temple's other carvings. These symbols, she murmured, they're part of the trials. We need to choose the right path. She could feel the pulse of the runes resonating with something deep within her, as if the temple itself was beckoning her to understand its ancient magic. But how would they decipher which path would lead them closer to the artifact they sought? Each archway seemed to offer a different route, and she knew that the right choice was crucial to their survival. Adrian, always the more analytical of the two, stepped closer to one of the archways, his eyes narrowing as he studied the shifting patterns in the runes. The rhythms are different for each one, he observed. This one's pulse is slower, more deliberate, while the others are quicker, almost erratic. Maybe they correspond to the challenges ahead, something to do with patience or swiftness. He turned to Serena, a thoughtful expression on his face. We'll need to consider not just the path itself, but the qualities each challenge demands of us. The wrong choice could lead to disaster. Serena nodded, her instincts aligning with Adrian's analysis. They would need to trust their intuition and the lessons they had learned so far if they were to navigate this trial and come closer to their ultimate goal. With the pulsing runes beckoning them forward, Adrian and Serena exchanged a look, their bond strengthening in the face of the temple's challenges. They had already faced so much together, and now, with the weight of the relic they had discovered, their resolve had never been clearer. The archways ahead held both promise and peril, and they knew that the only way to succeed was by working in harmony, trusting their instincts, and relying on each other's strengths. Each archway offered a different possibility, but only one would guide them toward the truth they sought. With a deep breath, they stepped forward, ready to face the trials that awaited them in the heart of the ancient temple. A deep, resonant voice suddenly filled the chamber, echoing off the ancient stone walls with a weight that made the very air tremble. The voice seemed to come from all directions at once, as if the temple itself had spoken. To claim the heart's power, you must first demonstrate your worthiness. It intoned, each word carrying a sense of authority that sent a shiver down Adrian and Serena's spines. The sound was rich and ancient, reverberating through the vast space like the distant rumble of thunder. They exchanged wary glances, the weight of the temple's challenge settling heavily upon them. It was clear now, this place was more than just a repository of secrets. It was a living entity, guarding its treasures with trials meant to test the very core of their beings. As the voice faded into the stone, a strange stillness descended. The pulsing glow of the runes faded momentarily, leaving only the dim light of the temple's crystal illumination. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, thick with the promise of what was to come. The ground beneath their feet vibrated slightly, as if in response to the temple's command. Serena felt her pulse quicken, the weight of the challenge sinking in. "We knew it wouldn't be easy," she said quietly, her voice a mixture of determination and apprehension. The trials ahead would test them not just physically, but mentally, perhaps even emotionally. She could sense the ancient magic of the temple watching them, evaluating their every move, as though the very walls were waiting for them to make the first move. Adrian, ever the strategist, stepped forward, his eyes scanning the chamber for any signs of what these trials might entail. He could feel the tension in the air, the challenge was real, and it was theirs to face. "We've come this far," he said, his voice firm. "We need to be ready for whatever the temple throws at us. Let's stay focused and stick together." His words were simple, but the resolve in his tone was unmistakable. He could feel the power of the temple pulsing around them, like the heartbeat of the reef itself. He knew that the trials would not just be physical challenges. They would be tests of their very spirits, their unity, and their commitment to the quest that had brought them here. As if in response to their thoughts, the chamber began to shift again. The floor beneath their feet moved, and one of the archways suddenly glowed brighter, its runes pulsing with a new, fiery intensity. The voice returned, this time softer but no less imposing. "Choose the trial that suits you best. Only by overcoming it will you unlock the knowledge that lies ahead. Fail, and you will be cast adrift in the depths, your quest ended." The final words lingered in the air, heavy with the weight of their finality. Serena felt a shiver run through her. The stakes were clear now, they had to succeed, or they would lose everything. But which trial would they choose? The path ahead was full of uncertainty. The glowing archway beckoned them forward, and Serena stepped up, her expression set in determination. Adrian joined her, his gaze unwavering as he studied the symbols that now illuminated the arch. Each of them had their own strengths, their own unique gifts, and they would need to use those to overcome whatever lay beyond. The trials of the temple would demand their absolute best, mind, body, and heart. But together, they knew they could face whatever was ahead. The first step of the trial had been set before them, and with the echo of the voice still ringing in their ears, they knew they had no choice but to accept. The challenges had begun, and they would need to prove their worth if they were to continue their quest to unlock the heart's power and save the reef. Adrian and Serena exchanged a brief, but meaningful glance, both fully aware that the trials ahead were no mere physical hurdles. They were profound tests of everything they had worked for, everything they had become since embarking on this quest. The weight of the moment settled heavily on their shoulders, but there was no fear in their eyes, only determination. These trials would not just challenge their strength or wits. They would probe the very depths of their bond, their trust in each other, and their understanding of the powerful magic that had guided them thus far. It was clear now that this journey was not only about breaking the curse. It was about proving that they were worthy of the knowledge and power that lay hidden within the reef. Serena's hand instinctively reached out to Adrian's, her fingers brushing his in a quiet gesture of reassurance. She could feel the steady rhythm of his pulse, the quiet fire of determination in him. The path ahead was uncertain, but they had come so far. They had faced impossible odds before, and together they had triumphed. There was no turning back now. The trials would test their very souls, but Serena knew they had something that no challenge could strip away: their unity. "We can do this," she said, her voice soft yet resolute. Adrian nodded in agreement, his expression unwavering, the burden of their shared purpose binding them more firmly together. They turned their attention back to the glowing archway, where the runes now pulsed with a rhythmic cadence, as though waiting for them to make the next move. The magic in the air was palpable, a heavy, almost electric energy that buzzed around them, urging them forward. They could feel it, the sense that the temple was alive, watching, judging their every move. It was no longer just a structure of stone and coral. It was a living entity, imbued with the power of the reef's ancient magic. Each step they took felt like a choice in a larger, more intricate dance, where the stakes had grown exponentially. They would need to trust their instincts, and each other completely as they hoped to unravel the mysteries ahead. Adrian's eyes never left the archway, but his mind was already working, analyzing the situation. He could feel the presence of the trials, the way the air seemed to shift and hum with untold power. There would be no shortcuts here, no simple path to success. It would demand their best, and then some. Serena was already attuned to the magical currents of the reef, and together, they had become an effective team in navigating its unpredictable challenges. But this was something different. The temple's trials were ancient and potent, designed to test not only their physical endurance but also their intellect, their hearts, and their ability to truly understand the magic they were dealing with. He turned to Serena, a glint of quiet confidence in his eyes. "Let's figure this out together. We've faced the unknown before." As the air around them seemed to thrum with an even greater intensity, they stepped toward the archway, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The voice of the temple had warned them that failure would mean the end of their quest, but neither of them hesitated. The trials would be difficult, perhaps even dangerous, but Adrian and Serena had something that no test could take from them, an unbreakable bond forged through every trial they had faced thus far. Whatever came next, they knew they would face it together. With every step forward, they moved closer to the heart of the reef and the answers they sought, knowing that only by embracing the challenges ahead could they hope to succeed in their ultimate mission. The trials were waiting, and they were ready. Adrian and Serena stepped through the first archway, the weight of their decision settling in their bones. The passageway before them was narrow, the stone walls adorned with faint, glowing patterns that seemed to shimmer as they moved. The air was thick with a strange energy, as though the very fabric of the temple was alive and watching their every move. As they reached the end of the corridor, the space opened up into a vast, breathtaking room. The soft, golden light that bathed the chamber seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, casting an ethereal glow that flickered across the walls and ceiling. It was a beauty that seemed to both calm and unsettle them, an invitation to explore yet a warning of the dangers hidden within. The room was filled with floating platforms, suspended above a vast chasm of swirling, churning magical energy that seemed to hum with an ancient power. The platforms varied in size, some large enough to stand on, while others were small and delicate, barely large enough for a single step. The energy below was mesmerizing, whirling currents of glowing blue and violet that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Despite its beauty, the churning current beneath them held a sense of danger, as if a single misstep would send them tumbling into the abyss. The platforms, while seemingly stable, had an air of fragility, as if they were held in place only by the magic of the temple itself. At the center of the room, a lone pedestal stood, surrounded by the platforms. Upon it rested an inscription, the text etched in ancient symbols that seemed to shift and change as they approached. The words were written in a language Serena recognized from her studies of the reef's ancient magic, but their meaning was elusive. She studied the symbols closely, her mind racing to decipher them. The inscription seemed to describe a puzzle, a test of balance and precision, something that would require them to work together to unlock the next step in their journey. The air around the pedestal seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if the temple itself was waiting for them to make their move. Adrian's eyes flicked from the pedestal to the floating platforms, analyzing their positions and how they might need to be navigated to reach the puzzle. "This is a test of coordination and timing," he murmured, as if thinking aloud. He could feel the weight of the task before them. They would need to move carefully, decisively. One wrong step could send them into the churning energy below, and while they had no doubt the temple would provide them another chance, they could not afford to fail. They needed to prove their worth to the heart of the reef, and this was the first hurdle to overcome. His gaze turned to Serena, meeting her eyes with a look of resolve. "We'll need to move together, perfectly synchronized. Are you ready?" Serena nodded, her expression a mix of concentration and determination. She could feel the magic in the air, the pulse of energy beneath her feet, and the quiet hum of the pedestal's power. This was no ordinary puzzle. It was a test of everything they had learned so far. They would need to trust in each other completely, relying on their bond to guide them through the challenge. Serena's hand instinctively brushed against Adrian's, a silent gesture of support. "We'll figure this out," she said, her voice steady. Together, they turned their focus back to the pedestal, the inscription now fully clear in Serena's mind. The puzzle had revealed itself. Now it was up to them to solve it and advance deeper into the temple's mysteries. Serena leaned closer to the pedestal, her brow furrowed in concentration as she traced the intricate symbols with her fingers. The inscription was more than just a set of words. It was a riddle, woven into the fabric of the room itself. Each symbol seemed to shimmer as her fingers moved across them, almost as if they were alive, reacting to her touch. The message was slowly becoming clearer. "This seems to be a test of balance and coordination," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes flicked to the floating platforms that hovered above the swirling currents, each one seemingly suspended by magic alone. "We need to navigate the platforms while solving the puzzle," she added, turning her gaze back to Adrian, her mind racing to figure out how to connect the two tasks. Adrian studied the room, his eyes tracking the movements of the platforms, which floated steadily in midair yet seemed to shift ever so slightly with the rhythmic pulse of the magical currents below. It was clear that the platforms weren't fixed in place. They moved with the energy of the temple, responding to unseen forces. The puzzle before them, though daunting, was not just about physical agility. It was about timing, intuition, and precision. He glanced at Serena and then back to the inscription, considering the challenge ahead. "We'll need to time our movements perfectly," he said, his voice calm but determined. "If the platforms move, we'll have to adjust our steps quickly to stay balanced. It's a test of not just how we move, but how we think together." Serena nodded in agreement, her gaze sharpening as she analyzed the pattern on the pedestal. The inscription was more than just instructions. It was a map of the room, indicating the path they needed to take across the platforms. Each symbol represented a step, a place to stand, and a movement to make. She felt the weight of the challenge settle upon her shoulders, but it was a familiar feeling, a reminder that every step they had taken on this journey had required trust, not just in the magic of the reef, but in each other. "We'll need to move in perfect synchrony," she said, meeting Adrian's eyes with a steady resolve. "If one of us falters, it could throw off everything." The gravity of the task was not lost on her, but she trusted in their bond, their shared understanding. The silence between them deepened as they both began to map out the sequence in their minds, their focus narrowing to the task ahead. Adrian stepped forward first, carefully testing one of the floating platforms, which wobbled slightly under his weight. He steadied himself, taking note of its movement. "It's responsive," he observed, his eyes scanning the platforms for any signs of stability. We'll have to keep our weight centered, but we also need to be ready for the unexpected. The energy of the room is in constant motion. He glanced back at Serena, his face a mask of concentration. You ready to give this a try? Serena stepped forward beside him, her body tense with focus but her expression unwavering. She knew this challenge would require everything they had learned about teamwork and magic. She tested a different platform, and it responded in kind, the shifting energy creating a subtle resistance under her feet. We'll need to move in tandem, she said quietly. Every step will be connected, every movement will depend on the one before it. As they synchronized their movements, they could feel the magic of the room responding to their actions, the pulsing energy almost urging them forward. With a shared nod, they positioned themselves at the starting point, ready to tackle the puzzle and navigate the platforms in perfect harmony. Every step they took now would bring them closer to unlocking the mysteries that lay deeper within the temple. Adrian's voice was steady, but there was a sharpness in his eyes, a quiet determination that matched Serena's own. He stepped forward, carefully placing his foot on the first platform, feeling the gentle give beneath his weight as it shifted in response to his movements. The air felt charged, as if the very walls of the temple were holding their breath, waiting to see what they would do. I'll guide us from the front, he said, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. I'll move first, and you follow. Together, we'll avoid the current and make sure we're in sync. His plan was simple, but it relied on precision and mutual trust. He knew that he couldn't afford to falter, not now, not with the stakes this high. Serena watched Adrian with a mix of admiration and focus as he tested the platform beneath him. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the magical current swirling below them as if it had a life of its own, waiting for a misstep. And I'll keep an eye on the inscription, she replied, her voice calm yet determined. The riddle on the pedestal was their key to solving the puzzle, but deciphering it while moving through the room would require both her intellect and her agility. The symbols on the pedestal had been challenging enough to interpret, and now they would need to understand how they fit into the movements of the platforms. We'll need to stay sharp, she added, her eyes already scanning the inscription again, mentally rehearsing the sequence they had worked out. As Adrian moved forward, he felt the subtle pull of the magical current below, the deep, unrelenting force threatening to throw him off balance. But he trusted in the bond they had forged and in the plan they had laid out. His movements were calculated, each step measured and precise. The platforms were no longer stationary. They were alive, responding to his weight and the current of the room, but Adrian's focus never wavered. He reached the second platform, carefully shifting his weight to stabilize it before reaching back with one hand to help Serena. Steady, he murmured, watching her eyes flick from the inscription to the moving platforms. We're doing this together. Serena followed closely, her every step synchronized with Adrian's. She could feel the delicate balance required to move across the platforms, each one shifting and pulsing with the energy of the room. But it wasn't just the physical coordination she had to maintain. She had to remain vigilant, watching the symbols on the pedestal as they seemed to glow brighter with each movement they made. The riddle was starting to make more sense, certain steps aligned with certain symbols, guiding them through the maze of floating platforms. It's like a dance, she said softly, the words more to herself than to Adrian. Each movement needs to be timed with the right symbol. They moved with purpose and harmony, their bodies flowing in tandem with the rhythm of the temple's magic. The current below them roared, a constant reminder of what was at stake, but each step brought them closer to the next challenge. Adrian's steady hand guided them forward, while Serena's sharp mind pieced together the final clues. The inscription was no longer just a set of cryptic symbols. It was a map of their movements, a guide to the correct path. As they reached the final platform, the last symbol seemed to glow in the air between them. Serena's eyes locked onto it, the solution clear at last. This is it, she whispered, her voice filled with triumph. We've solved the puzzle. Their successful navigation of the room wasn't just about physical skill or mental acuity. It was a testament to their growing connection and their ability to work together under pressure. As they reached the final pedestal and the platform still beneath their feet, the walls of the room seemed to relax, the tension in the air lifting. The current below them ceased its furious churning, and the path forward became clear. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of silent relief, the realization sinking in that they had overcome the first trial of many. There would be more obstacles ahead, but they were ready. They had proven to themselves, and to the temple, that they were worthy of the heart's power. Adrian took the first step onto the platform with a quiet, measured determination, feeling the subtle shift in the air as the weight of the task ahead settled upon him. The floating platform beneath his feet shifted slightly, responding to his movements, but he remained steady, placing his next step with precision. He knew the current below them was dangerous, a relentless force that could pull them off balance at any moment, but he moved with confidence, using the rhythm of his breath and the steady pull of the water to guide his actions. His focus was solely on the next step, the platform, and the path ahead, but he was also acutely aware of Serena's presence behind him, her eyes scanning the inscription with intense concentration. Serena's gaze flicked back and forth from the inscription on the pedestal to the shifting platforms beneath them. The symbols were strange and unfamiliar, but they held a clear pattern, if only she could find the right sequence. The more she studied them, the more she could sense their connection to the movement of the platforms, as if the puzzle were alive, breathing with its own set of rules. The room hummed with energy, the magical current below them responding to every step they took, but Serena knew that their success depended on her understanding of the inscriptions. As Adrian carefully moved ahead, she focused on the symbols that glowed faintly on the walls around them. She traced them with her fingers in the air, attempting to connect them in her mind with the movements they had already made. Adrian glanced back briefly to check on Serena's progress. He could see the determination in her eyes as she pieced together the puzzle, her mind working quickly to decipher the inscription. He moved forward another few steps, each one careful and deliberate, his balance always in question as the platform shifted under his feet. As he stepped onto the next platform, the faint glow of the symbols flickered, and for a moment, the current beneath him seemed to grow stronger, urging him to hurry. He knew that they had to keep up their momentum as they were going to solve the puzzle in time. Serena's voice broke through his focus. "I think I've got it," she said, her tone tinged with excitement and relief. Serena's words brought a surge of hope, and Adrian paused, watching her as she deciphered the last few symbols. She quickly relayed the sequence she had figured out, her voice steady and sure. "Step by step, we need to align the symbols in the order that matches the pattern on the wall," she explained. "The platforms should follow suit and guide us to the final position." Adrian nodded, understanding now that they had been moving according to a hidden sequence all along, but that the final alignment of the symbols would unlock the path forward. With newfound clarity, they both shifted their focus to the symbols and the platforms below, working in tandem to make the necessary adjustments. Together, they moved fluidly, step by step, aligning the platforms with the symbols and unlocking the hidden pattern. The glowing symbols seemed to hum with energy as each platform clicked into place, the magical current below them ebbing and flowing in response to their movements. With the last step, the entire room seemed to pulse with a sudden, radiant light, and the platforms stilled beneath their feet. The churning magical current calmed, and the pathway ahead of them opened. The puzzle was complete. Adrian and Serena exchanged a look of satisfaction and quiet triumph. Their teamwork, patience, and understanding of the magical forces had brought them this far, but they knew that greater challenges awaited. Together, they were ready to face whatever lay ahead in the trials of the temple. Adrian's muscles tensed as he stepped from one platform to the next, each movement deliberate and calculated. The faint hum of magical energy vibrated through the air, signaling that the room's challenge was far from over. The platforms beneath their feet were unstable, constantly shifting in response to their movements, and the swirling magical current below them threatened to pull them off balance at any moment. He glanced over at Serena, watching her position herself carefully on the next platform. Without a word, they exchanged a look that spoke volumes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They were in this together, and every step they took now would determine whether they made it through unscathed. Serena's focus never wavered as she shifted her weight, preparing for her next move. The key to the puzzle, she knew, lay in their ability to synchronize their actions perfectly. Her eyes flicked to the inscription again, searching for any clue that could help them align the symbols. With each step, they had to consider not only their personal movements, but also the way the platforms responded to their weight and placement. The magical current, once an intimidating force, now felt like a challenge they had to tame through coordinated effort. Serena caught Adrian's eye, silently signaling that they needed to move in perfect time. It was a delicate balance between intuition and strategy, each of them playing off the other's movements. As they advanced, their movements became more fluid, their coordination growing sharper. Adrian's steps were slow and steady, each one placed with intention, while Serena adjusted her position, keeping an eye on the changing patterns in the symbols. Every time one of them made a misstep or hesitated, the platform beneath them would wobble, threatening to drop them into the churning current below. It was only by staying connected, trusting each other completely, and constantly adjusting their movements in sync that they were able to maintain their precarious footing. The tension in the air was palpable, but with every successfully completed step, they grew more confident. Their bond, strengthened by the trials they had already faced, proved to be their greatest asset. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of careful steps and synchronized movements, they reached the last platform. Adrian and Serena stood side by side, their breaths heavy but steady, the final symbol now aligned. The last of the glowing inscriptions flared to life, and with a low rumble, the ground beneath them shifted. They had completed the puzzle. The tension that had been building since they entered the room seemed to dissipate in an instant, replaced by the quiet hum of satisfaction. As the last platform stood beneath their feet, a hidden door within the wall began to slide open, revealing the next chamber. Adrian and Serena exchanged a relieved glance as the door slowly parted, the sound of grinding stone echoing through the chamber. They had done it. They had solved the puzzle, and the path forward was now open. But they knew this was only one step in a much greater journey. With a shared nod, they stepped through the door into the next chamber, ready to face whatever new challenges lay ahead. The temple had tested their teamwork and resolve, but with each trial, they grew stronger, more connected, and more determined to uncover the secrets of the heart of the reef and break the curse that threatened it. The moment Adrian and Serena stepped into the second chamber, they were met with an eerie sight. The walls were lined with tall, ornate mirrors that shimmered with an almost hypnotic glow. As they took their first few steps into the room, the mirrors seemed to shift, their reflections warping and contorting like living things, creating a disorienting sense of déjà vu. The once familiar space around them became fragmented into a myriad of distorted images. One moment they could see themselves reflected perfectly, and the next, their figures stretched unnaturally or seemed to vanish altogether. Every movement they made triggered a ripple of changes, and the maze-like arrangement of mirrors grew more complex with each passing second. The air felt dense with magic, and the ground beneath their feet hummed with an energy that seemed to feed the maze's disorienting effects. Serena's eyes narrowed as she scanned the shifting maze, her mind racing to make sense of the chaos unfolding before them. "This is a test of perception," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the hum of the chamber. She could see that the mirrors weren't just reflecting light, they were reflecting potential paths and choices, bending reality in unpredictable ways. Each turn she made was reflected in several mirrors, but not all the reflections led to the same place. Some of them showed false paths that would lead them in circles, while others seemed to distort the true way forward. The challenge wasn't just to find the right path, it was to distinguish the real from the illusion. She knew that their ability to think clearly and trust their instincts would be their greatest asset in navigating this trial. Adrian, feeling the weight of their task pressing down on him, took a deep breath and steadied himself. The reflections had already begun to confuse him, making it hard to keep track of their actual position. "We need to focus on what we know is real," he said, his voice firm but thoughtful. He reached out to place his hand on one of the mirrors, testing the surface. The moment he touched it, the reflection shifted again, revealing a new image, one that led to an exit far off in the distance. But he knew it wasn't that simple. As he studied the mirror more closely, he could see that there were subtle signs, a pattern to the way the reflections changed, that might give them the key to finding the right path. The mirrors were not just reflecting the room, They were revealing hidden truths, waiting to be deciphered. Serena, sensing Adrian's realization, nodded and moved to join him. She too reached out, her fingers grazing the cold surface of another mirror. Instantly, she was shown a series of reflections that seemed to blur in and out of focus. It was as if the mirrors were testing them, asking them to solve a riddle not just with their minds, but with their hearts. She knew that if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their way, trapped in a maze of their own making. She glanced at Adrian and saw the same determination in his eyes. Together, they would decipher the puzzle, using the clues hidden within the maze of reflections. Each move they made needed to be deliberate, each decision rooted in a deeper understanding of the trial at hand. After what felt like an eternity of trial and error, they began to piece together the puzzle. The mirrors had stopped shifting so wildly, revealing a steady pattern. Slowly, they followed the clues, stepping forward with increasing confidence. Their earlier confusion faded as they tuned into the rhythm of the reflections, now recognizing the subtle shifts in the mirrors that signaled the correct path. Finally, they arrived at the end of the maze, the mirrors parting to reveal an archway that led to the next chamber. They had passed the trial, though not without a deepening respect for the temple's complex magic. As they crossed through the archway, they shared a quiet but triumphant glance. The maze had tested their perception and patience, but they had emerged stronger and more attuned to the challenges ahead. The journey to break the curse and unlock the heart of the reef continued, each trial shaping them into more capable allies. "This must be a test of perception and clarity," Adrian said, his voice steady as his eyes scanned the shifting reflections around him. He could feel the weight of the challenge pressing down on them, the air thick with magic that seemed to bend reality itself. The mirrors were not simply reflecting their image, they were distorting the room in ways that made it nearly impossible to determine what was real. As he focused, he noticed small differences in the reflections, the way certain mirrors flickered or shimmered, hinting at something more beneath the surface. He could tell that the key to navigating the maze was not just about following a path. It was about seeing through the illusions, discerning the truth hidden in the distorted reflections. Serena, standing beside him, tilted her head slightly as she observed the mirrors. "You're right," she said, her voice calm but tinged with concentration. "These reflections aren't just showing us the room. They're trying to mislead us." She stepped forward cautiously, her fingers grazing the edge of one of the mirrors. The moment her skin made contact, the reflection before them shifted, showing an image of the room that looked almost identical, but with one key difference, a small, seemingly insignificant detail that was out of place. The path they had been following now appeared to lead into a dead end, but in the mirror, another path emerged, barely visible behind a cluster of shifting reflections. "It's like the mirrors are hiding the truth," she mused. "We have to learn how to look beyond the surface." Adrian nodded, his mind working furiously to keep up with the puzzle. "It's not just about finding the path through the mirrors, it's about understanding how they change when we interact with them. Each movement we make could alter the path we see, and the wrong step might lead us astray." He took a deep breath and moved forward cautiously, choosing a path that seemed to reflect the one they had taken moments ago, but with slight variations. Serena followed close behind, her gaze never leaving the reflections, searching for the hidden clues. Each decision they made had to be precise, or else they risked becoming lost in the maze forever. As they continued, the maze seemed to become more complicated, with the mirrors shifting in unpredictable ways. One moment, the path appeared to be clear, and the next, it was completely obstructed. The floor beneath their feet pulsed with magical energy, making it hard to stay oriented. Serena's mind raced as she analyzed each reflection, trying to decipher the clues they revealed. "There's a pattern to how these mirrors change," she said, her voice steady despite the mounting pressure. "We need to pay attention to the subtle differences, the way the light shifts or the way the reflections distort. That's how we'll know if we're on the right path." Adrian nodded in agreement, his focus sharpening as he carefully stepped over one platform after another, eyes flicking between the shifting reflections, searching for any sign of the truth. Finally, after what seemed like hours of careful observation and meticulous steps, they noticed a significant change. The mirrors had stopped shifting erratically, and a single, clear path began to reveal itself. Serena's heart raced as the final reflection settled into place, an archway that led deeper into the temple, its silhouette appearing in every mirror now. "We found it," she whispered, her voice filled with a mix of relief and triumph. Adrian turned to her, a proud smile on his face as they stepped forward, their steps sure and confident now. They had passed the trial, not just with their eyes, but with their understanding of the magic at play. As they entered the archway, the maze behind them faded into the distance, and they knew that they were one step closer to unraveling the mysteries of the temple and unlocking the heart's power. Serena studied the maze with intensity, her eyes darting between the mirrors that distorted their surroundings. The maze felt alive, shifting in subtle ways with each step they took, as if it were trying to disorient them. Her mind began to sharpen, recognizing patterns hidden within the reflections. It was no longer just about blindly following the images before them, but about understanding the deeper rhythm of the maze. The reflections weren't just distorted versions of the room, they were meant to mislead, to trap them in an illusion of endless choices. She knew that the key to this trial wasn't just seeing the path but knowing which reflections held the truth. With her gaze fixed, Serena spoke, her voice calm but firm. "We need to stay focused and not let the illusions distract us. If we trust our instincts and work together, we should be able to navigate through." Her words were a steady anchor in the midst of the swirling confusion around them. She glanced at Adrian, her partner in this challenge, feeling a surge of confidence. She knew that their bond, built on trust and shared experience, was their greatest strength. The maze was testing their resolve, but together they could outsmart it. She gestured for Adrian to follow her lead as she stepped toward a reflection that seemed more stable, more true to the space they were in. Adrian, his mind racing with the implications of the trial, nodded in agreement. He followed Serena's example, his eyes tracking the subtle shifts in the reflections. The mirrors were warping the room into a labyrinth of falsehoods, each reflection pulling at the edges of their perception. But Serena's calm focus grounded him, reminding him that the answers were within reach if they approached the challenge with patience. Every step had to be calculated. If they hesitated or second-guessed themselves, they would be swallowed by the maze's ever-changing illusions. He studied the path ahead, then followed Serena's lead, trusting that their combined instincts would guide them through. As they moved deeper into the maze, the air grew heavier with the magic of the mirrors. Each turn, each glance at the reflections, felt like it held a hidden puzzle. Serena, sensing the pressure building, maintained her steady pace. She focused on the way the light shifted in the reflections, the way certain patterns seemed to repeat while others distorted. She could feel the pulse of the maze beneath her feet, its energy vibrating with every move they made. The challenge wasn't just physical, it was mental, demanding that they decipher the flow of energy within the mirrored illusions. The deeper they ventured, the more she realized that their ability to adapt and stay synchronized was the key to unlocking the path forward. Finally, as they approached what appeared to be another dead end, Serena's eyes caught a subtle change in the pattern. The reflections had stopped shifting as erratically, and one archway began to appear in every mirror, standing steady and certain among the shifting chaos. Serena's heart raced as she pointed to it. "This is it," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. Adrian stepped forward beside her, his gaze locking onto the same archway. They had made it through, together. The illusions had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but their trust in each other and their instincts had guided them through. With a final glance at the mirrors behind them, they stepped into the archway, ready to face whatever challenges lay beyond, knowing that they had grown stronger with each step they took. Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the mirror maze, their senses on high alert. Every mirror around them seemed to warp and bend, creating an endless array of shifting reflections. The more they moved, the more disoriented they became, each step pulling them deeper into the illusion. The maze seemed alive, twisting and turning at will, distorting their perception of reality. The reflections of their surroundings danced on the polished surfaces, sometimes showing paths that didn't exist, and at other times obscuring the one true way forward. But amidst the confusion, Adrian and Serena kept their focus sharp, their eyes scanning for the subtle clues that would guide them through the trickery. Serena, her breath steady and measured, took the lead, following her instincts as she analyzed the reflections. She could feel the magic at work. The maze was a puzzle, its very fabric woven with illusion, but there was always a pattern, even in chaos. She reached out to touch one of the mirrors, carefully observing how it seemed to flicker in response. The reflections on the other side of the mirror didn't move in sync with the real world. There was a slight delay, a telltale sign that it was part of the maze's trickery. Serena nudged Adrian to her side, gesturing for him to notice the subtle differences in the reflections. Together, they began to discern the path. The correct reflections revealed themselves only when they weren't focused on them directly, a challenge that tested their ability to trust their instincts rather than their eyes. Adrian's mind raced as he followed Serena's cues, his gaze darting between the mirrors. Each wrong turn threatened to swallow them deeper into the maze, but he remained calm, relying on their shared understanding. Their teamwork was seamless, their silent communication a lifeline amidst the confusion. Adrian's hand brushed against the mirror, his fingers tracing the edge of an etching that seemed to glow faintly, as though it were a clue placed just for them. He stepped back, nodding at Serena, who had already picked up on the subtle shift. "This is it," he whispered, his voice almost drowned out by the soft hum of the magic in the air. Serena nodded in agreement, her confidence bolstered by their growing ability to decipher the maze's tricks. The path forward became clearer as they worked their way deeper into the maze. Each step felt more purposeful as they synchronized their movements, Adrian guiding them with his sharp observation and Serena interpreting the symbols and patterns hidden in the reflections. The mirrors became less of a trap and more of a map, each reflective surface offering a piece of the puzzle. As they moved, the air around them seemed to hum with energy, a subtle vibration in the space between the mirrors. The magic of the maze wasn't just an obstacle. It was part of a larger force that tested their connection and understanding of the trial. The sense of disorientation they had initially felt faded, replaced by a quiet certainty that they were on the right path. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of navigating the twisting corridors of the mirror maze, they reached the exit. The last reflection in front of them revealed the door, its frame outlined in faint light that hadn't been there before. Serena reached out first, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the doorframe. She smiled, her heart swelling with the knowledge that they had done it together. They had unraveled the maze's mysteries through patience, teamwork, and trust in each other. As the door creaked open and they stepped through, they left behind the labyrinth of mirrors, their minds sharpened and their bonds strengthened. The trials ahead were still unknown, but they had proven that together, they could overcome anything. As Adrian and Serena stepped into the chamber, they were immediately struck by the sight of the tempestuous vortex at its center. The swirling waters churned violently, its turbulent currents swirling with raw magic that crackled in the air. The vortex seemed alive, pulsing and shifting, a formidable force of nature and ancient power. Around the edges of the chamber, glowing runes lined the walls, their light flickering in time with the chaos of the vortex. It was clear that this was no ordinary trial. This was a challenge that would push their physical endurance and mental fortitude to their limits. The air hummed with energy, thick with the promise of danger, but also the potential for triumph. In the midst of the violent maelstrom stood an imposing mechanism, a large, ancient construct made of brass and stone, its gears and levers encrusted with centuries of grime and salt water. The mechanism was unlike anything they had seen before, its design intricate and purpose mysterious. Adrian approached it cautiously, studying the system of moving parts. It seemed to be connected to the vortex itself, as if activating or deactivating the mechanism might control the chaotic waters surrounding them. Each lever appeared to be part of a delicate balance, and turning the wrong one could set the entire structure off kilter. Serena, sensing the enormity of the task ahead, stepped beside him, her gaze locked on the mechanism with the same intensity. This trial, she knew, would test not just their strength, but their ability to work in unison under pressure. The vortex seemed to taunt them, its swirling currents growing stronger and more erratic with every passing moment. Every step they took toward the mechanism was met with fierce resistance, as though the very waters were trying to push them back. The force of the currents tugged at them, testing their resolve and threatening to tear them apart. Serena gripped the nearest pillar to steady herself, her body straining against the pull of the vortex. Adrian, equally determined, planted his feet firmly on the stone floor, his muscles taut with effort. The storm-like magic surrounding them thrummed with power, the very air thick with the scent of ozone. They both knew that this trial required more than just physical strength. It required them to summon every ounce of their perseverance and willpower to move forward. As they inched closer to the ancient mechanism, they had to coordinate their movements with precision. The levers and gears were vast and heavy, and turning them required careful planning and synchronization. Adrian's mind raced as he analyzed the system, while Serena's practiced hand found the first lever, pressing down on it with careful strength. The mechanism groaned in protest as the first gear clicked into place, but the vortex did not calm. Instead, it seemed to grow angrier, the magic intensifying. Serena glanced at Adrian, who nodded in understanding. This was no simple puzzle. It was a test of endurance, strength, and the ability to push forward despite the overwhelming odds. The vortex roared louder, a deafening sound that reverberated through the chamber. But as they continued to manipulate the gears and levers, the power of the storm began to wane. The violent current slowed, the magic surrounding them growing less frantic with each turn of the mechanism. They worked in perfect harmony, pushing through their exhaustion and the constant pressure of the swirling waters. Slowly, the final gear clicked into place, and the chamber grew eerily still. The vortex had finally subsided, its tempestuous magic now nothing more than a gentle ripple in the air. Adrian and Serena stood, breathless and soaked, their bodies aching but their spirits triumphant. They had faced the storm and emerged victorious, their bond stronger than ever as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead in the final trial. Serena's voice cut through the roar of the tempest, calm and resolute as she focused on the task at hand. The swirling vortex in the center of the chamber continued to churn with violent energy, its magical currents threatening to engulf them with each passing moment. The mechanism before them loomed large, its brass and stone gears seemingly unaffected by the chaos around them. Serena's eyes flicked between the components, assessing the complexity of the task. Despite the overwhelming force of the storm, she remained grounded, knowing that their success depended on their ability to work in perfect sync. She could feel the weight of the moment, the importance of this trial, and yet there was a quiet confidence in her voice as she spoke to Adrian. Adrian nodded, his expression hardening with determination. His body trembled slightly from the effort of standing against the pull of the vortex, but he pushed past it, his focus sharp. The mechanism was intricate, its design older than anything they had encountered so far. It consisted of multiple levers, each connected to a set of interlocking gears that seemed to move in opposing directions. It was clear that each lever and gear would need to be activated in a specific sequence to stabilize the vortex. The storm around them felt alive, as if the very magic of the reef sought to prevent them from succeeding. But Serena's words grounded him, and he knew that they had to move quickly before the vortex's energy spiraled completely out of control. Together, they approached the first lever. Adrian gripped it firmly, feeling its weight, and with a synchronized effort, they began to work the mechanism. Serena studied the ancient gears, her hand hovering near the second lever, ready to engage it the moment Adrian shifted the first. Each movement was deliberate, their bodies moving with an almost practiced precision despite the challenge. The air grew heavier as the magic swirled around them, crackling like lightning as they continued to manipulate the mechanism. Serena could feel the immense pressure of the task. They were operating under time constraints, their every move contributing to the battle against the storm that sought to tear them apart. Yet, in that moment, there was no doubt in her mind that they would succeed. The first lever clicked into place with a deep, resonating thrum, sending a wave of relief through Serena's chest. The vortex seemed to pulse with a new rhythm, its power momentarily shifting. But they couldn't afford to stop. Every turn, every shift of the gears brought them closer to calming the storm. As they worked in tandem, Serena's mind raced to make sense of the mechanism's design. She noticed that the runes etched into the walls were not just decorative. They seemed to correspond to the gears and levers, their glow intensifying as the mechanism began to respond. Adrian's movements were steady, his focus unwavering as he handled the larger gears with ease. He could feel the magic that connected them to the very core of the reef, and as they moved in perfect sync, he knew they were drawing closer to calming the tempest. Finally, with one last coordinated effort, the final lever clicked into place, and the last gear turned. A profound stillness descended over the chamber. The vortex, which had once been an uncontrollable maelstrom of water and magic, now swirled gently, its currents no longer threatening. The storm had been tamed, its wild energy subdued by their combined efforts. Serena and Adrian stood amidst the quiet aftermath, their bodies soaked but triumphant. The mechanism, now fully engaged, hummed softly, its ancient magic settling into place. The chamber around them, once charged with chaotic energy, now felt peaceful, the air thick with the weight of their success. Though they had conquered this trial, they both knew the journey was far from over, but for now, they could take solace in the quiet victory they had earned together. Adrian and Serena stood before the ancient mechanism, its intricate gears and levers beckoning them with the promise of a solution. The vortex swirled menacingly in the center of the chamber, its violent currents whipping through the air, threatening to pull them into its chaos. The noise was deafening, the wind and water combined in a constant roar that made communication nearly impossible. Yet, their movements were deliberate and synchronized, honed by the countless trials they had already faced together. Adrian's strong hands gripped the first lever, and Serena positioned herself at the opposite end, her focus unyielding as she read the shifting patterns in the storm. The energy from the vortex pressed against them, urging them to falter, but they remained unwavering in their determination. As Adrian shifted the first lever, the air around them crackled with magic. The gears groaned, resisting their efforts, as if the mechanism itself were aware of their presence, and tried to prevent them from succeeding. Serena's sharp eyes never left the system of gears as she observed the subtle changes in their movement. Every turn of the levers seemed to increase the intensity of the vortex, but they couldn't afford to be intimidated. With each turn of the gear, each pull of the lever, they felt the pulse of ancient power responding to their movements, a rhythm they had to match perfectly. The task demanded strength, precision, and timing. Every second counted as the storm pressed against them, trying to tear them apart. But they were in sync, a team whose coordination had grown sharper with every trial. The air grew heavier with the increasing turbulence, but Adrian's resolve only deepened. With a steady hand, he worked the larger gears, his muscles straining with the effort. Serena, in turn, adjusted her position, ensuring that each lever moved in harmony with the ones Adrian had already activated. Their communication was minimal, just brief, silent glances exchanged between them, their bond carrying them through the most difficult moments. The mechanism was complex, requiring both physical strength and mental clarity to navigate the overwhelming pressure from the vortex. Each movement was carefully calculated, as the swirling currents around them threatened to disrupt their concentration. Yet they held fast to their goal, each gear turned one after another in perfect unison. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of straining effort, a powerful shift ran through the mechanism. The gears clicked into place, and the vortex, which had once raged with uncontrollable power, began to settle. The intense winds and waters gradually quieted, their violent pull easing as the mechanism worked its magic. The storm, no longer a threat, began to fade, its swirling energy dissipating into the air like the last remnants of a long-forgotten dream. The chamber, once filled with tumultuous force, grew still, and the only sound now was the soft hum of the mechanism, its ancient magic resonating through the room. The tension that had gripped Adrian and Serena's muscles melted away, replaced by the quiet satisfaction of their success. The calm that followed was almost surreal. The room, now bathed in a soft, golden light, felt peaceful, its once chaotic atmosphere replaced by an air of accomplishment. The vortex had been tamed, the powerful force subdued by their combined efforts. As they took a moment to catch their breath, Adrian and Serena exchanged a quiet look, their expressions filled with both relief and the understanding that their journey was far from over. The mechanism had opened a passageway, an entrance to the final chamber. It beckoned them forward, a silent invitation to face whatever lay ahead. Their hearts beat in tandem, knowing that they had proven their worth, but the true test was yet to come. With steady resolve, they stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face the final challenge that awaited them in the depths of the temple. The chamber they entered was unlike any they had encountered before. Soft, ethereal light bathed the space, casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. The air felt heavy with an unspoken reverence, as though the very room acknowledged their presence and the significance of what lay ahead. At the center of the room stood a large, ornate chest, its surface intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the ambient light. The chest was unlike any treasure they had seen, its craftsmanship reflecting the ancient magic of the temple. There was a stillness in the air, a sense of anticipation that weighed on their shoulders as they approached it. Their hearts beat in unison, understanding that this was the culmination of their trials. As they neared the chest, a deep hum seemed to resonate from within the stone walls of the chamber. It was as if the very essence of the room was alive, watching them, waiting. The ground beneath their feet trembled ever so slightly, and the soft glow from the chest grew brighter. A final inscription appeared on the stone in front of them, its text appearing like a whispered secret, ancient and profound. The words etched into the stone were not just a riddle, but a profound challenge. Only those who possess unwavering inner strength and an unyielding commitment will unlock the final reward. To claim what lies within, one must confront themselves. The message was clear. They had already proven their abilities, their teamwork, their courage, but this final test would demand something deeper. Serena studied the inscription, her brow furrowing as the weight of its meaning settled over her. "It's not enough to have fought the external trials," she said softly, almost to herself. This is about our hearts, our dedication, our purpose." Adrian nodded, his expression solemn as he gazed at the chest before them. The previous trials had tested their physical and mental limits, but now, this was a test of their spirits. It would challenge them to confront their deepest fears, doubts, and motivations, those things they had buried deep inside, things that could hinder or empower them on the path ahead. They had come so far, but this trial was about to test them in ways they had not yet imagined. As they stood in front of the chest, an overwhelming sense of vulnerability washed over them. The chest, now glowing with a steady light, seemed to pulse in time with their own heartbeats, as if it could sense their thoughts. They were being asked to dig deeper than ever before, to expose the parts of themselves they had kept hidden from the world, and from each other. The air seemed to thicken as an invisible force wrapped around them, creating an oppressive silence that demanded introspection. Adrian felt a knot tighten in his stomach, an instinctive reluctance to face his own vulnerabilities. Serena, too, felt the weight of the trial pressing down on her, the fear of confronting what she might discover about herself. But neither of them could turn away. They had come this far, and the path forward lay through this trial. With a quiet but determined breath, Serena stepped forward, her eyes locking onto the glowing chest. "We've faced so much already," she said softly, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "Now we face ourselves." Adrian stepped beside her, his hand resting briefly on her shoulder before they both placed their hands on the chest. As they did, the soft hum in the chamber grew louder, resonating deep within their bones, filling them with a sense of peace and clarity. The chest slowly creaked open, revealing its contents, a radiant light that seemed to encompass everything they had fought for, everything they had learned. This was the moment where their inner strength, their commitment to each other, and their shared journey culminated. The chest was not just a physical object to be unlocked, it was a manifestation of their own growth, their shared purpose. And with that, the final trial was passed, and the true reward was revealed. Adrian and Serena stood in the quiet stillness of the chamber, their eyes fixed on the ornate chest that now lay before them. The soft light that had once bathed the room seemed to pulse with the echoes of their journey, each moment of the trials they had faced reflecting in the stillness. Their hearts, though weary, were resolute, understanding that this final test would demand everything they had learned, everything they had become. The trials had tested their courage, their strength, their wit, and even their faith in each other. Yet this trial, this final challenge, would be the ultimate test of their inner resolve, the heart of the quest. They had come so far, both physically and emotionally, but the real question remained, Could they prove that their commitment was as unwavering as the trials they had conquered? Adrian broke the silence, his voice steady but filled with an intensity that matched the weight of the moment. "We've come so far," he said, his words hanging in the air, as if measuring the distance they had traveled both through the trials and within themselves. His gaze never wavered from the chest. "But this final step, it's not just about us. It's about everything we're doing this for, the reef, the balance, the people who need us to succeed." He turned to Serena, his eyes searching hers for understanding. The chest, with its ancient carvings and the subtle pulse of light, was not just an object, it was a symbol, a marker of all that had led them to this point. Their purpose, the very heart of their journey, lay within their ability to prove that their commitment to the cause was stronger than any doubt or fear they had ever faced. Serena nodded in quiet agreement, her mind racing through the memories of all they had endured. The battles, the puzzles, the uncertainty, it had all been leading to this moment, a moment that required more than just physical endurance. It demanded a depth of commitment, a willingness to face the truths within themselves and each other. "I know," she said, her voice firm but gentle, as if steadying the very air around them. "We've fought for something bigger than ourselves, and now, we need to show that we are ready to carry that responsibility. We've learned so much, about the magic, about the reef, and about ourselves. This is the final piece, the culmination of everything we've worked for." As Serena spoke, the chest before them seemed to come alive with a subtle vibration, its ancient lock glimmering faintly, almost in recognition of their words. Adrian felt a stirring in his chest, a quiet reassurance that they were on the right path. The path ahead was not just one of unlocking a physical treasure, but one of unlocking their own true potential, of proving that their commitment to the quest and the purpose behind it was unwavering. The symbols, the trials, the tests, they had all led here, to this moment of introspection and unity. They had been forged together through these trials, and now they had to demonstrate that the heart of their mission was more powerful than the fear that threatened to hold them back. With a deep breath, Adrian placed his hand on the chest, the cool stone's surface warm beneath his touch as he felt the subtle hum of ancient magic coursing through it. "Let's show the reef that we're ready," he whispered, the words not just for Serena, but for himself as well. Serena followed his lead, her hand joining his on the chest. The air around them thickened with anticipation as the final inscription began to glow, a soft, golden light illuminating the room. Together, their commitment, their unity, and their resolve reached a crescendo. The chest responded to their shared determination, and with a soft, almost imperceptible click, the ancient lock gave way, revealing the final secret of their quest. The trials were over, and in this moment, they had proven themselves worthy of the heart of the reef and the power that lay within. Serena's gaze remained unwavering as she spoke, her voice steady despite the weight of the words. The trials they had endured had pushed them to their limits in ways they could never have anticipated. Each test had revealed a different facet of their strength, physical endurance, intellectual problem-solving, and emotional resilience. But now, standing before the chest that held the final key to their quest, the task before them was one of pure dedication. The trials had been difficult, but this final moment called for something deeper, a commitment not just to their journey but to the world they were fighting to save. Serena understood that the power to break the curse and restore balance wasn't just about achieving their goal. It was about showing the universe, and themselves, that they were willing to give everything to the cause. Her words echoed in the quiet chamber, and for a moment, the air felt heavier with the weight of their shared purpose. Adrian, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, his expression matching the intensity of the moment. They had come so far, each step leading them closer to a fate that was as uncertain as it was vital. The reef, the curse, and the heart, it was all intertwined in a way that only they could fully understand now. They weren't just adventurers chasing after an artifact. They were the last hope for a dying world, and their commitment to that cause was the only thing that could ensure success. "We've proven our worthiness," Serena continued, her words like a vow. "But this final test is more than just what we can do. It's about what we believe in." Serena's resolve was like a beacon in the darkness, a guiding light that reminded Adrian of everything they had fought for. Their journey had tested them in unimaginable ways. From the first moment they had entered the magical reef, they had faced obstacles that seemed insurmountable. But each challenge, each trial, had strengthened their bond and deepened their understanding of the task at hand. They weren't just fighting for survival, they were fighting for the very balance of the world, for the lives that depended on the curse being lifted. It wasn't enough to be worthy, they had to show the depths of their dedication to the cause. Adrian could feel the weight of Serena's words settle into his heart. He wasn't just following her lead, he was with her, fully, in this final moment. Looking at the chest before them, the air around them thick with anticipation, Serena felt a calm resolve settle over her. The trials had been grueling, but this was different. This moment was about something deeper, something more personal. She knew that the heart of the reef, the powerful artifact that had been hidden away for so long, held the key to breaking the curse that had devastated their world. But it also represented something more. It was a symbol of their own journey, a reflection of all they had overcome together. As she stood there, facing the culmination of their journey, she understood that this moment wasn't just about the artifact or the magic. It was about proving that they had the strength to see their mission through, no matter the cost. Serena turned to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with unspoken understanding. "We're ready," she said, her voice filled with quiet determination. Adrian's lips curled into a faint smile, his hand moving to rest alongside hers on the chest. In this moment, they both understood that their commitment wasn't just to the quest, but to each other, to the world they hoped to save, and to the greater good they had been chosen to protect. Together, they had reached the end of this long, uncertain journey, and as the chest responded to their touch, the air seemed to hum with the realization that they had done more than prove their worth. They had proven their devotion to the cause. The curse would soon be broken, and balance would be restored, not by magic alone, but by the power of their shared dedication and unwavering commitment. With a shared sense of purpose and determination, Serena and Adrian approached the chest, their hands steady despite the enormity of the moment. They had come so far, endured so much, and now stood on the precipice of the final revelation. As their fingers touched the chest, the air around them seemed to hum with energy, and the ancient lock clicked open, revealing its contents. A sense of reverence settled over them as the lid creaked, revealing a trove of ancient artifacts and weathered scrolls. The sight of them stirred something deep within both of them, a quiet acknowledgement that this was the culmination of everything they had worked for. Each artifact, each scroll, seemed to pulse with knowledge and power, crucial pieces to understanding the heart of the reef and the curse that had plagued Serena for so long. The artifacts within the chest were arranged with a meticulous order, each one bearing symbols they had encountered throughout their journey. Some were etched into the smooth surface of jade-like stones, while others appeared to be carved directly into ancient metal, their intricate patterns shimmering in the soft light of the chamber. Serena reached for one of the stones, tracing the symbols with her fingers, recognizing them as part of the puzzle they had solved in the temple. These were not mere relics, they were keys, each one a vital piece of the larger mystery they had been unraveling. Adrian's gaze lingered on a set of scrolls wrapped in a protective, crystalline casing, the symbols on them strikingly familiar. They, too, held the promise of revealing the deeper secrets of the curse that bound Serena to the heart of the reef. As they examined the artifacts, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. The symbols from the relics aligned with those they had encountered earlier in their journey, suggesting a deeper connection between them and the heart's power. The artifacts, once scattered and lost to time, were now guiding them toward the final understanding of how to break the curse. Serena carefully unrolled one of the scrolls, her heart racing with anticipation. The ancient script was unlike anything she had seen before, but the familiar patterns quickly became clear to her. The scroll detailed an ancient ritual, one that required the heart of the reef to be both released and sealed by the combined efforts of two individuals who shared an unbreakable bond, a bond that Serena and Adrian had forged throughout their journey. Adrian's mind raced as he studied the scrolls alongside Serena, his eyes darting between the text and the symbols etched into the artifacts. The deeper meaning of the curse became clearer with each line they deciphered. The heart of the reef was not just a source of immense power, It was also a prison, a vessel holding both the magic that sustained the reef and the curse that threatened to destroy it. Breaking the curse would require more than just unlocking the heart's power. It would require them to restore balance, to bind the heart's energy to the natural order once again. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the true weight of their task. This was not just about ending the curse. It was about protecting the very foundation of their world. Serena and Adrian shared a glance, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and determination. The scrolls and artifacts had given them the final pieces of the puzzle, but it was up to them to carry out the ritual and break the curse for good. The knowledge they had gained from the chest was invaluable, but it also carried a heavy responsibility. The heart of the reef's power, once unlocked, would not only restore balance but could also reshape the fate of the entire magical reef. As they carefully gathered the artifacts and scrolls, the sense of urgency grew. Their journey had brought them here, to this moment of truth, and with the heart of the reef in their grasp, they knew that their next steps would determine the future of their world. They had come too far to fail now. The trials they had faced in the ancient temple were nothing short of grueling. Each challenge had tested their physical endurance, their mental acuity, and their emotional fortitude. From navigating treacherous currents to deciphering intricate puzzles, every step had required unwavering focus and teamwork. Yet, through it all, Adrian and Serena had proven their strength and resolve. The trials had not only tested their skills but also forged a deeper bond between them, one that was essential for the journey ahead. As they emerged from the final chamber, victorious and relieved, they carried with them not just the artifacts and knowledge they had uncovered, but also a newfound confidence in their ability to face whatever came next. The weight of their accomplishments settled over them as they surveyed the ancient temple one last time. The air was still, as if the temple itself was at peace now that its secrets had been revealed. Adrian and Serena exchanged a quiet glance, the unspoken understanding between them clear. They had come seeking answers, and the temple had provided them with invaluable insights into the heart of the reef and the curse that had haunted Serena. The relics and scrolls they had discovered were not just ancient treasures. They were keys to unlocking the final stage of their quest. Each piece of knowledge gleaned from the temple would play a crucial role in the challenges yet to come, and they were more determined than ever to press forward. As they stood in the quiet aftermath of their trials, Adrian reflected on how far they had come. The path had not been easy, and there had been times when the weight of the curse and their mission had seemed overwhelming. But with each trial they overcame, they had learned more about themselves, each other, and the intricate web of magic that bound the reef. Serena had grown stronger, more confident in her own power, and Adrian had come to understand the depth of his connection to the reef's magic. Together, they had faced the trials head-on, and now they stood at the threshold of the next phase of their journey. The knowledge they had gained in the temple would serve as their guide, helping them navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Serena felt the weight of the moment, too. The final trial, the chest with its artifacts and scrolls, had been a reminder of just how high the stakes were. She had always known that the curse she bore was tied to the heart of the reef, but the revelations from the temple had made it clear that the magic they were dealing with was more powerful and complex than she had ever imagined. The heart was not just a source of immense power, it was a living entity, one that had the potential to both heal and destroy. Serena's commitment to breaking the curse and restoring balance had never been more resolute. With Adrian by her side, she knew they were ready to face the next challenge, whatever it might be. As they made their way back to the entrance of the temple, the weight of their next steps pressed heavily on them. The trials had been only the beginning, and the true test lay ahead. They had the knowledge, the tools, and the strength to continue, but there were still many unknowns. The heart of the reef was a force unlike anything they had ever encountered, and it would take everything they had to wield its power wisely. With the artifacts in their possession and the scrolls to guide them, they felt a sense of purpose they had not known before. Their journey was far from over, but for the first time, they felt ready for whatever challenges awaited